Right now I'm muted. Yes.
Stream kat mana?
Check DJ-nya YouTube dulu.
Kau pakai Restream
Yes. I think it's better than StreamYard je.
aku pun pakai untuk latih.
Boleh dengar
Testing 1 2 3 testing 1 2 3 test test testing 1
Typing dia 1 hour 45 minutes.
Welcome to Ground Zero Stories podcast. I'm Adeline.
I'm Ronald.
We are the hosts for Ground Zero Stories. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't interview people about the success after it happens.
At Ground Zero Story, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, before the story sounds neat. We explore the moment of doubt, decision, pressure, and perseverance because the real success is built long before it looks obvious.
So this is Ground Zero Stories brought to you by Divergent Trading Private Limited, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework. Discover, dream, develop, and deliver, helping individuals like you and organizations unlock potential and move ideas into actions. So today in our studio, we are privileged to be joined by Liang. Welcome, Liang. Someone whose journey reflects exactly what Ground Zero Stories is about, not just where he is today, but the decisions, the experiences, and the turning points that shape who he is today and who he has become.
Liang is a business owner, author, captain of entrepreneurship. He helps entrepreneurs to grow and to also scale their business. He also helped mid-career professionals to build clarity, build confidence and control over business, health, and also family. A former Navy officer, which bring practical frameworks, real life experience, disciplined thinking to modern entrepreneurship. Welcome, Liang, to Ground Zero Story.
Okay, let me start the ball rolling, Liang. So, Liang, in your content, you often talk about your children. In fact, I see them in some of your videos as well. And you often talk about being a role model for your children, and you always share with us about how you are watching them, and the kids are watching how you showed up. And you also say that for entrepreneurs, family is your first business, whom we are responsible for. Can you share with us what does that means to you, and how it shapes the way you lead and make decisions today? Now, maybe you start with how does that mean to you, your children, your family?
Yeah, so first and foremost, thank you for having me here and for the great intro. So rightly put, for entrepreneurs especially, you do business out there, you try to bring food to the table and stuff like that. So what is success and who is the success for? So first and foremost, success is for my family and for my kids. So and I have this by heart because my dad was midlife transition into business, right, into F&B. And back then, Singapore was developing, life was a bit tougher, we stay in HDB. Dad and mom met each other in the factory. And life was, I'm still fortunate. I come from a middle class family. Things were still comfortable, although a little luxury. But I'm sure that my dad and mom worked so hard to give me whatever I want, especially I was the only child. So while I have that kind of comfort and that kind of, you got to be hardworking. Dad was a very traditional man, although he didn't really rule with an iron fist or cane. But he was a very solemn, serious guy, and the real traditional fatherly figure. But while I have all these stable childhood, but I also have little time with them, especially during my younger days. And I thought, I wanted to be better, especially when things are really more comfortable. My dad really built a stable base, which I can further leverage upon, and I want to give a better life to my kids. And right now I have two lovely boys, and my dad two lovely grandchildren. Yeah, and I always compare that, Dad, how come I don't remember you treating me so well, with so much luxury and so much love.
Pamper.
Yeah, when I was younger. And I always believe that, other than that, from my personal experience, I always believe that for entrepreneurs, in order for you to excel out there in a very highly competitive world, right? First and foremost, you need to have a very supportive family. So my very organic family, where my parents and they gave me a good foundation in my formative years, and of course my Navy days, where my commanders gave me very good training and tough love. And now with my new family, my wife and my two lovely kids, spouse support is very, very, very important. I can't emphasize more than enough, and I thank my wife out there. Thank you so much. For supporting, giving me all the support. Although I didn't really verbalize it many a times, but for entrepreneurs, uh, we are not a MNC. We are starting from a SME, and I always share we are the pakaliao, we are the janitor, we are the accountant, we are for F&B the cashier. We are the marketing. We are the one leg kicking. We are doing everything ourselves, and we are so out there, and without letting my kids feel left out. Other than going back to them at night and the weekends. My wife got to do the heavy carrying, right? So spousal support is very important. And for me, I still make it a point, because my kids are still young, below 5 years old. I make a point that I try to block out time at night, especially at the weekends, for them. Yeah. So to me, yes, family is my first business.
So, who would you consider to be your pillar of strength for your success or what you're doing outside today?
Relationship is definitely very important. So like I mentioned, my parents, although my late mom is no longer around. Yeah. And my dad, for the very, very silent role model example that he gave in my years. And of course, my naval commanders, with all the tough love, and although people always say that paper general, paper general, paper general, we don't go to war, but the type of thinking and upbringing in a military man or the SAF, it definitely makes you think of contingencies, think of which other bigger MNCs out there do you have, right? If you think of SAF as an MNC, having that kind of size, having that kind of foreign collaborations and stuff, yeah, no other kind of MNCs could do that. And of course, most importantly, like I say, my wife. Yeah.
So part of growing up, right? So what is that one occasion that happened during childhood, right? Transform the way you think, and who have made you what you are today as an entrepreneur?
Actually, quite ironically, right? Yes, my dad was a factory worker. My parents were factory worker, and then maybe they transition into business because they were retrenched from the typewriting company. Yeah, so my dad had previously invested or loaned a sum of money for my uncle to start a business in F&B, into coffee shops. So as I was growing up, I sort of spend my holidays in the coffee shop, growing up coffee shop. Then I start to think, will I one day grow up to be a kopi kia? Right, that's why I thought, I was at a cross junction after A levels and thinking of what course to enroll in uni. And I thought, no matter where I go, I don't think I want to be a kopi kia. Back then, I still do not have the kind of entrepreneurial mindset and doing business and stuff like that. Being in the education system for like 10 over years, we were trained to study hard, work hard, get a government job, iron rice bowl, become engineer and stuff like that. The very traditional Asian thinking. Although my family was in business, but there wasn't that much of the knowledge transferred or the SOP and stuff like that back then, And so I say, let's not leave it to chance. Why not? I not waste the 2 years of NS, and let's not get caught into the family business. Let's sign on.
You mentioned that your mom passed away. At what age was that
Oh, my mom passed on relatively young when I was around 28, 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is in 2016.
Has that impacted who you are now?
Yes, a lot. And it was also when I really pivoted and start to look at entrepreneurship again. Yeah. So I was serving in the Navy for 10 years. And my mom, actually, my mom was not feeling that well, was ill for quite a while before I even went overseas for overseas deployment in Gulf of Aden for anti-piracy efforts with the Navy. So, and when before she passed on, I was what others would call xiao on, and because I find so much passion and purpose in serving in the Navy, but when my mom was ill and I came back and, she passed on, uh, yeah, it took quite a toll on me. It took quite a toll on me, and I started thinking about life and how can I have things and times a bit more flexible for my family. How can I then build on a legacy that I can live on for my family and my kids? Yeah.
So can I say that she sparked the entire entrepreneurship journey in you?
Indirectly, I think she made me, you need the big life events to, to pause, to stop you, to think about life. Yeah, otherwise, we sometimes we just keep going and going without a direction. We thought that was the direction, but sometimes winds change, sometimes the environment change, and we need to take pauses and chart our way again on how we want to proceed with our life.
So at that point when you decide to be entrepreneur, what were you? How do you prepare yourself? I'm curious.
The honest truth, while I'm captain of entrepreneurship, naval background and business now, we look so good at the front. But the honest truth is, at that point in time when I left, I just found that, my whole purpose of life, I wanted to pivot it, from serving the nation and stuff like that. I thought that, I'm turning into middle age, I'm 30, turning 30, I should start looking at my family. My dad is aging, and I'm going to start a family with my then girlfriend and our wife, the same girl. Yeah. So, it made me start to think again on how I want to move on with the next part of my life.
Okay. Was it also because of your mom's demise that you have to take over the family business at that time, or to support your dad? Is he still running the coffee shop at that time?
The immediate family have sold off our shares. My grandaunt is still in it, but my mom hasn't been in the business. But it really made me pause to look at things, and of course, my mom wasn't well for the 1.5 years before she passed on. So my dad was a primary caregiver, and I witnessed that my dad had shed so much weight. There was so much grief, but being the traditional Asian parent that he was and the fatherly figure, we don't verbalize emotions that much, which is also why I'm also still trying to learn, to verbalize emotions with my two boys. It's not weakness. It's not weakness. Yeah. So dad shed a lot of weight. Mom passed on. He was visibly grieved, saddened by it and stuff like that, and not verbalizing it. So I thought, I had to do doubly much to make sure that sometimes many times they say that when the partners are so close, they follow one another. Yeah. So back then I had that worry as well.
All right. And earlier on, you mentioned that back then when you were in the A level, the word entrepreneurship is not on your mind, right?
Nope,
And that's
not
why
yet.
you choose to sell on and sign on, right? So today, do you think that it's important for young people to have this entrepreneur mindset when they are younger? And does that give them an advantage in becoming the person they want to be in today's landscape?
I think not just in today's landscape, but even from the past. There are just always this small group of rebellious people in class that don't follow rules and don't follow instructions. They always try to think out of the box and stuff like that. Those are actually good traits for being an entrepreneur. Thinking out of the box and stuff. In the school education, we need people that can follow instructions. People that were in the economy back then of manufacturing, many labels, manpower and labor in the factories, which we need when we were in our formative years in our nation building, right? But we are transiting into AI, technology, thinking more off the box, brainstorming, looking ahead, even AI and stuff like that. We need to think smart and out of the box. And I think this kind of entrepreneurial and thinking out of the box soft skills are even more sought after now.
You mentioned a few times thinking out of the box. So when you first decided to become entrepreneur, what was that box?
Yeah, but while I'm saying that a lot now, the very honest truth is back then when I just left the service, I didn't had in mind what I wanted to do. I just had that direction, and I just took that leap of faith. Most of us, when we are trapped in the education system, we are afraid to take that leap of faith.
Then why F&B?
My family wasn't it. It was quite a natural progression for me.
family
So I always had that thought of three things that will always be evergreen. First being F&B. People need to eat. It's just whether is it the luxurious food or is it the staple food. Then of course we have beauty and healthcare. They always say that ladies, beauty over life. Yeah. So ladies industry always thriving, and the last one is kids. We are the society is getting more affluent. Singapore is getting more affluent. We want to groom our next generation, education, even their apparels and stuff like that. They are drinking better milk powder. That's why they say they are getting smarter earlier and more naughty. Yes, my two boys included. And
Okay.
and there's a hidden fourth one that I don't I consider in my three. The fourth one is funeral services. Yeah.
Okay, so if you were given a choice back then to redo all over again, right? Would you still do F&B, or you will consider other trade, like what we have mentioned earlier on, kids business, funeral business, and even providing support to entrepreneurs as well?
Yeah, I mean, as a Chinese, we always visit our roots, and those that follow me knows that I go back to my roots, being a Hainanese, being a family in F&B, and I still, although I invested and started many businesses, I still pride myself of being with a F&B entrepreneur. But rather than saying that would I still go into F&B, I would still say that I would still sign on with the Republic of Singapore Navy. So that's where a lot of my upbringing and education had been, made me how to think and how to plan and how to look forward. So people ask me, do I miss the Navy? Yes, I still miss the Navy, not just on the cruise and the free beautiful views, the stars, the sea. We always say sun, sand, sea, right? So but more of the training and upbringing. So I would still, given a chance, I would still sign on with the Navy, and given a chance, I would still, after leaving the Navy, go back to where my family had started in the F&B business.
Okay.
Navy is going to thank you for that free advertisement. After that, their
Recruitment
recruitment and
drive.
sign up will go up.
Recruitment,
Wow. Hey, but share with us anything interesting, exciting that nobody knows happened in the Navy.
In the Navy.
Or something that
That's
shaped
very,
you.
very memorable.
Yeah,
Up to
yeah,
now,
yeah.
you still, whenever think of Navy days, that's that point in time you always remember. What would that be?
I am thinking quite hard because for some of the operations I cannot say.
Of course.
If I say it out, then maybe the next day I'll be around, or you maybe not
You'll
be
be
around.
caught for kopi.
Yeah. So I would really like to share about the upbringing. I had the privilege of serving under very good commanders. I would like to say 2 or 3 examples. Right. One is really about finding your purpose, your purpose of being and your purpose of doing things. Visiting the principal considerations and first principles. So one of my senior commanders shared, if you are lost, always ask yourself, why, 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 why. Ask yourself why 5 times. Yeah. Until you get to an answer that you can't answer anymore. So this is your very initial and first principles and purpose. Yeah. So that's one. And 2, for events and for occurrence or operations, exercises, and a senior commander shared, do dry rehearsal. Put yourself in position, run through all possible scenarios that might happen. Do it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. Yeah. You can't prep enough if you just go through on paper. Yeah.
So you probably also develop your leadership skills, people skills during that time.
Very much.
Okay, and that probably influenced how you lead your team right now and how you started with so many businesses and probably a bigger team to lead as well.
Yeah. The people under me might not, might not really like it or might not really feel the most comfortable because, my boss comes from a military background. Yeah. So, yeah, some of them would feel that, you are a bit more rigid and stuff like that. But for business, if you don't have a SOP, you don't have a framework, then how? Who are your staff going to pay for your losses? Yeah, you need to be responsible, right? So without all those guiding the business and guiding the people, then how? Who is going to do it? If I want to be, I'm a businessman rather than a self-employed, right? If I'm still in the business, I'm a self-employed. But if I want to move out of the business, just managing it, not just in the daily operations, to be a real business owner, then yes, I need to have framework, I need to have SOPs, and I need to govern people, even when I'm not there, even when I'm not watching. Yeah.
I want to bring you back to the days whereby before COVID, a month before COVID, right? Knowing what you know then, how do you prepare your team then?
You mean before it happened?
Yeah,
1
before
month?
happened,
Or after
maybe
it
I would
happened?
say because the lockdown happens in March, right? So
Yes.
maybe January and February. What's going through your mind and how do you plan?
We didn't see it coming. It was the outbreak. It broke out in China. We are Singapore is so strong that we are brought up in such a comfortable society and environment. Won't hit us lah. Won't hit us lah. So the truth is in January, February, all the way up to March. I was planning for expansion.
Wow.
I was planning for expansion. On the very day, I can remember very clearly, it was on 25th or 26th March that the circuit breaker was announced. Guess what?
Exact dates.
Yeah, why I can remember? Because I just signed a new tenancy agreement. I just signed a new tenancy agreement. Yeah, so you ask me, what I was planning. I was planning on the expansion.
Yes.
Business is business as usual. So of course, they say go big
that's
or
a
go
really
home.
true entrepreneur.
Yeah, go big or go
Yeah,
home.
don't care whether it's good times or bad times. Just do it.
So
Yeah.
until the bad time really hit, it was still good time, and I was planning on expansion. Yeah.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, so touching a bit more, you have the pre-COVID, and of course you have the COVID and post-COVID. COVID was really a bad time for F&B, right? And we all know, in order to earn more, and the places that earn more, example, a plate of chicken rice. I'm selling, pre-COVID, I'm selling $4.50 in a neighboring residential area food court or coffee shop. But the same plate of chicken rice is selling for $6 to $8 in MBS. Right? So, the chicken don't grow more expensive into MBS, right? They don't need to pay a pass or the ticket. So the cost is the same. But I'm selling 1.5 times more. There's more margin and stuff like that. So it was booming when, tourism was out there. Singapore is Chiang Airport and stuff like that. Chicken rice being one of the national dish. Wow. profit was good. But came COVID, the tourist area was a dead town. And people were locked up at the home, work from home, etc. Suddenly, residential area was booming. Yeah. And suddenly there's a new hype called delivery. Or actually, delivery was already there, but through COVID, delivery boomed. And fortunately, on hindsight or foresight then, you remember the TA that I mentioned that I signed was for a cloud kitchen. Was for a cloud kitchen. And that business took off during COVID. And yes, when they say people evolve, human evolve to become lazier, to become smarter and lazier, more efficient, they don't go back. So when delivery evolved and stuff like that, the trend stayed. And the delivery business still is doing okay, even post-COVID. Yeah. So, with pandemic and stuff like that, it's the end for some people, but it's also the new beginning of the others. Yeah. With crisis always come opportunities.
So coming out of the COVID lockdown, right? Because a lot of people are going back to work, people are not staying at home, then has that affected your business then?
Yes. Back then, our business were about 50-50 in residential area as well as those touristy areas. We had places like in Lau Pa Sat, in Funan IT Mall, in MBS, and basically
Oh, how you cope, man? With so many.
nobody's going there.
Yeah, then how do you cope?
Yeah, it is really through staff that what supportive staff, loyal staff that stayed with us, taking no pay leave or staggering leaves, so that we can keep as many of them as possible. Outlets were running into the rates, especially for the touristy ones. There were subsidies for 1-2 months, but you remember actually COVID lasted for more than 12 months. Yeah, and subsidies were good. Not enough, but better than nothing. But it wasn't enough. So it really took good people around us, suppliers, staff, and quick pivoting into other businesses, bringing businesses in the residential up, doing more group buys, going into estates, bringing the food to people, and that is the really thinking out of the box. That's why I say entrepreneurs are made to survive. They think out of the box to survive even in the harshest. They will always be the first to react. Yeah, to survive in the harshest conditions.
So during the hard times, are there any point in time that you thought about, ayah sua lah, give it up lah?
The truth is, let me think. I didn't. Looking back, I might say I might have, but really at that point in time, I didn't. Because, we were so busy doing firefighting, trying to get sales up, trying to retain as many staff that I could. The first instinct that, we had, yes, we lose money. Definitely. Don't need to count. Don't need to wait for the month end to get the accounts to count for me. We are definitely having it bad from the daily sales itself. But what keep us going is that, the accountability. Back then the family had over 80 stores around Singapore, and directly under my charge were 30 odd stores. That amounts to about 80-90 staff just under my charge alone. So, we can lose money. I have 80 packs under me. And these 80 packs have, if on average, 3 family members per household, then I'm going to affect 240 lives. And that is why I think the government really subsidize business, open up SME loans, really to, spending trillions, from the reserve to help businesses first, because businesses will, then give employment opportunities to the citizens. So to me, I'm going to affect 240 or more livelihood. Some of which are, still school-going kids, housewives, and these newly unemployed people, if, I were just to follow my business. So, yeah, it's really about accountability and, to take care of the people under you. So really, other than just making money in business, we are really taking care and making a difference in our employees and our partners' life. Yeah. So that to me is the accountability, and that is also to me the beautiful part of doing business, and yeah, to keep me going. Other than, so I mean, this culture came from the Navy. It's a home. We always say a home away from home. Our home that we go back to and come out from at day and night, and the Navy or the workplace will then be your second family. So I brought that culture with me from Navy back to my career and my staff, my employees. I call them my partners in my business, because without them, so my uncle will always say, if you call me boss today, then I'm boss. If I have employees, then I have boss. But if today you don't give me face, you don't follow me, then I'm no longer the boss.
Yep.
Right? Yeah. So to me, that's very important.
So during COVID, it seems that you have lost money there. Can you share with the viewers how much, a ballpark figure, how much you lose there?
The truth is the business went to 7-digit losses every year for that 2 years. Yeah. And as entrepreneur, and I shared, in my previous podcast and stuff, I had that itchy backside syndrome. I can't be idle. And circuit breaker, who in the right mind will go on a full-fledged expansion? Yes, I did. Okay, I did went on to expansion for other cloud kitchens, but it is quite controlled and at a slower pace. It's not like boom, 1 month, 2 outlets, that kind of thing. So from that fast pace to a very much slower pace, and being idle, it was really uncomfortable. I need to go do something and keep thinking and keep planning and do something, go getter. So then, of course, there are people that get into trouble and need the restructuring and need the loans, and a lot of people were looking for takeovers and investments. So which my itchy backside, I invested into a few other industries, which I wasn't really that clear on, and yeah, of course, I made
industry
more
were they?
losses.
Which industry were they?
So around that period, cryptocurrency was coming up, so there was the crypto farming. Then I also went to high-tech farming back then, because thinking that it is a good vertical integration for my front end retail F&B. Yeah. Then I also went into social media marketing, because I engaged social media marketing for myself, but then it made me think that could I get more involved and more control in that business, and also more than that is can I then use social media to help transform other business to tide through COVID. Yeah, to help other entrepreneurs to tide through COVID. So these were some of the many that come to mind now. But I'm sure that I lost money in more than these places.
Are these businesses still alive?
Sadly no. Sadly no. Some of which I divested, exited. They were still going on at the point of time where I exited. But now all of them had stopped. All of them had stopped.
So people always say, do what you are good at, right? It sounds like it's also true in your cases, because you go and dabble on something that you are unfamiliar with, it didn't last, and you lost even more money.
Yeah, I think these are wisdom passed down from the previous generation, right?
Must listen,
But yes, you will listen. But the truth about entrepreneurs is also, like I shared many times, they are a different breed. They would want to go and do it. You can tell them, you're coming from the left ear, you go out from the right ear, but not stay here, right? So I would still want to experience it myself, bang the wall, bleed, to really like,
That's why.
that is true.
I'm hearing a bit of irony there. I'm just curious, because you mentioned being F&B and you manage 80 over staff, as that's not a simple feat. It seems you could be very, very busy most of the time. But on the other hand, you were saying you still got time to having itchy backside to do not one business but started join three business. What can you explain why?
How he juggle,
Why you juggle this?
This
and
was
what cost that?
this was COVID. This was
COVID
COVID.
time.
Yeah.
But even handling 80, 90 people's problem is a big task.
We had a bit of we released some stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, but then I also stopped expanding. So the thing is, I stopped expanding. I need to channel my energy somewhere.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you slow down that to do something else.
But I was forced to slow down. But it was also a good pause to stop take and see where I can take the business after that. Yeah.
Now still got itchy backside syndrome or not?
Still have. But I would raise my bar for my risk appetite. Also because of commitments, because of the age and maturity, and because of having experienced COVID. Yeah. So back then I was proud to say that people are not risk takers. They want like almost 90%, 100% that they will do it. I say, 60% I will try. 60% I will try. Now, I'm going towards them. 70, 80% at least. Yeah.
I think you also mentioned in a couple of your interviews, right? You said that if you lost everything, the real currency left is trust and relationships. What makes you say that?
I lived through that. So in COVID, we lost many businesses. We lost money. We also closed down many shops post COVID. The truth is, the relationships left behind by my dad and my uncle, the suppliers, the business partners, when I say I have an idea, they know where to point me. While we might not be doing business then there and then, but my uncle and my dad had business dealings with them during their formative years together. They grew together, they support each other. The salesmen then had became managers and now directors, which gave me a good entry point to speak to directors instead of sales at my age. Right. So through my uncle's connection, which in the middle, there was a breakage, but those kind of camaraderie and fellowship, companionship, having rose through the ranks together, passing on to the next generation to continue that kind of relationship. Yeah. So there were many instances whereby I was talking to the GMs, the directors of established businesses, as well as their second gen.
Right.
Yeah. So taking off where they had left it. Yeah.
Who will be that one person in your life that have molded you, the entrepreneur that you are right now?
I wouldn't say that it is that one person, but of course at home it will be the dad. But sadly, I didn't see it as I was growing up. Because it's like so for granted. It's like he's so harsh on me. He's not there at home and he's so harsh on me, and he's not very expressive about love and emotions. But as I got married and I have my own kids and I am like parenting, then I myself and I think people start to realize that oh, so this is parenting. This is what it is. Then we know why they did what they did. Yeah.
I have to ask you another question here. How would your father, your father's parental skills and yourself, your style, right? The style of your father and yourself, how does it differ and where does it are the same?
I would still say that I'm pretty much still the very Asian parent. I want the authority at home and stuff like that. Yeah. But for the things that I didn't had and I wish I had when I was younger, the emotions, expressing, verbalizing the love, the emotions. I wouldn't have I love you at home, when I was younger, no hugs and stuff like that, especially when I was even older lah. But that is also what I'm trying to give my kids. I would say, I love you, hug, give him a hug, Yeah, to know that the dad is always present and stuff like that. Not just in the silent presence. My dad, I know that for sure now. That was the silent presence, the hard work. The whenever I need support, financially or physically, whatever hardships you had out there in society, you go back to the safe place or the harbor called home. My dad and my mom are always there, no matter how bad or rebellious I was. But it was a silent presence. So what I'm still pretty much the same dad that my dad has, and I think he has been a good role model. I'm just trying to be a bit more expressive in the emotional part.
What will happen if one day your dad come to you and say, son, I'm very proud of you, I love you, and hug you?
Actually, I'm trying to do the opposite. I'm thinking of one day getting my son and together. Because I would love that. Especially after my mom left, right? And I knew that I wasn't the easiest kid to have. An only child. I wasn't being the best version of myself for my mom. Wanted to be a better version of myself for my dad. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm gonna reverse it. Yeah, instead of waiting for my dad to come. Some rawness there. Yeah.
I'm sure it will happen.
Yes. I'm sure the day will come.
Never say that, but when I released it. Not the best place though.
Okay, so thank you, Shilan. Thank you for sharing your deepest, most feeling and thoughts with us, with all the viewers here. Yeah, this all what we are doing right now is really bringing every entrepreneur to go to the point whereby we want to really let them express their feelings and really share with people, and so that how can they overcome their innermost fears, and also how to really bring them out. Once it's released, things will be much better because it's something that you're holding very deep inside your heart.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what we are doing, right, is really for the people that we love. That is. So thank you for showing
Thank you
us
for
to the
showing.
viewers.
Thank you for sharing with us. Thank you.
We're so very touched by your interview,
Yes.
and thank you for sharing your most inner thoughts. That you probably haven't shared this out there anywhere in the public, and we are very privileged to have you to really open up, show us your vulnerability. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. So yes, that concluded our very first episode of Ground Zero Stories. And as you could see, nothing is scripted. There is no polished answers. There is no rehearsal. And you get to see everything raw as it is.
Yes.
So if there are people whom you want to interview, or you think that you should be the one that we should interview, write to us at Divergent Training Private Limited, and you're going to see the email that you can send to us or the website address. Right, so stay tuned, and we have more exciting and wonderful interviews coming up.
Yes. Yeah.
You see here later. Okay, you drink this. This is my
Welcome to Ground Zero Stories podcast. I'm Amir.
And I am Liang.
We are the hosts of Ground Zero Stories. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't interview people about success after it happens.
At Ground Zero Stories, we talk about uncomfortable part, the seasons before the wins and before the applause. Before the story sounds neat, we explore the moments of doubt, decision, pressure, and perseverance. Because real success is built long before it looks obvious.
So this is Ground Zero Stories brought to you by Divergent Training Private Limited, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework. Discover, dream, develop, and deliver, helping individuals and organizations unlock potential and move ideas into action. Today, here in our studio, we are privileged to be joined by Adeline. And Adeline is a founder of Ministry of Public Speaking.
And Adeline works with professionals to build confidence, clarity, and presence through communication. Her work focuses on helping individuals speak with authenticity, impact, and especially in the moments that shape leadership, relationships, and long-term growth. And now we have with us Adeline.
Thank you for having me, Emil and Liang.
Okay, so Adeline, can you share a little bit more about yourself, perhaps a bit about your background? What do you do before you actually founded Ministry of Public Speaking?
Wow. Immediately before I became an entrepreneur, I was a public servant for 12 years. I served in one of the agency, and prior to that, I was an entrepreneur for a language center for 3 years. And before that, nobody believed that I was a regional IT manager for many, many years.
We actually got to know that back then, long ago, when you were in school, right? You were actually known as a shy person. Can you share a bit more about that and how you eventually break through and eventually be someone who coaches and teaches people about public speaking?
When I'm born in a big family. There's 6 of us. I'm the 3rd child.
Okay.
Have you heard of middle child syndrome?
Yes.
So at that time, I don't know that is middle child syndrome, but I felt very neglected. I even remember that when I was 9 years old, I asked my auntie, am I adopted?
Okay.
At 9 years old, I already had that feeling. And she was very, very shocked. She didn't give me an answer and kept me in suspense that made me wonder, is it really I'm adopted? Because I'm the 3rd in the family and I'm the one that can study, right, who will produce good results. So there was high expectations. I went to a SAP school. At that time, going to a SAP school without any tuition, coming from that kind of background was a very big deal. So I'm like the glory, right, of the family. However, being a middle child, I wasn't given much attention. My needs are often neglected or overlooked to the point that I felt very small, very invisible. And even in school, I already felt that kind of ostracizing. You know, back then, there's no social media, so you don't know that is called bullying.
Yes.
Or, basically people just don't play with me. And you know why? Because during recess, I have to go look for my 2 younger brothers. My mom will instruct me that you must make sure that there's 6 of us, right? I'm the middle. So I got 1 more younger sister, 2 younger brothers. We all in the primary school. So we are like ladder like that,
Yeah.
9, 8, 7, 6. So my mom said, make sure that you find your younger sister, your 2 younger brothers, make sure they are fed.
Okay.
So being the very compliant, obedient sister, I always go hunt for them. And these naughty siblings, they will be somewhere in the playground playing. I had to hunt for them, bring them to the canteen to buy food. And I didn't get a chance to eat. I remember one time I went back to class late and I was caned.
Okay.
Back then, it's very, very strict. If you're given 20 minutes for recess, you have to go back to class on time. Otherwise, you line up and to be caned. So you can imagine that with all this going on and growing up in adolescence, you don't have friends. I was very inferior, and I just think that no one care about me. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
So what went through your life, that made you who you are today, that you can exude that kind of confidence and speak with that kind of clarity?
So I remember that when I was, again, 9 years old in primary 3, there was this storytelling competition, and the teacher said that, okay, who would want to try, right? And of course, nobody put out a hand, right? And the teacher said, okay, you can just read out from one of your recent composition. And I don't know why I put out my hand, because I was back then very, very strong in Chinese. And this was a Chinese storytelling competition. So I went out there to recite one of my Chinese composition. I still remember the composition. I don't know why I remember, so I got very good phenomenal memory.
Okay.
I can regurgitate word for word because I wrote it myself. And I memorized it. I memorized what I wrote. So it was so impressive. And I think also because no other kids volunteered, I was picked to represent the class.
Okay.
And I got second in the whole school.
Okay.
Subsequently, I realized that, hey, this is the only thing that people know about my existence. So, and because I did it once, you start from P3, then P4, P5. So every year I represent the class in English and in Chinese competition. And I realized that this is the only thing I do well, that only chance I get to be on stage.
Okay.
And I like that feeling. I like it. But when I went to secondary school, I'm no longer that popular one. No
Yeah.
longer that one that shine, because this is a SAP school. Everyone is a talent. So the talent sort of got buried until, of course, when I went to work. Every time there's a chance to do presentation, I love it. Every time there's a chance to do training, I love it. But I'm not the chatty kind of person. I just like to present in my own style. Yeah. So if you ask me, how was that journey? It's a very, very long journey. In fact, it dated back to more than 10 years ago. It was in a GE general election. Back then, I already joined public service. And it was the first time that I represent public service to be part of the general election. And, I was talking to other peers who are from other ministry. And this particular lady, she was a grassroots. And when we were chatting, maybe she just liked my style or vibes. She asked me whether I'm interested to volunteer at her CC to become a volunteer trainer. So this is my first foray into training. So I started that journey, and I love it because, not many people dare to train other residents. So I went there, and subsequently they asked, oh, we are short of MC because, CC, they don't have budget. We are short of MC. And I remember my first MC engagement was EduSave Awards, where I just read out names.
Okay.
And even that, I had so much joy. And I remember when I was doing the EduSave Award, I told the people in charge that I don't want to just be an MC that read out the names. I want all the awardees, all the students to stand up, to turn and face their parents and bow and say thank you, because it is with the family support that they are able to be there on stage. And then I realized that, I really enjoy doing these sort of things. So subsequently, when they get me to do more MCs for countdown, to do lucky draw, I seize all opportunities. I'm not good at it. And all these experiences made me realize that, there are areas I need to improve. Then I went to join the MC Academy to hone my skills and learn under Flying Dutchman and Chris Hansen.
Oh.
And that was my journey to become an MC, and I took on more gigs. After that, I feel that I still need to improve, so I joined Toastmasters. And I think that, I want to become a professional trainer. Then I took up advanced diploma, I took up NLP, I took up drama strategies. As you could say that in order to teach others, I start by teaching myself first. And of course, along the way, when people know about me, they will ask me whether I am okay to teach this, especially in Toastmasters. I'm the appointed speechcraft trainer, so I get to run many classes to teach people how to speak well. And since we're all volunteers, right, no one is going to come after me for my content, but I take pride in preparing robust, comprehensive curriculum, and I evolve the versions all the time. And I think that's how it kind of grounded me and gave me a very solid start. Over time, I receive more and more testimonials where people come to me and say, how they have changed, how they have transformed, how they find me as a trainer so different from other trainers. And I think, okay, my first biggest breakthrough is I was at this training class. And as always, I don't know about their background. But among them, there was this chief people officer, or you call it the HR person.
Okay.
She was one of the trainee. Of course, I didn't know, right? And as always, I just do it as my best. And she came to me, I said, Adeline, you are one of the most authentic trainer that I've ever encountered. And subsequently, she reached out to me, get her staff to call me to train her company.
Okay.
And you could say that probably kickstart the whole journey that actually people do see me, recognize me, and pay for my skills. Yep,
Okay.
that's a lot.
Yeah. So interesting story because that means you have been a trainer from the get go, from the time you
Yes.
actually finished school. Okay, and that was basically your
No,
entire
I was
career.
regional. I was IT trained.
Oh, okay.
Why I chose IT? Remember my family background. Back
Uh-huh.
then, you are talking about in the late 1990s, right? Where the only way to put the most food on
yeah.
table is either IT, HR, or accountancy.
Okay.
And I chose IT. But to tell you the truth, that 10 over years was the most miserable part of my journey. Why? Because IT is not people facing. And I didn't enjoy any part of the work until I become a regional IT manager, where I have to liaise with the CFO, the CEO, and then I become really the people person. So all these are the backgrounds.
Okay.
Yeah, so I didn't start off with training. However, when I was a regional IT manager, every time there's a presentation, I got very excited.
Okay.
And every time the company say, oh, we want to do a leadership training or team building training, I will volunteer.
I see.
No, you can sense, in the room, you can definitely sense that, you are someone that is loves to speak, like to
Yeah.
interact with people and stuff like that. And through your sharing that, you share with us, actually it was quite opportunistic, whereby you were invited to take up gigs and then to train.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, not everyone that is a good student can then progress to become a good teacher.
Yes.
And then in this case, you surpass all of the expectation and, you over-deliver. But what I really like to know is that, what you shared is that there were right people that appeared at the right time to bring you to what you love to do today. As an entrepreneur, how important do you think is the environment and the network that you are in?
I always tell people when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. For that question, I have to bring you back to more than 16 years ago, many years ago, when I was a regional IT manager. Then I got burnt out, right?
Yeah.
I got burnt out. I quit a high-flying job. And guys, back then I was already earning 5-figure.
Okay.
Before 2010, in my 30s, I was already earning 5-figure. And it was a very big deal back then. So when I quit my job, nobody understand me. Why I quit such a good job that is paying me so much money. But I was burned out and I decided to follow my passion. And the passion was open a language center. And a Chinese language center. Remember, back in primary school, I was very, very strong in Chinese. And at that time, and of course today, kids are generally weak in mother tongue.
Yes.
And I think that they have to be taught differently. And back then, my 2 girls were very young. I'm already teaching them Chinese very differently using homeschool curriculum. So I wanted to, very, very idealistic. I say, okay, I have this amount of savings. I want to open this language school. Then I just dive into it. No financial literacy, don't know what is cash flow. Back then, no social media. I stand at MRT to give out flyers.
Yeah.
And when people discard my flyers in the trash can, I go pick it up. You know why? Because one piece is 5 cents.
Yes.
Very, like Liang, you understand, right? People throw away when no one is looking. I go pick up the flyers.
Yeah.
So those were the days. In that 3 years, I almost become bankrupt. I lost $250,000. And that's how I ended up going back to public service. And your question is about how the
Network and
networking.
environment.
And I attribute today, when I become an entrepreneur, the second time, given the second lease of life, it is so much different. I attribute it to the community that I have, the doors that have been opened for me. And you say that I seem to meet the right people, but it wasn't true when in my first business. I met no one. No one came for my rescue. All I met was landlord coming after me, people coming after me for money, my teachers coming after me. There's no one to support. I was very, very lonely. I gave up not because I think I'm not capable. I gave up because all my resources are dried up, whether it's money, whether it's people. And of course, back then, my husband is not supportive at all, right? So, yeah. So if you ask me, really networking, the partnership is very, very important. In fact, in the last 2 years, in a short span of just 6 months, I opened 2 more companies, and I'm sure there's more to come. And it's all because of networking opportunities, the people that I met, people whom I think I'm credible enough, reliable enough to partner with. So I'm very, very thankful for that.
So you mentioned when the student is ready, the teacher will appear, right? Why do you think at that point of time, in the first time you had run your entrepreneurship journey, you did not get, or perhaps a teacher did not appear? Like,
Yeah.
why do you think as a student you were not ready at that point of time?
At that time, there aren't a lot of resources to read about. I just know that I want to get out of a toxic environment. And I want to do something. As you could see, I also got itchy backside syndrome, cannot sit down, and must do something, right? And opening a language center seems to be the natural thing to do. So I got a franchise and I started it. I didn't ask for a mentor. I just think that, hey, I'm good lah. People will come and find me, right? People go to this Chinese language center, that Chinese 老师百丽果. As good. I'm very confident. People will know me. I just be there. I just have to teach the students. The teachers will know how good I am. But the students didn't come. The enrollment was low. Even there's enrollment, there's no loyalty. Because every time after exam, there will be a big shuffle. You will lose the students, new student will come, there's no loyalty. And just keep repeating, and after 3 years, it's just so exhausting. So yes, I wasn't ready. I didn't even do any research. It's just based on passion. So that's why today when I coach young people, when they tell me they want to quit their job, the first thing I always tell them is, wait, what do you want to do? Because I don't want them to repeat the same mistake like me, thinking that, hey, I just quit lah because I'm tired. Because 6 months down the road, when you look at your bank account slowly decreasing, I tell you, even you tell me there's a very toxic environment, I will crawl back just to have steady income month after month.
I think, thank you for bringing this point up, in front of cameras, behind these glorious, successful businessmen, entrepreneurs, often there are, many others that were buried underneath, or even before you succeeded, there are so many things that you have gone through. So like you rightly put it, passion will let you start a business, but it doesn't help you sustain a business. And you mentioned financial literacy. What are some other important points that is required to help you sustain a business?
Oh, so many things you have to learn as an entrepreneur, especially if you just started out, you don't have a lot of resources. There's so many things that you have to learn on your own. You need to know that the financial literacy is number one, a big thing. There's a lot of bureaucracy that you have to navigate. You have to know how to do outreach. You have to know how to do marketing. Back then, there's no social media, right? So you have to rely on your own network. How do you broadcast, right? Where are the funnels? Where are the channels? Today, there's so much choices. Today, there's so many masterclass. In fact, we are all spoiled for choices. There's so many guru out there that you can tap on their experience and knowledge. My time is, I figured everything in the dark on my own. I don't even have peers per se, like, oh, if I can go to another language center and ask, hey, how to be successful, right? Because we are all rivals, right? Basically, I don't have a business mentor, though I don't have a coach. And today, I think that is so, 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 so important to have someone who can coach you, who understand. They don't have to understand your business, but you can spar idea with them. They can be your sounding board. Yes, because we cannot do everything by ourselves. So, yes, so networking, outreach, marketing, so many things that you have to know as an entrepreneur. Yeah.
Before we go on further about the technicalities about building a business, because as we know, this is ground zero stories, right? You mentioned $250,000 in the hole.
Yes.
At that point of time, how does that impact yourself, your family, your kids? Because, like for me personally, I have young kids, and like as we run through the business, when there's cash flow problems, it will definitely affect the resources that we can actually give them. You know, like we want to
Yep.
give them the best. We want to give them enrichment classes, go for all these additional enrichment that can actually get them ahead of their peers. But if we are running out of that resources, basically, like our kids won't be at the advantage point already. So how does that affect you as a mom, and how does that actually affect your kids?
I wouldn't say it's so much of my children, to be honest, because my husband is still working. And then earlier on, I mentioned about financial literacy, right? I find that now thinking back, right, I find that I'm so naive. Even when I was running business, as I shared with you, I was a high flyer, right, staying in a condominium. I was still spending as if I have a steady income of 5 figure. My daughter still wear branded. Thinking back, this is probably the number one mistake that I make. I wasn't prudent at all. I just look at my bank account as like, oh, there's so much, it's like a big reserve there. And I didn't even bother to look at it. Of course, one day when I look at it, then I realized that, oh no, it's not looking good. I wouldn't say my children are that much of impact. I have a helper looking after them. My husband was still working. But it took a very heavy toll on the relationship, on the marriage. What makes me drop everything? Actually, to be honest, I could continue with the business, no issue at all. Why? Because I was at the 3rd year mark already. I was gaining traction. I have parents who come to me and tell me that, hey, Miss Yeoh, I really love the way you teach my children. It's very different from other centers because I wrote my curriculum from scratch on my own. And what makes me drop this language center was my husband said this to me, and I still remember. He said, have you played enough? Have you played enough? And it shook me to a point that, what? Do you mean all this while you think I was just having fun in the playground where I was slogging away? I was putting in so many hours. I was working so hard. You didn't see that. All you see is, have you played enough? So it was with this disheartedness, it was with this resentment that I say, forget it. Forget it. It's not worth. So when people say that, hey, you could sell your language center, go find a buyer, but all this takes time. I was depressed to a point that it's okay. Forget it. Just terminate the lease. Just drop everything. I don't care. Just disband the teachers. Like that. Yeah. So that was how all the debts incurred. Yeah.
Quick question. So, was it more of anger, or was it more of disappointment?
Everything, I guess.
If you have to choose one, which one is more?
I think it's disappointment, and then after that, resentment. Why? I find that female entrepreneurs have this disadvantage, right? I think in the earlier episode, Liang talked about how he have the pillar of strength, and I was so tempted to ask that if you don't have this family support, can you still be as successful as you are today? And I know for good reason that it will not be. Because female entrepreneur, we are also a mother, we are a wife. That takes a lot of energy and time from us. So besides juggling the family, we have to juggle the business, which is like another family. So I was angry that you didn't see what I'm trying to build. At the same time, I'm also resentful because in my mind, if my husband or my loved one want to start a business, I'll be your back, right? I'll be supporting you because this is your dream, your aspiration. But I didn't get that kind of support. So yeah, it was disappointment and resentment as well.
So it's pretty much of, even a spouse don't understand you. The kind of, you mentioned quite a few times, understanding, support. So indeed, in entrepreneurship, your environment really is very important. The kind of guidance, training that you receive, mentorship. But I think we share in common, the very first business, the very first family, the one closest to your heart. How dare you not understand and support me?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I think you will feel how you feel, and rightly or stereotyping, we feel that even it's the 21st century, there are the stereotype male and the stereotype female characteristics and responsibilities like you shared. There are, female entrepreneurs are mothers.
Yes.
I'm still quite sure that you live up to a standard that you expect of your spouse. Maybe, I shared the male aspect of entrepreneurship. Why not you share about, as a female entrepreneur, what do you see in or need from your male counterpart at home? Your husband.
To be the missing parent. If I'm not at home, someone can be the chauffeur, someone can plan for meals. I mean, now, of course, my daughter is so much older, right? She's super independent. But back then, they were just not even in primary school. One was in primary school. In the language tuition enrichment business, it often happen on weekend or weekday evening, right? So can you imagine when I stood for 8 hours, I'll be so tired, right? I just want to go home and rest. But I have to plan for play dates for them, birthday parties, bring them to play dates, right? I still have to work around their schedule as if their mother never missed for a single moment, right? I have to make sure that all this happens. Do you know at that time I was below 50 kg? I was the slimmest in my life because, I have to juggle so many things, right? Basically, I put everybody's needs above me. I never think of what I need. My mind is always, okay, what do I have to plan for the business in the next 3 months? And subsequently, my family, I have to plan for their meals. I have to do marketing, cleaning, everything. So I have a lot of worry. You can say I'm a full-time mother, full-time housewife, full-time entrepreneur. So what do I expect? Basically, is to cover me when I'm absent. But no, I have to do 200% at home, 100% at home, 100% at work.
Then do you think as a 21st century female entrepreneur, does the society or does the male population, is it conducive for female entrepreneurs?
Yeah, so let me add on also. I think the reason why Liang also asked these questions is because I think we are quite involved parents, right? And
Yes,
involved
both
husbands,
you
right?
are, yes.
And at the same time, it's because nowadays we are seeing more and more like it's a norm for the fathers to also chip in and also to help out. Whereas back then, I know even my parents' time, my dad won't after work he will be like switched off.
Yes.
But then my mom also working a 9 to 5, but then she have to be a full-time mom. Yeah. So like, do you think nowadays is very different?
Yes. First of all, kudos to both of you. When I look around me, And I find male entrepreneurs who are also very committed and dedicated to the families. I'm often very heartened that they didn't neglect their family, which is the number one priority. And that's the reason why we work so hard, isn't it? And we talk about today female entrepreneurs, like men being more open-minded and being entrepreneurs sometimes, or having a side hustle. A lot of people are content creator while they're having a full-time job, and some of them are female. It's very important to have someone supportive of you so that you have a peace of mind when you're out there struggling, out there hustling. You have a peace of mind that someone is taking care of the children, someone taking care of the food, right? So I would say in today's landscape, things are slightly better for female, but you have to look at me that I'm still in that era whereby, yes, that I came from that era, and that's why I went back to public service for 12 years, and I only started to have the courage to try out entrepreneurship again at this late age. And I also want to show people that if I can do it in my age, anybody can. It doesn't mean that it's over for us, like the flower has withered. We should just stay home, blend into the scene, and be forgotten. We still can have a second lease of life. Yes.
Yeah, and what you shared just now, being a female entrepreneur and still expected to be the 100% mom, And I think it's a very traditional stereotype of a woman that is family first, giving
Yes.
all you have. So, you say you burn yourself out and stuff like that, and it hits, that nerve. So, how would you then, living through that, how will you prioritize and advise new entrepreneurs of self-care?
Wow. Self-care goes beyond just looking after yourself. Self-care has a lot to do with how do you take care of your inner feelings, your emotions, addressing your needs. Sometimes may not be going for a manicure or hair salon. Sometimes it could be just going out to the park to just reset, to just rejuvenate. I think for female entrepreneurs, it's doubly important that we take this time. Really, you have to put it into the calendar to commit yourself to make sure that that day is free for you to do nothing. And very important, don't feel guilty about it. And when you free yourself that day, it doesn't mean that you fill that day with social activities or you fill up that day with family activities. That means it's really dedicated to yourself. And to me, that is self-care. Yes. So even for male entrepreneurs, I think it's the same. In fact, I think it's sometimes male entrepreneurs, because they have to be that pillar of strength to the wife who deem as softer side, gentle side that you have to support. And as entrepreneur, I know that we have our fair share of struggles, but we don't share everything with them so that they don't worry. But yet we sleep lesser, we do more, and we don't want our partner to worry, so we don't confide so much. But we just suppress everything. Male also need an outlet. Male also need self-care. Yes, but maybe for you guys, it could be a drinking session to just talk it out. Yeah. So for me, I just have to go to a park. That will reset me. Yeah. So very important is you have to know how you can reset. Is it going out for a drink? Is it going to the park? Is it going to the gym? Everybody have different way of self-care and different way of resetting yourself. You have to find out what is that sweet spot for you. And you know that you go there, it's like you charge your handphone. Once you plug it on, you'll be fine after that. So for me, I found how I can overcome that. Yeah.
Right now, you are taking a second go on entrepreneurship, and you basically have to rebuild back everything from the ground, right? What are the things that you actually make sure that now it's a non-negotiable for you as a second-time entrepreneur that you have actually shared with your family members so that they will also know that they have to be your support system one way or another?
So for now, number one is your resources, which is your finance, and also a timeline, right? So for me now is I will park aside this amount of resources that I know I can burn, that will not tap on the family resources. And because now my daughters, they are so much older, they are super independent and they are super supportive. I kept them in the loop of what's going on, celebrate with them all my small wins. Yes, and also to have that clarity. Sometimes I feel that what I'm doing right is basically modeling the way for my daughters, being the strong woman and independent woman that you have to be. Yes. So to answer your question is really to have the confidence of the resources, not drawing on my family resources and the time, and still have to make time for the family, non-negotiable. And also to have the courage to seek help. I think when I failed in my first venture, I didn't tell anybody. I'm not sure why. Not really a pride thing, but nobody talk about it. So now I make sure that I have supportive community, someone that I know that they have my back. Very, very important. Yeah. So yes, I think a supportive community is super important, and it would be good if they're all entrepreneurs, all business owners, that they understand you. I remember I was at this business networking meeting, and this guy deemed quite successful. And I said, are there moments that you thought of giving up? He said, oh, so many times. At that moment, I felt like, wow, if he said that, then what I'm feeling is not new. I felt we can totally relate to one another. I felt this comfort that, suddenly I feel so supported. Yeah, so very important to have a supportive community.
And after what you've been through the first time, why do you still decide to be an entrepreneur?
Actually, to be honest, before I started the business, I thought of just retiring for good. I always tell people that I can just don't work. No, it's not that I'm super mega rich. It's not. I can just live simply. Is enough. And with my training, I don't have to do business. I can just be a freelance trainer. And I'm teaching part-time in a university. To me, is enough. Why do I want to go all the way out? I have this dream of setting up a foundation to help people, to help more parents, to help more children. In order to fund that foundation, number one, I need resources. All right. And also, I feel that there are still dreams that's unfinished. One of my wildest dreams back then when I started my first enrichment center is the company name is my mother's name. So she's no longer around. And the company name is Liang Private Limited, is my mother's name. So I wanted to do her proud. I wanted to, like this is like an unachievable dream, like NUS, you have that foundation. And I want one day to have this Lee Yong Lan Foundation that will give out scholarship and it's under my mother's name. So there's this dream that I want to do her proud because when she was around alive, I wasn't that successful. Not that today I'm successful, but I hope to have a successful version that wherever she is, she can be proud of me. Yeah.
Why?
Yeah, because she had a really hard life when none of us are. She always compared us to other families, and she didn't taste our success before she left us. So I always find that it's such a pity that we never. She didn't have that like a good life that we can bring her out for good food, well looked after. Yeah. So how I wish that she could live in luxury, comfort when she was still around, when if I could be more successful then. But I was so busy with family that I also neglected her. So it is in my wildest dream that one day there's this Liang Foundation under her name that just create a legacy. So it's not so much about me. It's honoring my mother.
And what happens if you cannot achieve that?
I will achieve that.
I mean, when when you particularly shared about how you didn't have that kind of support at home from your spouse, and that amidst all the busy schedule and stuff like that, and when you again shared about your mom, and you shared that you had a big family, and that kind you mentioned a few times about your period, your era of time whereby the ladies are expected of a certain role. Do you find yourself resembling what your mom had went through, bring up such a big family?
Kind of, yes. But what separates us is education and the people network that we have. My mom just cooped up in a small house, not exposed, no education, don't know what she's capable of. But I'm different. I go and meet people, people affirm me, and I know people who are very encouraging, good people. So I have the currency to achieve what I want to do. So likewise, I want to be that currency for other people, more importantly for my daughters as well, so that they can thrive. Because I feel that in today's landscape, it's getting harder and harder for young people. So I want to be there for them. And that's why I'm very big in coaching young professionals. Most of my courses are tailored for young people because I feel that the climate that they are in today is very, very harsh. And I hope that my whatever trainings, workshops, talks that I could give them could help them with that mindset shift, that at least they have the courage to carry with them, the confidence with them, so that they can bounce back quickly.
I think through your efforts, you are already embodying that foundation that you actually mentioned.
Thank you.
It's it may not be a necessity for you to actually be or perhaps acquire that foundation because you are already that foundation.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me, Amir. Thank you so much.
I think it's also succeeding your mom's spirits and whatever she values, as well as empowering future entrepreneurs, especially lady entrepreneurs, in their entrepreneurship journey.
Yes. And yes, that's why when I see female entrepreneurs, I try to support them. And I always tell people, female support female. I know how tough it is. Yes.
And the camaraderie spirit in amongst female entrepreneurs, I find that is especially strong.
There's a lot of women support group, women
Yes,
empower group, but
that's
you
right.
don't see that for male.
Yeah. Maybe we should start one.
yes,
right?
yes, yes, you should.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice. So for male entrepreneurs, if you want to start that, or to conclude this episode, we would like to invite the audience to participate. Is there someone you think that we should interview, or that someone is you?
Yep.
Please drop us an email.
Yes. Yes. So thank you, Adeline, for sharing with us about your journey and also what drives you to be a successful entrepreneur today. I think a lot of our listeners actually know and can learn a lot from how you actually navigate through your entrepreneurship journey.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you,
So
Liang.
with that, this is Ground Zero Stories. See you in the next 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome to Ground Zero Story Podcast. I am Ronald.
And I'm Liang.
We are the host for the Ground Zero Story. At Ground Zero Story, we don't only interview people about success after it happens.
At Ground Zero Stories, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, before the story sounds neat. We explore the moments of doubt, decision, pressure, and perseverance because real success is built long before it looks obvious.
This is Ground Zero Story, brought to you by Divergent Entrepreneur Academy, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework. Discover, dream, develop, and deliver, helping individual and organization unlock potential and remove ideas into action. Today, here in our studio, we are privileged to have been joined by
Uncle Chiang.
Uncle Chiang will be someone whose journey reflects exactly what Ground Zero Story is about. Not just where he is right now, but all the decisions, the experiences, the event, the people he meets, all the crises that has gone through, has shaped who he is today.
所以那些认识我们的人也知道我们都是海南人，然后Uncle Chiang 自己本身呢就是蝴蝶公园与昆虫王国的常务董事，然后他也是属于我们建国创国一代的创业者，然后很荣幸的今天呢我们能邀请到Uncle Chiang 跟我们在这里分享他的创业经历。来 Uncle Chiang。
早上好，大家早上好。
你好，所以可能你可以跟我们分享一下你是怎样会走进这个创业的这个道路？
我从小呢便与大自然建立了深厚的联系关系。童年的时候呢，我花很多的时间，就是抓捕蜻蜓啦、抓蚂蚁啦、蟋蟀啦。在池塘里面的蜻蜓啦、鱼啦，或者是在树上爬的蜥蜴，还有蛇之类的。还有如果我在马路那边走的时候呢，在巴士车站，我看到那些漂亮的那个车票号码，我就收集起来。目前应该收集了有几百张很漂亮的号码，都在我身上，已经收集了60多年了。还有在大使馆那边我们走过，以前我住那边有大使馆区嘛，就在大使馆的垃圾桶那边，就把他们的邮票，以前邮票很难拿到嘛，就垃圾那边的邮票就把它收集下来，现在也收了一些好旧的大使馆丢弃的那些邮票了。这样子的，所以我的第一位老师不是课本，而是自然。
所以你所说的很多那些活动啦，那些过往啦，跟现在的小朋友有很大的不一样。以一位前辈来讲的话，你觉得你的这个成长过程跟成长经历，跟现在的那个小孩子啦，都面对平板啦、手机啦，你觉得会有什么不一样？然后会给他们一下什么建议？
我在学业上面呢，我走了一个很不平凡的路，也很不寻常呢。一般小学是6年嘛，我就修了8年。我在小学8年才修成整个小学，但是在这经历中呢，塑造了我的耐力、时间和长期的投入和理解。所以这些小孩子呢，他们跟我完全不同，我是从小就捕抓这些幼虫啦、蝴蝶啦、鱼啦，但是现在小孩子就是玩电脑啦、玩手机啦，就是这方面有很大的差别。还有很多补习啦，新加坡的孩子需要很多长夜补习啦，上其他的课外活动，所以这一点跟之前我的生活完全是180%的相反了。
你觉得会不会造成说，你看你的成长历史啦，我们去龙沟抓鱼啦，去草丛捉蜘蛛啦、斗蜘蛛啦，所以就是很户外，然后比较坚强，就是自己照顾自己，然后跌倒自己爬。然后现在的父母呢，就可能比较 宠爱孩子啦，然后生长的环境可能比较舒适，会被造就成现在的企业家，或者是现在的年轻人，就比较相当对你来讲，你会不会觉得他们比较脆弱一点？
我不觉得，应该是让他们如果父母能够放开一点，让儿女有这种课外活动，或者让他们很有独立的精神，我觉得他们还是有发展的空间呐。比如说我在那个国民服务之后呢，我就在一间日本公司里面当户外的那些在售卖他们的日本产品嘛。就在日本公司里面呢，就你以前没有学到的，但是在上了日本公司之后呢，我就深刻的理解到他们怎么做系统管理啦、企业纪律啦，跟国际商业的标准啦。这个就是让小孩子从中也可以学到，不一定在学校的课本或家里你学不到的东西，而他如果去到外面，他就有这个机会让他们有发挥的能力。因为每个孩子他们都有自己的个性或者自己的理想，父母尤其是父母，现在的父母你就是要他硬让他这么做，我觉得是虽然说不是错，但是让他们有发挥的余地，就是他们以后有发展的空间。
两个下一次是属于觉得儿孙自有儿孙福了，让他们闯，让他们自己感受、经历、跌倒，然后再成长。
对的，这我觉得是这方面你是讲的很对的。
这样阿克强，以你这个应该是算50多年创业的那个旅程啊，有没有是有一段是比较没有那么顺的，没有那么顺利的？你能跟我们分享一下吗？
当然在进行我工作的过程中，在日本公司做工的时候，其实我也有考虑到，就是跟朋友啦做一些副业啦，就是投资一些副业啦。投资一些副业在一般上，因为你管理的不到也不熟嘛，就在这方面就碰钉子嘛。所投下的就是你赚多少投多少都是亏掉，因为你不懂这个行业，但是你很想去投，结果你就碰到的这个钉子嘛。
所以一个很重要的
学习的里程啊，
不熟的不要碰，
并不是说不熟的不要碰，
要做功课，
就是要做功课，做一门很深入的功课，对，
还是企业家精神跟拼搏跟敢于承担风险的那个成分还是很高的。
对的，
所以之后你又怎样亏了钱嘛，对不对？又怎样找到动力来继续，还是再爬起来？
我很巧合的，就是在1980年的时候，日本公司在新加坡因为一些政府的政策，他们就把整个厂就关掉。当时我的那个上司就给我一个很好的机会了，就当然是补了一笔钱，然后这笔钱就是我前期的第一桶金嘛，我就投入。就想要投入的过程中，想要做什么，我就想，不如把我个人的兴趣呢，就做在事业上。我开始做这个蝴蝶标本啊，批发给这些旅游商店。当时批发给他们，还有一些出名的那些商场，好像伊势丹啊，都是吆喝啊，这些都是我的顾客。但是我碰到的问题就是。批发给这些旅游景点的时候，发觉到他们的卖点就是他拿你的货去卖之后呢，他就拖你的账，一拖就拖到6个月、9个月。后来就觉得这个东西既然这么好卖，这样多倍的价钱，怎么你不把这个钱还给我们？这就是我们做生意所碰到批发给人家的最大的问题，就经济上面或者是我们钱财上面就会帮助嘛，
资金周转。
资金。后来我就想到，与其让别人做，不如自己做。我是很巧的，就在圣淘沙，当时我做了几个行业， 在那边我就是第一个出租自行车，当时我有600辆自行车，出租给那些旅客。然后我觉得，这个生意蛮不错的，旅客的生意应该是做得来。我就在一个很好的环境那边，就1983年就成立了第一家世界昆虫馆。当时我就是做的时候，我就把整个概念呢，我收藏了，就放在世界昆虫馆里面。做过后，1985年，因为那个环境不错，然后我就跟圣淘沙邀请多大的一块地，就做成了一个这个蝴蝶公园主题公园跟昆虫世界。然后从那边我就开始发展我要做的东西，就把我个人的兴趣就投入在里面。
那安哥像刚才有说到一个很重要的点，就是政府跟国家政策，然后再加上自己以一个创业要有敏锐的嗅觉跟察言观色，可以嗅到商机，对不对？从B to B 弄成 B to C， 然后反而呢，可能资金周转上面反而更好。
你讲的是对的。当时我在1986年我扩充这个发展这个蝴蝶公园的时候，当然资金我们肯定不够。之前我们有一个它现在应该叫 Spring Singapore，以前应该 Enterprise Singapore。当时我就把整个思路就呈现给负责人，他们非常看重这个项目，然后我就从中也没有个人的抵押，我就跟 Enterprise Singapore 借了一笔钱，然后就把整个这个元件上来，就是说政府给我们的政策，其实我们要懂得怎么去利用，好好的利用，还是有发展的前景、发展的空间。
所以其实
就是跟政府上面的，就是互助
不知道的观众是，其实除了新加坡的这个蝴蝶公园呢，安哥腔还有在其他的国家呢有跨国的一些企业啦跟帮助啦，包括其他的国家设立了他们的蝴蝶公园啦跟昆虫王国，对吧？
对，我在85、86年之后呢，就在槟城蝴蝶公园还有马来西亚的这个蝴蝶公园都一起合作，跟朋友合作，就在那边建了这2个馆。然后其他的行业我们也进入这个旅游行业、副产业啦，就是当时很流行的就是我们之前就叫做萨人店啦，所谓的萨人店就带着旅客啦就进去买东西啦。当然我们的不是萨人店啦，我们的是那个蜡染啊，就是 Batik Factory 在那 Batu Cave 那边，还有那个做 pewter 的 pewter，我是在新山那边做那个 pewter。但是你单单要卖这些东西，有时候我们也要有一些想法，比如说在1995年的时候，我们设立了这个馆的时候，就卖这个 builder 的时候，因为不可能就是说你卖 builder 嘛，我们也要给那些旅行社就是提供一些说那个旅客有什么想法，然后后来我们就想到了，就开始就从这个 Panda Tour 以前很出名的 Panda Tour 日本团，他们就我们就提供了一些就是自然生态的东西，我就安排去这个Kota Tinggi那个看萤火虫，结果就跟那些船员呢就谈有没有萤火虫，他就带我们去走，结果我们就安排这个团，所以旅客可以买我们的 builder， 又可以看萤火虫，又可以在那边吃他们的海鲜晚餐，这样就组成了一个新的一个不同的构思、不同的想法，让旅游景点有一个突破点哦，这样子。
明白。这样说到跨国办理跨国的公司这些，到了国外有没有会说被国外的那个商家欺负？
我之后在93年的时候，我就朋友 非常有信心。第一个就带我去中国山东的这个长清县，我们做了第一个投资在中国的博物馆跟那个水上的那个水族馆。去到那边非常的辛苦，因为当时我们过去的时候，3月初我记得是1993年3月，他给我们住的那个旅馆根本也没有空调，也没有热气，在山上是零下的。我们当时过去也不知道，就是他们就是也不理不睬，然后跟你在新加坡谈的条件也完全过去那边都是不一样。所以当时我东西已经过去了，我很不客气的跟当时的官员讲，我说既然是这样的条件，我就撤了吧。而且过去的时候，他们就是要你一直喝酒，喝白酒啦，就是他说你不喝酒，你就没有给，就很难合作的条件。我当时直接的跟那个书记讲，我说既然我来这边是叫你们怎么做景点，怎么开发这个新的景点，怎么去把这构思让成每个旅客看成就是一个能够赚钱的一个思路。我不是来这边喝酒应酬。如果你能够答应我的条件，我就继续的做。结果他们想了很久，经过几天之后，他答应我的要求。反正就是在桌子上，我就是看到没有烟没有酒，所以到今天为止，你去到中国，他就是说这个张叔叔非常的果断，就是非常的强制，就是不可以喝酒，不可以抽烟。反正在我开会的场地那边就不可以有烟，不可以有酒。这个就是碰到的问题。然后更大的问题就是因为当时我们也不懂，去到他们的那些五金店啊，要购买当时要用的那些棒啦、水棒啦，或者那些水喉那些东西，他们都说没问题的。结果订单写下来之后，1-2个月货都还没有到。然后我们再过去的时候，他说：“哦，你的货要从香港转，可能来到这边可能要6个月过后。”我一想就不对劲了，所以我就回来新加坡，马上就从新加坡就把那个集装箱就寄过去了，就在那边就在当年就把整个这个馆就做成了，这就最大的问题。
对，那时候你在中国的时候，就是看他们跟中国的企业交流的时候嘛，就是他们就是因为他们的文化就是常常就要喝酒抽烟，当你可是你不抽烟不又喝酒的，你将应付这些公司呢？
因为当时我过去就是我的专注在我应该做的水族馆跟那个昆虫馆、爬虫馆方面嘛，我很多时间都是花在上面嘛。因为我是要在3个月里面把它建成，所以我也没有什么时间，晚上反正就是把它推掉嘛，
对，
就是推掉嘛。
对，因为他们不开心嘛，就觉得你不能输入我们的文化，
所以
他们不会好像跟他们过意不去一样感觉。
不会啊，我是觉得你应该用成绩来把他那些不好的东西打掉嘛。我就表现在我的成绩单上面，并不表示在我能够喝酒了应酬了，这是我的长处嘛。我们要把我们真正的长处，就是我们能够
做好东西，
对，
这个是对，
这就是劝导下一代年轻人。并不是说你会很厉害唱歌喝酒啦，
不要应酬啦，对不对？
这你就能够表现你的智慧嘛，并不是的。我觉得你表现在你成绩单上面了，这个是非常的重要。
可是如果这样做，会不会有时候会去得罪到人嘛？
肯定会的，肯定会的。
有遇到这样的问题过吗？你讲
有碰过这样的问题，因为在当时最好的一点就是当时手机开始流行嘛。手机流行的时候呢，就是最好的礼物就是手机嘛，因为当时手机非常非常的贵。我记得手机应该是1万多人民币嘛，一台1万多人民币是可能那1年的薪水嘛。我每年大概就是买了最少10台手机了，这样就当做过年的礼物就送给他们，
对，买更好的礼物。
对，这个比任何礼物都
更好。
当然了，
每一天都可以拿住，每一天会想到你。
对， 而且这个礼物非常的有这个价值。怎么讲有价值呢？因为我记得第3年的时候，我问那个馆长，我说：“诶，前面的2年的那个手机怎么样讲？”他说：“哦，我第1台我就给我的女儿，第2台新的我就给我太太，这1台我自己用嘛。”所以全家人都很高兴嘛，所以他想要得罪你，然后想到我未来还有
对，还有多少手机可以来？
但是现在肯定现在的社会不一样，你跟他谈手机完全没有兴趣了，就是看你们看到时代的改变，你们怎么在中国或者在什么地方工作或者合作的过程中，你们调你们的心态，调你们合作的伙伴的需求嘛。那当然，现在每个人都要看的是成绩了，是吧？有创意，这个才是最重要的。
在你的过程呢，最大的感受，最大的教训呢，最贵的教训是在哪一方面呢？
最贵的教训就是我在中国合作过后呢，就是我们有一笔钱嘛，当时我们就是我的一个股东，他就请了一个马来西亚工厂的一个主管过去中国，但是这个主管呢，他去了中国就是花天酒，就是天天 happy hour 啦，
喝酒，
就是应该是做的他不做。有一次我大概3点到那边的时候，他就穿到很漂亮，其实他就负责里面的那个过滤系统啦，照顾看整个工人他们有没有工作，就是把整个工作的环境做好嘛，因为每天都有不同的学生啊，那些旅客过来嘛。他这么做之后呢，他还穿得非常漂亮，我非常的火气，就那边就讲了他几句，年轻人嘛。后来我这个朋友就合作伙伴，我们就在沈阳那边也开了一个水族馆，当时我们投了100万人民币啦，但是当地的一个投资者，其实他就没投钱，那就是他们的机会，把这个地方跟我们合作，我们就给他20%的股份，然后开始做的生意不错，但是他们之间这个股东，他们就请他本身的一位应该是小姑还是过来帮忙，这小姑就把我这个总经理就拉来，就说我要嫁给你啦。他们就过来新加坡，他是马来西亚人，去马来西亚之后呢，就要有人要管这个钱财嘛，所以整个这个钱呢，就让我这个股东去管，20%的去管。结果回去的时候呢，全部的钱他都用到完了，我们连摸都摸不到。之后我们就再打了这个官司，当然官司我们肯定是赢了，就已经定了。我在北京用了一个律师就打赢这个官司之后呢，这个律师就问我：“你敢在当地继续做这个营业这个生意吗？”他是当地人嘞，他是土豪嘞。后来我想不对劲嘛，我就把整个水族馆还有那些里面那些鱼啦、那些虾啦、螃蟹啦，全部都放在大湖里面，就给它做。那些鱼缸全部都打破了，就是没办法。这个就是非常心痛的一件很大的教训了，在中国。
从这个教训可以学到什么东西呢？
就是我们全部的投资就零嘛，那个律师费你还要还嘛，所以你想要帮忙他们把整个生态做得好，教育他们，但是他们并不是以这方面走嘛，就是说一个贪字，还有一个不相信你们国外的，就是反正钱在我手头就是我的钱了。
那么要是可以重来一次，或者是现在有年轻一辈的创业者想到国外发展，你会建议他们这么做吗？还是要是建议他们这么做的话，需要具备跟做什么样的功课？
目前不管在哪一方面，中国近20年来，因为他们的发展非常的迅速，不管是在餐饮、旅游业、工业、电脑、电子、AI，他们是 已经超越了全世界，他们已经走在前面，世界的前面了，尤其是主题公园，因为他们的条件非常的有利，他们的资源，还有他们主要就是消费的能力，还有最大的一点就是每个家庭只有一个孩子，所以很多父母要把钱，或者是祖父祖母、外公外婆了，就六个大人养一个小孩子，就是全部都投在这个小孩子身上，
反过来了。
对，这样子嘛，所以他们很舍得花这个钱，这个是一个很好的一个机会。但是这个机会呢，你怎么把握这个机会？中国既然这么强嘛，我们是一个小国，但是我们不缺我们的人才嘛，所以年轻人就要怎么样凝聚力把它凝聚起来。可能你有你的一些思路啦，我有我的一些思路啦，长期合在一起，就把整个市场慢慢的探讨，而且 AI 啦上面 GPT 啦上面都能够协助你很多好的资料，中国很好的资料都能够提供给你们，这从中我们把它发挥得更好。我们的优点就是我们365天都能够看到太阳，他们的缺点就是他们看到太阳时间可能只是一半，是吧？所以我们的优点就是365天我们都可以穿一件 T 恤在那边一直在研讨。他们谈的就是主要就是利益，怎么样赚大钱。当然赚钱是非常重要，但是我们先把我们的思路做对，我觉得年轻人你就很好的发展空间。尤其我谈到这个主题啦，做这个生态旅游啦，所以我们天天可以看到生态啊，可以天天看到鸟在飞啦。但是他到了现在冬天，他们要到南方来观赏鸟啦，或者来我们南方来看这些东西，这就是我们的一个优越的条件啦。这样子，当然其他的行业，我现在今天主要重点我们谈的就是旅游业的发展嘛，
对，
这样子嘛，是不是？或者你们有一些说旅客过来啦，有一些想法啦，做餐饮的啦，你可以把你应该做的东西让他们不止餐饮，就像餐饮它只是来吃，怎么带回去当做一个长期的纪念，回去吃的时候是想到你的东西，我觉得是非常好。我们新加坡其实有几个很好的牌子，他们都做得成功。之前就是那个什么鱼皮的那个鱼皮饼啊，我们也不要说牌子了，说你们自己去查一下，这就是一个很好的思路，对不对？到今天为止，他们还是非常的出名。虽然很多中国啦，那个就是日本，他们也跟着他做，让别人跟在后面已经失败了一半。你走在时代的前面呢，或者找那些团队，你觉得他们有很好的思路，所以我们的时常这思路就是我们长期的 ADM 就在这边，这个才是最重要的。
对啊，我想问多一个问题啊，因为你做生意已经有50多年了嘛，通常有些生意就是需要朋友嘛，朋友一起合股就做生意出来，有没有一个情况变成，如果你合股的时候变成你相信的朋友、最好的朋友背叛了，有没有这样的情况发生过吗？
应该都会有的，不管是我或者任何人合作，只要合作就有问题嘛。人字你看人字就是三画嘛，你转过来也是人，翻过去也是人，就是三画嘛，你看出来还是人嘛。所以你要把这三画怎么做的它互惠互利，那个是合作人之间的一些条件啦，所以我们要把它写得非常的清楚。比如说你现在想要做这个生意，觉得非常的好，这10个人呢，可能我觉得我如果管理，我说 OK 了，我就投入20%嘛，做管理的人就投入多一点，那些有意思但是又怯胆的，我可能5%嘛，但是我不管啦，当然呢，这账要弄得非常的清楚，但是我投入20%，但是我薪水还是要拿，因为工作还是工作，薪水还是薪水，投资利润是以后的事情嘛，这要分得非常的清楚。有些是说生意做不起了啦，你会碰到一个问题是 做生意做起来的大家都要想投，做不起的你叫他们再投钱说哦不投了吧，这个最大的问题，这个还也是我们要怎么去解决问题。但是长期的思路应该改变，年轻人的想法要把它，就是为什么我们做不起，为什么我们碰到的问题，我们要考虑到失败的原因，并不是说因为要做的时候大家就是想到成功，就是赚钱赚大钱，但是没有想到失败的时候的解决方案嘛。
所以最近在那个疫情的时候嘛，你是这样度过了？那时候你遇到的问题是在哪方面？然后你怎样度过那个时间？那个
没有旅客啊，
对啊
那段时间。
其实我们在这第一次是在那个2003年 SARS 的时候，那个是6个月的时间比较短，还没多大的影响。这次的影响力比较大，因为这拖了接近应该是3年时间嘛。不止我们这个行业，很多行业都倒闭，尤其是旅游业，就是第一个影响的，不管什么行业来讲，但是第一个受影响就是旅游业。我没钱，我就是不出国旅游了，我就不买东西，逼不得已还要买，还要吃嘛，还要住，还要用，这个是一定经过的。所以我们也同样的，也照样也是没办法。也是照样，但是在这过程中呢，我们有很多机会，就是思考一下，我们这几十年也难有这个机会，就是坐下来思考一下，尤其是前几年啊，很多东西我们可以在网上看得到啦，就是很多提议啦，我们之间我们可以有自己的想法，就是把之前我们做过从中的组织一下，这怎么样为未来的发展应该有怎么样的方针。怎么去做法，所以我就笼统就想出来，你不可能一个人的力量，所以为什么群体力量非常的重要？因为刚才我都提及，可能想做一样东西，不管是旅游也好，餐饮也好，或者你要做高科技也好，主题工也好，可能你就一群人，但是你一定有一个主导领导人非常重要，并不是说他讲了算数，但是让大家了解一下，我们就做一个整个市场的调查，然后我们就能够有回馈，那才是前景的光明方针。
那在疫情期间，就是大多数观光啦、餐饮啦，那些都需要旅客的，都会受到巨大的影响。然后在那段比较灰暗的时期，你觉得政府啦、协会啦，跟可能组织上面有怎样的帮助呢？
其实这方面新加坡做的比很多国家都好得多，就是我们多方面，并不是说单单照顾到旅游这一方面。我看到政府所做的是全民的协助，就是每一个公民至少你有饭碗吃啦，对不对？你有衣服穿啦。你每个人都有机会打针啊，你没钱都没问题的，是吧？也不用排队，只要轮到你走进去都没问题的。这从上到下都照顾非常的齐全。当然是就剩下来的时间，就是不可能每一个行业政府能够协助你嘛。要说到旅游业政府当时也是提供了一个非常好的平台，就是给一些免费的那个，你可以用那个voucher去进旅游景点嘛，这也帮助了不少的景点或者是旅游业方面嘛，所以这个是比任何一个国家我说是强得多了，所以我们这就是我们国家的优点。
对，我们政府在这个疫情就有很多现金给公民花在很多旅游业的地方，可是好多年前，好像比如在97、98年的时候，亚洲的那个风暴，那时候政府真的是没有帮到什么东西的。那时候很多公司倒，那时候影响到你吗？
其实97、98年对我们没有什么影响，对我们什么影响？当时我们因为第一点，我们还的租金非常的低，也没人想做这个行业嘛， 我记得当时我们还就是几百块钱的租金而已，所以没有多大的影响。而且我们谈的就是学校团呐、所以学校组织过来，他们必须要花的这个钱还是花。理科可以少一点，但是还是有这个空间，所以对我们来讲没有什么影响。所以刚才我提到最大影响就是这一次的疫情了，最大的影响。
因为直接冲击到旅游业，对。然后你参与的那些协会啦，或者会长啦，有怎样的对其他的协会的那个会员呢有帮助跟支持呢？
我在旅游景点在圣淘沙当了这个旅游景点协会当了20年的主席，还有在这个新加坡也是当了16年的会员主席。在这方面呢，我是觉得如果我们戴着主席或者是这个committee 的帽子呢，我们就是专注于应该怎么把这个组织弄得好，不应该以自己的利益着想，就应该这个是非常非常要放得非常的分得很清楚。我当时做的一件事情就是，我记得我们就是很多旅游景点嘛，缺乏就是沟通。后来就想到怎么样沟通，当然就是说那个做一个 brochure rack，就是放那个介绍书嘛。所有那些
对那个站的
那边嘛，
转去的，
对对，我就跟那个旅游局那边申请一批那个就是赞助嘛，当时谈了很久，从30%、50%，最后我们拿到80%，其实非常的当时我可以说，当时批下来这个人呢，或者这组人，他们非常的有远见。但是他们要的条件就是，我们大概应该是有可以放100个那个介绍书嘛，100或100多介绍书嘛，在200多间或者差不多100多间的酒店，全部都有我们的 brochure rack 嘛，因为这个 brochure rack 当时做起来不便宜，搞到完大概是20多万嘛。所以作为一个领导，就是我们怎么样去为这个协会先赚钱，然后为那个 committee 怎么去从市面上拿这个钱，我觉得是非常重要的。
要照顾到每个人的利益。
对，这个是不容易的。
不容易啊。
要帮助会员，有组织跟团结起来还是相对的比较好的。对，所以这是你担任会长跟主席期间的这个你为会员谋得的福利。像你觉得以你这样看的话，参加组织啦，或者协会啦，或者创业者聚集起来有帮助吗？重要吗？
有，非常重要的。我们过后呢，我们还做了一件很重要的事情，当然就是因为当时还好了，现在比较辛苦一点。当时呢，我们每一个旅游景点，我们会给当然是总裁他有一张特别的卡，然后每间公司就有2间卡，这个卡允许在位工作人员呢，他们可以休息的，他们可以拿这个卡去指示我们的会员那边，就可以过去那边免费的带他的孩子，可以带到3位到4位进去免费看，好像说他去到动物园啦、海底世界啦、或者是鸟园啦、飞行公园，这些都免费，去圣淘沙都是免费，坐缆车这样子，给他们一个不错，我参加我们这个虽然我们公司小，可能就是一个小小博物馆嘛，但是我们还有这个都不错，
有被重视到，
被重视到，
对，
这样子，所以他觉得这个东西不错，所以这个虽然是在过程中很多就是谈的过程比较麻烦嘛，因为有些很大都说每个都来我这边啊，这样子我们会损失了很多，他们都会想到。但是我说你要长期，你要想到，你也可以去到别人那边嘛，
带流量过来嘛。
对，这样子吧。但是后来我们就不允许说这个卡乱用啊，有些他们的 卡借给
哇
朋友啦，
对，
这样子
要交给
都
朋友啊
有碰到
这些
肯定有碰到这样的问题嘛。因为你想一天，如果我去几个景点，带3个小孩子，我进去可能就要花几百块钱嘛。
对，
这个是非常非常大的问题，我们要考虑到了，就是。
这样以张叔你所说的，就是说你算是创一代嘛，对吗？自己先创业，也不可能从长辈那边也没有得到太多的经验，可是肯定是有很多的支持，对不对？会吗？你
我
创业的，
我创业，我父母都非常穷，所以从小因为就是看到穷的痛苦了，这样就把它做，所以就劝导下一代了。就是我们要怎么样用我们父母赋予我们的智慧啦，去从这边发展啦，去做得更好嘛。
像你创一代的那个角度来说，你这样教育自己的孩子，作为创二代或者他们也自己是创一代，因为你有很多丰富的经历啦，那么你是怎么教导自己的孩子？跟你有什么话想对下一代的这些创业者呢说？
我不谈的创业者了，就是说下一代是希望父母呢，让孩子不要管得这么严，管严是好，但是你放松一点，让他们自由发挥，我觉得对他们有更好的未来的发展空间。如果你管得太严，所以可能这个孩子，你看他去玩泥土啦，很难讲，可能他们改次就是土木工程师啦，或者这样的发展商嘛，对不对？摸到泥，是吧？在水沟里面抓鱼啦，可能他们是水质专家啦，对不对？水对人很重要嘛，是吧？好像我去中国的时候，当时我在这个代表旅游景点过去跟中国人谈的时候，他突然间就叫我上场去讲。我第一句，他后来就整个脑子是空嘛，我就想到2句话，其实讲起来也很好笑，就是我说希望你不要把这些旅游客当做旅游，你这样他们应该是去观光。他们问我什么旅游跟观光有什么不同嘛？我就讲旅游就是走走看看叫旅游嘛，观光就不同。观光参观之后呢，就把你裤袋里面的钱花到光光，这些是我们要的旅游客应该做到的。
那张叔是很我是觉得以创一代跟建国一代的那个企业家来讲，张叔的那个思路是属于比较开放的，跟我本身在家里碰到的情形是比较不一样，都蛮大胆，跟建议年轻一代放手去拼搏，也建议父母让孩子放松去发挥他们自己的特长。对，然后谢谢张叔接受我们的邀请。然后就是说观众朋友们，如果你们有说想听到怎样类型的创业者接受我们的采访，请在我们的电邮这边发送你们适合你们或者建议的那个企业家。然后谢谢大家
关注我们，
对，谢谢。
Welcome to Ground Zero Stories podcast. I'm Adeline.
And I'm Liang.
We are the hosts for Ground Zero Stories podcast. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't interview people about success after it happens.
At Ground Zero Stories, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, and before the story sounds neat. We explore the moments of doubt, decision, pressure, and perseverance, because real success is built long before it looks obvious.
Yes, that's right. So this is Ground Zero Stories brought to you by Divergent Entrepreneur Academy. This is a place where we empower individuals like yourself and organizations grow through our 4D success framework, and they are discover, dream, deliver, discover, dream, develop, and deliver. These are the 4D framework, and it will help individuals to unlock their potential and move ideas into actions. So today in our studio, we are very privileged to be joined by famously known as Uncle Ringo, someone whose journey reflects what Ground Story Zeros want to cover. So yes, Uncle Ringo is Mr. Liew Chiang. His journey began with a simple desire to bring joy. He left a chemical trading career. He founded Uncle Ringo in 1984, turning small carnival rides into a national icon. After COVID nearly ended everything and also a life-threatening surgery, he rebuilt with resilience, reinventing fun fairs alongside with his daughter and proving that life is indeed worth fighting for. Liang, did you grow up with Uncle Ringo? As in,
Uncle Ringo was founded
are
before I
friends?
was born.
Okay,
So yes, I grew up with. Yeah, I grew up.
Got it.
You're so young.
You cannot tell. Yes, but for me, right, I always look forward to around Chinese New Year.
Yeah.
And I'm very, very excited when I see them erecting all the fun fairs, right?
Yes.
The merry-go-round rides. And I always pray that my parents will have money to bring me there. Yeah, so bring us back to that ground zero where one day you wake up, you decided to sell happiness. How did it all started?
Oh, I started the business in 1984 when my wife was expecting. And then I tried to think how to bring happiness to my new baby. Yeah, because I know in the business world, it was very tough. When I was in the chemical business, I have so much debt to chase. Selling was easy, but collecting money was very difficult and very stressful. So I was trying to recall what kind of business that can bring happiness to the new generation. Yeah. Then I go back to my memory lane. So when I was young, I remember my father brought me to circus. I was so happy, but only once. I still remember circus. Then during my secondary school days, I studied in Victoria Secondary School. So for the first 3 years, every day for 5 days, I have to walk through the newer amusement park. So in the afternoon, walk through, and then evening 6 o'clock, I got to walk back, from Serangoon Road, cut through the amusement park and to Jalan Besar Road. That stretch while I was in the newer amusement park after school, after 6 p.m. I saw how the families were having a good time there. So, and I was very amazed. And the last 2 years, the secondary 2 and the 3 years, I also participate and join my friend to play in the bumper car and play on the soccer tables. So I remember those days was really we call happiness.
But was making money at the top of your mind when you started this business?
No, I don't think so. I was just I have made some money during my chemicals business time. So I think making money is not important because we don't need a lot of money. So I just pump in some money and started this business.
Uncle, it sounds pretty much like Uncle Ringo was born out of the love of a father and bringing
Yeah.
joy to kids and other families. Yeah, and it's I think we our generation can resonate. Looking forward to going the fun fairs and so much excitement when we see the tentages being erected in the neighborhood or the central area. But how do you think that the kids have grown up and evolved through the 80s, 90s, and now 2020s? How have the kids and the behavioral habits been like?
Kids depends. They come from what kind of families. In my family, my father, we have eight children, but I was the one always cling to my father. So I always got all the good deal. Going to the market, go to the dinner. I also, my father brought me a few times to this Great World Amusement Park, where we attended the wedding dinner. So before the dinner started, I with some friends, we went to the amusement park and play first. So we remember those days. Then my other sibling, they are not so active like me. I was, in a way, a black sheep of the family. And you see, some family I met some friends also. They don't have childhood. When I asked them, how was your childhood, they cannot recall anything. Where got money to play? Where got money? Everything is only play, catch spider, play marble, that kind of thing. Which we also have. I have tried those things as well. But amusement park, playing in amusement park really bring you good memories, especially when you were playing with your parents. Then you can remember how your parents treat you. That's why I always advise my friends. Hey, bring your children to overseas to theme park, shoot some video, take some photo. In future, it will be very valuable.
Memories.
Yeah, memories, I say. Now the most important thing to sell, I think, is memories.
Yeah, so I think building fun and building memories, living memories. Yeah. So how do you then? I mean, you have been in the business for so many years, right? How do you think that the youths are reacting to fun fairs?
Now, because there are so many kind of entertainment, I think most of them spend a lot of time on the mobile phone, which I also spend a lot of time on the phone. But you learn a lot of things from the phone. But for youth, I think it's not very healthy, because I've seen some youth, they really cling to the computer or the phone. They neglected their family, even then there's no good for their health, also the eyesight. A lot now you see all the young kids, very young, they have to wear spectacles already, and then the problem with the phone thing, I think many parents also know, and the computer, when it's like addicted to it. So I think fun fair business is evergreen. That's why for me, it's a passion. Because I spend so much time, all my investment is all on the aeroplane, on the train, on the Ferrari, but all just for fun.
It seems like you only do this fun fair business in the last 50 over years.
Last 40 over
40
years.
over years. Did you try anything else?
I never. I think that's why I got some friend at early stage. They asked me to invest in property. A few of my friends invest property, very interesting. But I don't find any meaning in that kind of business because I find it too slow. So I love to see families happy together. That was the secret of my business, which I very hard to explain to people.
The purpose and mission. I think it's beyond.
When
beyond
I told
just
my
a
friends, I
business.
say, when I see people happy, I'm so happy. They say, you sell, making money is more important. Because when I was young, my parents also always quarrel, too many children. So I find, happiness is very important. Even though I was very close with my father, but we never really show expression of happiness. Because last time people don't show feelings so easily. Yeah.
Yes. I resonate with that.
So in your early days of setting up Uncle Ringo, did it fulfill your purpose that people
Yeah.
are happy
Yeah.
and you are also happy because money is also coming in?
Sometimes you look easy and you love passion, but really when you get into it, then you know what, the water is so deep.
Tell us more.
Yeah. So when I started, the first problem I have is manpower. You know. So then when school holiday, luckily I still got some schoolboys are holiday. They still help me. After school holidays, school started. I have no manpower. Yeah, I have to go down and do the job. I went down and do it myself. No, and then when I was young, I was still healthy. I can lift up the inflatable by myself. But now after getting old, I realized I really damaged my spine. Yeah. So when you were young, you doesn't know you can stretch all the way. Yeah. But it was also a good experience. But there was so many obstacles. Manpower and also all weekend burnt because festival also burnt.
Yeah.
So I realized my young daughter, every year they go out with my wife for holiday. I cannot join them. Yeah, because they always go out during December to Indonesia. I cannot join them because I say no choice. Big event I got to be there. Especially the organizer tell me, Uncle Ringo, you must be around.
Bringing joy to other people's family.
Correct, yeah. So
Do you have I mean in their growing up, do you hear a lot of resentment from the especially the younger daughter?
yeah, my daughter when she was young, always she joined, visited my fun fair. She enjoyed so, especially during her secondary school. She always bring her friends. She got a lot of friends. And she was from St. Nicholas School. So a lot of the St. Nicholas girls always come with her to the fun fair. So they were also having good time.
Nice.
So when she grew up, she did help me. So until when I faced obstacle, I think 15 years ago, the government have new regulation, a lot of documentation, a lot of, So I asked her to if she want to join me or not, because at that time she was having a very good job. And then she said, Papa, your business is small business. She was working in corporate, big corporate. So I said, no choice. If you don't help me, I think I have to close down the company because too stress for me to do it. So finally she decided she joined me. Yeah.
So did she kind of pivot the businesses into other directions?
Definitely, she helped me a lot because documentation and a lot of things she helped. But I still did all the tough job, but she did all the easier job. But finally, I can see also very stressful for her because she have to learn from scratch. Yeah.
What are the tough jobs?
Tough job. I think was if I'm not wrong, she also went down to help.
So you mean the labor part, the setting up, or was it to find more customers, find more rights?
Handling customer, I think handling customer.
Okay.
But she don't complain too much for me, but I know there was a lot of problems.
She probably inherited the resilience and the perseverance from you. Never give up.
I believe so.
Yes.
So I think we heard that there was the government regulations and the need for documentations, as well as the changing needs and wants from the younger kids. What other times that in particular that you felt that there was a very down and low point in your career or your entrepreneurship journey?
For me, all the time was very good because even recession, when really very bad recession, families still bring the children out to have a good time.
Parents still want their kids to be happy.
So, but we were not making big money, so we make less money, but we still have business. Until we got hit by SARS, totally 6 months, no business. Then we felt the pain. And then the worst one was the
COVID.
COVID time, 2 years. COVID was the worst because COVID during 2020, my business was so big, and my biggest mistake was I never invest in property, so I rented 3 big warehouse, and the warehouse cost me so much money. For me, money was no problem because every week, every month we have events. So sometimes, and we operate a lot in the night markets, and it's always cash. We got a lot of cash, and for 2 years, no events, no revenue, and then so much bill to pay. That was the first time I got hit so bad. We don't know. It's like going to be the end of the world. And then until my daughter say, "Hey, might as well give up.
Yeah.
No point because we cannot keep on paying so much money every month."
But you still don't give up.
You're still here?
I told my daughter how to give up. We got so much equipment. I got, even you dump into the sea, you still going to cost you a lot of money.
What kept you going? What kept you going?
I was thinking it's going to open. I've been to SAR time. We already learned a lesson. We thought the government will open up, but they still don't open up.
So just wait and wait.
So but then still, we later stage when I still go out with friends and we still meet and talk, and on outside we still okay, everything still fine, but inside we were very stressed. I was very stressed until 1 year after the COVID, I felt my chest so stressed. Then I realized,
I think that's really why we want to do this Ground Zero Story series, whereby people look at us from the outside and all look so nice and pretty and glorious,
Yes.
But these are often stories that are untold and not shared, and all the sub story, all the heartaches, that the entrepreneurs go through, and we want people to come in with their eyes open.
Yeah, the hard decisions you have to make. But really, I'm in awe and amazed how you, despite the health scare, you still don't give up. Then what was your family response?
The reason why after my surgery, I still continue because during the pandemic time, we also took loan from banks. We took a lot of loan from bank just to roll. So I don't want my daughter to bear to solve the problem. So I have to be around. But then after pandemic, still the economic is not good. Still slow. The business still very slow.
Yeah, recovery was slow.
Yeah, and then business slow. Never mind. We found revenue going down, but expenses going up. Warehouses, rental going up, and then manpower also going up 50%. So it's another very tough journey to go ahead. Yeah.
So how much are you involved in the business? You probably handed over to your daughter already, right? How are you involved? Like 10%, 20%?
Yeah, maybe about 20-30%.
Just to support.
I still stick around because some of the business, my old friends, old relation, connection, they still give us the business. But also recently we faced some competition. There are new player in the market because now you can buy amusement right from what they call Taobao, very cheap. It's from China. The equipment so cheap, so easy entry nowadays. So there are few new entrepreneurs coming in, and then in doing business in Singapore is always on tender, especially the government. So and then the tender, they always look at the lowest price.
One of the factors.
Yeah, one of the factor. So, but then all those years when we started, we supported many events. We took many risks, and we did also lost a lot of money working with somebody on a new event. We believe their story, and then we move in everything. We cannot see the crowd, and we lose money. But we don't cry because we make some money, we lose some money. So finally, we don't make a lot of money. Yeah. But then now this day, when after 40 years, our brand is very strong. We should be making a lot of money. But then when it comes to this kind of situation, still very hard to make money. Yeah.
Yeah. So now you're busy staying in the business to support your daughter.
Yeah.
So it also sounds like both of you have a very good, close father-daughter relationship. Does she confide with you her problems, her struggles in the business, or she doesn't want you to be worried? For now?
I think so. She don't want me to be worried so much. But I know I can see there's still a lot of problem. Yeah. For me, I also take it easy because I also don't want to stress so much. Sometimes we lose the job, we don't fight. Just give way. Before we go fight. You see, a lot of people think Uncle Ringo is only in the night market in Singapore business, but truly we have been around many parts of the world. We have done job in Malaysia, and our big job, we have done very big job in China. And
So what is one value? Sounds like your daughter really take after you, the strength, the independence. What is one value or one trait that you think she is very much like you or she model after you that make her or shape her who she is?
we are very passionate in amusement business. We find fun, make people happy. You see? Yeah. So I think she's also very passionate in this business. But I told her, if we go on like that with new competition, we will face big problem. But then, my 40 years in this business, I've done so many events. I think more than easily 2,000 events. And then every event there is a story. And also for some event there is also relationship. Those, during my first 20 years, I received so much, what we call the plug from plug.
Yes.
Plastic, those, what do you call it, plug?
Plug,
Yes,
awards
plug,
lah.
plug and
Yes.
awards.
Until my office no place to hide. And I received so much testimony.
Yes.
So I always told my friend, hey, this is a damn good business though. They pay you, after you do a good job, they still say thank you very much.
Wow.
So I really enjoy the business because the customer was also very genuine. They have a good time. They see all their visitors were laughing and happy, so they give us a good testimony. But now these days, you do a job, they never say anything. Yeah.
Yeah, Liang, I don't know whether you notice or not. When Uncle Ringo, he recounted all of this.
Yeah.
Do you see the spark in her eyes?
He's still smiling.
the
There's no one
genuine-
moment that
Yeah.
I recall that I don't see him smiling.
Yeah,
No
he's
lah,
so
I
positive.
think it come natural. No.
He's always about
Yes.
bringing happiness and joy to people other than, his eyes always sparkle when he speak of his daughter Joyce,
Yeah.
especially.
I feel so blessed that at least I kind of like grow up
Yeah.
in that era. But the children today, they are I don't if I say Uncle Ringo to my daughter, it probably doesn't ring a bell.
Yeah, that's right.
So the business kind of like pivoted out of Singapore because of the challenges.
Yeah, that's right. Because Singapore was too strict, and then when I did carnival in China, we were like celebrity, Yeah, because we really delivered to them, good job, and I also got
More plugs.
more plugs from China. Yeah, and then we in Singapore, not many people know we brought in the UK Fun Fair, very big carnival, and then one shipload of equipment. We did in several places like Woon, Bishan, Jurong East, Yishun, Bukit Timah. Very big carnival, occupying maybe 1 hectare of space. With roller coaster, 35-meter high Ferris wheel. So those days we really make some money. Yeah, and then we really smiling every day.
More sparkle in the eyes.
So, but then with those money I make, I never invest in anything else. I still invest back into the amusement equipment. Yeah, but when during the pandemic time, in order to save rental space, we scrap away a few big rides. which when we bought was very expensive. Yeah. But we were thinking no point keeping the rights when we can't use it because of the government regulation. They need a lot of documents. So we were thinking bringing the rights to other country to use it. But we kept that for a few years, so we finally scrapped a few rights. And it was very hard pain also.
This I think is like cutting loss when you still can to prevent further damages.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So was COVID really the biggest and the major crisis in your 40 years of business?
Yeah, definitely. You know, my 40 years of business, I think my life is, I just what call service provider, but providing happiness. I hardly have holidays, during festivals. But my holidays only when people are working, school examination, I was very free. But when it come to festival and weekend, I was always burned. And I was so used to working all year around. So when pandemic, COVID, one whole year you don't have event to do, you don't know what to do. No? Yeah. So stressful and go back every day, night watching the TV and eating potato chips.
That's stressful for you.
That's the most stressful.
You see, I was right to say that entrepreneurs have a certain trait called itchy backside.
Itchy backside syndrome.
Cannot sit
Must
still.
do something.
Cannot sit still, yeah.
Yeah, not used to the boredom.
Yeah.
Must always do something. Yeah. So you see, you have this business for 40 years and I mean, it's like 2-3 generations of kids becoming adults, bring their kids back again. I think you've seen through a lot of revolution, evolution, change in needs and wants, and did a lot of adaptations. So I'm hearing that you are saying that right now you want to bring the fun to people outside of Singapore. What? Maybe you can share with us.
No, we have brought the fund out of Singapore. We have been in China a few times. And then the very big event in China. And Uncle Ringo, we also received a Golden Pony Awards from this Europe because I think it was in 2003. I flew to Italy to collect the plaque because we brought in more than 100 Europeans to operate the carnivals here. For a whole year.
Great job.
When they went home, they I think some of them have mentioned to this academic that in Singapore there's this guy, he's really big entrepreneur, big showman. So they came over, to flew over, they interviewed me, and then they told me to collect attend the gala, dinner to collect the plaque. So was so grand. But then I kept it by myself. My friends was telling me, why don't you show this to our government? I said, what for? You think our government bother? They don't care, because you don't bring value to the country, Yeah, you bring value to, my business is what they call traveling. We don't station at one place. Actually, for amusement business in Singapore, I try to build a park if I can. They bring back the what they call heritage, the Great World Amusement Park. Yeah, when during 2010, I think this MediaCorp Raintree they did a movie with one producer called I think Kelvin Tong. The title of the show was Great World. It was a great world, something like that. But the whole show was about the heritage Great World Amusement Park story. So we supply them those hardware, those games and rights. And then when the movie was launched, we were invited to build a replica of the Great World Amusement Park. So we did it at Sengkang in
Near the MRT, right?
Yeah, but opposite the Compass Point Shopping Center.
Yes, I
That
remember.
one, if you go to YouTube, you go to Uncle Ringo Great World Amusement Park, You can see the piece of video. So we try to bring back the what they call the feeling of attending the old
Great
amusement
World,
park.
yes.
Yeah,
Nostalgia.
nostalgia. So the first thing, we were also wanting to promote what you call the three-tier generation. First thing, you walk through the gate, you can see the big arch of the Great World Amusement Park. So let's say if Akong come in, they were first thing Akong will feel tua sei gai, dai sei gai, that kind of feeling because they can remember when they visited the park during in the
Cantonese
50 or
Hokkien.
60. Yeah. So inside the whole amusement park, the event, the music was all 60. The Beatles, the Elvis Presley, and then all the Chinese song Cha Cha Hambo, give the feeling. And a lot of things, we try to replicate the whole thing for 1 month during Chinese New Year time.
Oh.
It was very successful. And then the opening was launched by, I think, 5 VIP. By the time there was Deputy Prime Minister Mr. Teo Chin Yen and Mr. Amam Magat and Gan Tempo and Charles Chong, a few MP. So they love it because they know Uncle Ringo. I was the only one who can do it.
Growing up.
Because I have got I was the only one that have the bumper car and then the big carousel and that kind of thing. The most interesting thing was to make it more real. We have this one corner we call, I think what's called joget or those days. I think your generation you will know the visitor buy the tickets and then there was a stretch of a fleet of women sitting there and then you can choose the lady you like and you can dance with her.
I
You
never
never
seen
know,
this before my time.
I think people above 60
they will know.
Not yet.
No, you can dance, but you
Definitely.
cannot touch her. No, just joking. I think what is the word for it? Malay they call it lengkong or whatever. So dance.
Wow. So all the men queue up.
No, that was the real entertainment for the men beside the amusement park. So we did one corner that place. I can talk or not? I don't know.
Can. Yes.
Okay.
No censor.
So the few I just now mentioned the few VIP was also dancing.
Oh, okay.
So we
okay.
were feeding. After finish, we went for coffee in another room. The room we call what is it? I cannot remember the name. It's a nightclub We make it design a nightclub. So inside was on the table. We sitting. We were talking. So one of my schoolmates, the also member of parliament, Mr. Teo Selak. So he was there. He was telling me, Ringo, why you bring such an old lady for us? You should bring something more interesting. Dancing must be happy. So we were talking. So I was telling him, hey, come on.
Who want to?
When I was interviewed by the boss, my boss said, Uncle Ringo, you want to do this, you must do it original.
This is the true flavor.
I said, you must do sui.
This is the original
I can
cast.
do it. I said, I'm going to bring back the Great World Amusement Park sui. So then I say, that's what I did. I'm a gentleman. Sui means sui. So I went and start looking for these dancers, those who were dancing in the Great World those days. And when they were dancing there, they were only 18 years old. But now they are 68 years old. so all of them were laughing. So, we are all human. We need time to, cannot be so strict all the time. So they were laughing. That's what we call entertainment. Entertain.
Replica cannot turn back time.
So we entertain people to make people happy, you see. When you can make a great VIP happy, I tell you this, what they call a great job. Yeah. So those VIP, very hard to make them laugh and be happy.
Inside a room, I think they can. They
Yeah,
can let their hair down.
That's right.
I think it's a great idea to have this kind of 3G kind of 3 generation kind of interaction.
Yeah.
Whereby letting the grandchildren see how their parents.
No, that's
or even
why
their
I said
grandparents
my passion. I also announced I want to find a place to start this Great World Amusement Park. My objective was so that the older generation can come and enjoy also. you know, and then they can really have one final round of
Bring
happiness
back,
before
yes.
they leave this world. So that was what I've been trying to do lah, you know, because I can do it because I've been there. I know how to make it, to bring back the real feeling. You bring back the old music, you already win 50%. You make the rights look old, and then everything look old. Even the the dress, we can do it lah.
But dancers look young.
So amusement is amusement. Merry-go-round, you just go round and round. So no big deal lah. We can do that. So that was my dream to do it. Yeah,
Is it going to happen?
I think maybe possible, no, because during my surgery, I actually, well, I don't know. I thought I was already gone, no, because at one time I could not breathe after the operation. I thought, die. Where's the nurse? I thought, finally the nurse came. What happened? I said, I cannot breathe, no. So finally, I was thinking, hey, how come I still can be around? So I was thinking, then one of my friends saying, you must have something that you
Need to do.
your job not finished done.
Yes.
Well, you must make some. You must make you have what they call.
Unfulfilled.
你的工作还没做好啊。
Unfulfilled mission.
Yes.
Means so I think one 工作没做好 is I want to build a Great World Amusement Park because really to bring back the generation so that the akong and the now I'm also akong lah, you know. So the grandchildren can akong can explain to the grandchildren, and then grandchildren can understand the history of Singapore.
Yes.
You know, and then the final thing is to build the relationship. What called 3-tier generation relationship together.
Yes. Not just looking at the phone, right?
Yeah, because happiness, when everybody is happy, everything can be settled.
True.
You know.
When the rapport is
Yeah,
there.
when everybody is very strict, there's no communication. It's like another thing I came up this year, because Uncle Ringo now we have face competition. So I told my daughter, we must sell better value to the customer. You know, better value in a way is intangible value. You know, that means we cannot say we are going to bring in bigger rights or better rights. You know, we can sell them our experience, bring back memories, and then promote. We have been working with Singapore Kindness Movement for many years, the kindness thing, and then also we have been promoting peace and love before on a smaller scale, but we want to go full swing and do it because we find happiness, kindness, now come peace and love they are very important value to the family, to the world as well. Look at our world now, so messy. Nobody talk about peace, and the guy who talk about peace is just bullshit and talk, but no action. If no peace, seriously, the what you call the situation will get worse. One mistake, we are going to be very bad situation. Yeah, and love is also very important. Now you see, look at the divorce rate in the world now. Oh, little problem, they want to divorce. Nobody talk. No. And then how the younger generation, how the younger children, even they suffer if all these things, all this war happening now. Look at the younger children. Some of the children, they don't even have the chance to have a good childhood. Yeah, those things you think back is somebody must do something to do it. If nobody do it, let Uncle Ringo try it.
Nice.
So inspiring.
No, like, always everything start with an idea,
Yes.
a dream, and then the next thing is let's do it.
It's really inspiring because the younger generation, of course, you are much younger. You also have a big and bold
Yeah.
dream,
Yeah.
and you think that your runway is still very long. You can slowly try out. But really, what amazed me and inspired me is Uncle Ringo, despite his age and experience and what he has gone through, he's still very, very passionate
That's why-
about other people, putting other people needs.
I think everything you start with ideas, then you must talk with your friend, get a dream, and then you must really do it.
Correct.
No.
Execute it.
When
yes.
during my days, I want to bring the biggest fun fair in Singapore. I was thinking how to bring it because money is so hard earned, it takes so long. So when I went to England, I saw this fun fair. I start talking to them. You want to come to Singapore, and then just from an idea, slowly it grows up, and then we really make it happen. We did the biggest fun fair in Singapore. Until now, I don't see there any biggest fun fair around. So you must what we call whatever you want to do must be also calculated, possible or not. You cannot do it. Find somebody, collaborate with the giants, and do it. Yeah.
Very wise.
I think what we keep hearing is love, fun, and I think this fuels Uncle Ringo's mission and his purpose in doing what he do, and that's what keeps him going and going and going despite so many ups and downs he faced in the 40 years. Yeah, from the small love in his own family to the bigger love to the Singaporeans and people beyond our shores. Yeah. So I think
If I were to bring back to time, if you ask Joyce, your daughter, to help you in the business, and the answer she gave you is no,
Yeah.
will
Correct.
Uncle Ringo still be around today?
Won't be around.
Won't be around.
Yeah. Maybe smaller scale. Yeah. So the same thing. We have done 40 years of happiness. We have done it now.
Yes.
Everybody know Uncle Ringo sell happiness. And then happiness is very easy to sell. Now I find somebody buy some amusement machine, they can say they also sell happiness. So kindness is interesting because we have Singapore Kindness Movement. They did a good job. They already make Singapore so popular for our kindness movement.
Right.
So the next big thing is peace. Nobody talk about peace. I think Singapore should be a country that can promote peace talk, and then love. I think I still find these four pillars they are very interesting. Finally, I think I still have a few more years to go. Why not? And what they call open it up. Anybody want to cooperate with Uncle Ringo? Let's do it. Yeah.
I think this is another big takeaway from Uncle Ringo, having friends and network that supported during tough times,
Yeah.
as well as helping when you go overseas. And then now again, you mentioned about if you can't do it, then we collaborate. And now calling out again for collaboration. Yeah.
But collaboration, I think in business, collaboration is very difficult. I try to collaborate because business, you have this what they call profit. Money is involved.
Not everyone is just
not everyone is
fun.
very open.
Yeah.
Every businessman, most of them, they are very selfish. They think, hey, I have this, you don't have. Why I should cooperate with you?
Right.
I want to use you, but I don't want you to use me. That kind of feeling. Even on the open, yes. But when after you cooperate, you find there's a lot of what they call different ideas. That is also a barrier. Yeah. But if you promote something that is general, like kindness, peace, love, you don't make money out of it. You really promote from your inner passion. So, yeah. And then if we start a platform, come in. Don't just talk. Do it. Yeah. So I was with Lions Club for 15 years. I see the Lions Club. Some of the clubs, they really the members they really go all the way to every week. They do volunteer work. They do promote. The charity. So I love to go and help them as well. But then I saw in like Chinese say, 自身难保. Where I got to solve my own problem first before I come back. Yeah.
Yeah, don't spread yourself so
yeah.
thin.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, we hear you, the appeal. So anyone interested to collaborate with Uncle Ringo to fulfill the dream for fellow Singaporeans, happiness, kindness,
Peace.
love,
Peace and
peace.
love.
Yes.
Yeah, I know
Peace and love.
it's very easy. I believe we can make it. You know why? Because I got a big ship. I can kick off with the carnivores. We don't just talk. We really make it happen. I got a big ship. Anybody want to do it, just jump in and do it sincerely. I think why not? And then at the same time, while doing what you can contribute back to the community, and then you also be part of the happiness.
Many
Yeah.
people have very big ships, Uncle Ringo.
Yeah.
But not many people have very big hearts like you. So we are so blessed and
No,
privileged.
not many have
Yeah.
very big shit to share. To share.
And then
So-
you are willing to share. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so today we are privileged to have Uncle Ringo bringing fun to the studio as well as fun to Singaporeans for the past 40 years and counting. So for viewers out there, if you have a certain entrepreneur that you would like to have us feature, do share with us on our email.
With that, thank you so much, Uncle Ringo. We look forward to you replicating the next happiness for all of us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Finally,
you.
the fun never ends.
Yay! The fun never ends. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Ground Zero Stories. I'm Adeline.
I'm Ronald.
So we are the hosts for the Ground Zero Stories. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't talk about success after it happens. So we will interview people about success before it happens.
At Ground Zero Stories, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, before the wins, before the applause, and before the story sounds cool. We explore the moment of doubt, the decision, the situation, the people you meet, the events that happen, the ups and downs. Because real success is built long before it looks obvious.
Indeed. So this is the belief of Ground Zero Stories brought to you by Divergent Entrepreneur Academy, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework, and they are discover, dream, develop, and deliver. And we help individuals like yourself or organizations to unlock potentials and move ideas into actions. So today, here in our studio, we are very privileged and honored to be joined by Miss Candy, someone whose journey reflects exactly what Ground Zero Stories is about, not just about where she is today, but the decisions, the experiences, and the turning points that shape who she became.
Candy is the National Director of BNI Singapore with over 20 years of experience across engineering, HR, consultancy, and corporate training. For more than a decade, she has helped leaders and teams strengthen performance through communication, championing values-driven leadership, grounded in clarity, conviction, and compassion. And most importantly, she's a very cool lady. And she just shared with me one very interesting figure that BNI Singapore now we have crossed 1,824 members.
Wow.
Yes, that is a big achievement. Yeah, because our numbers are getting bigger and bigger. Why we brought her today in today's event, because she is in a group on a day-to-day basis. She meets entrepreneurs of all walks of life. Yeah. So, Candy, thank you for coming to our studio.
Thank you for having me as well. It's my honor.
So, Candy, I'm new to BNI, right? So I'm also curious, how did it all started? Because when I look at your journey, right, wow, it's super rich, and I'm super curious about your background. Maybe help us, lead us through how you started, and then how do you land yourself in such a prestigious role?
Wow, where should I start?
Up to you.
As I was driving here today,
Yes.
it brings back lots of memory. And my first few job was at 38 Jalan Pemimpin as well.
Really?
Yes.
Wow.
So I was driving here, so wow, it has been more than 25 years. Oh my God, I just realized my age. That I came over to Jalan Pemimpin. So I graduated with chemical engineering, chemical process, and I never enjoyed that. So I started out doing sales. I was very aggressive. I was very ambitious. All I know was I want to climb that corporate ladder. So for the first 10 years of my life, I was doing manufacturing, but more towards the sales side. And one fine day, I asked myself, do I want to be in the manufacturing? Do I want to stay in Tuas, Woodlands, Jurong area? Sometimes I joke about it. I say, the birds don't even go there. Yeah. I really want to see the world. I traveled a lot during that time. I was doing a lot of business trip to China, US, and all. But something tell me that I must do more. So I set goals every 10 years. Yeah. So from my 20s to my 30s, and then every 10 years, I set a goal. So I decided that I want to see the world out there. And that's where I chanced upon being a headhunter. So as a headhunter, I was taking care of the manufacturing, the semicon industry. And that propelled me to my next level of, next stage of my life, actually. I see the world because in manufacturing, you only see machineries, you talk to people in the production side. But when I went to the corporate, it was total culture shock for me. Total. The people that you meet, the way that they communicate, it's so different from, in the manufacturing world. Yeah. And I went through a very tough time adapting to it. to the culture, to the people, to my clients as well. And that shaped the way that I speak, the way that I dress as well. And I'm very fortunate or unfortunate. I always say everything happened for a beautiful reason. And in the company I work for, they were very strict on attire, dressing. So when we meet our client, because we meet C-suite, is what do you get when your client asks you what would you like to drink? Can you make a guess? What would you always ask for when you go to your client office, and they will usually offer you a drink, right? What is the correct answer?
I would say whatever is convenient, like water. Yes.
So there's this thing about perception.
Yes.
Everyone have a perception of who we are as a person, right? And we all judge. And we judge in the first 7 seconds.
Okay.
So the company that I work for said that when we go to a client's office, we must ask for coffee black.
Wow. So specific.
Yes.
Why? Cannot latte.
Cannot latte.
Wow,
No
okay.
tasty also.
Okay.
Wow,
Why?
okay.
Tell us why.
Because it's about who you are as a person. Because people who drink coffee black are people who are very ambitious.
Really?
No nonsense. They are there to do business. Perception. Yeah. So, and I was like, wow, I didn't know that things like that make such impression as well. So it was a very short stint with that headhunting firm, but I learned a lot in my life. Yeah. So fast forward 10 years in the corporate world, and so this is very personal now. I have a set of twins. They are 14 this
I
year.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Our twins were through IVF. So for 5 years, we tried very hard, and we decided to go for IVF. And I only had one goal in mind. My goal was to have children, because me and my husband, we love children. And it was a very tough process, just to have children. So at that moment in time, during that time, for 5 years, I realized that there's a lot of things that money can't buy. And children is one of that. So whenever we go for IVF, I was very blessed. My first trial, I was pregnant with twins. Wow. Yeah. And that leads me to the next 10 years of my life. So I decided that I want to have that quality time with my children. I want to be able to decide when I'm working, when I'm not going to work. So I was the head of corporate training at that time. And I tell myself, it's time to look at the next 10 years of my life. So I decided probably I should start my own training. And I live in the era whereby my parents are very conservative. My parents are the baby boomers. So they tell me, don't be impulsive. Don't. Just work hard. Don't argue with your boss. Get a salary. You are not meant to be an entrepreneur. And that sits in my mind for the longest time. So I tell myself, no, I can't. But for the sake of my children, I said, I want to do it. So that's how I started my first role, started my own company. Yeah, so it was called Inspiring Paradigms. It's to bring a light at the end of tunnel for all professionals. Yeah.
How did that route to BNI as our Singapore?
How much time do I have?
Yeah.
A lot of time.
Okay, so as I started my business, there's a lot of people that invited me to BNI. I say no. And there was this lady, I actually regard her as my mentor because she's a fellow trainer and very well established in the market. But she was in BNI. So every few months she would invite me to BNI. And every few months I would tell her, don't invite me anymore. I am not interested. It's too early for me. I have a set of twins, blah and blah and blah. So for the first 3 years I was doing on my own. It was really a very lonely journey. And when most of my friends are, we hang around with people of the same tribe, right? So most of my friends are still working. They are still employees. And I just couldn't find someone to talk to. Even if I get to talk to them, the mindset is very different. As an entrepreneur and as a salaried worker, our mindset is very different. So one fine day, she didn't give up. She called me one more time after a few months. She said, Candy, I am in a new call group now, and it's on Wednesday, and I'm just wondering if would you like to visit again? And immediately I say yes. And she was like, huh? Yeah, like,
You were expecting a
okay.
no, right? With some yes.
Yeah. Because she was so used to my no, right? She was like, huh? I said, yeah, okay. Really? Yeah, let's do it.
So what do you say yes?
Because it was 2 years into my business, and at that moment, I am an extrovert. So extrovert, we need to have a community. I can't work alone. I like to work in a team. And I just want to have a support mechanism. At that time, I don't know such a support mechanism. I only know that I want to be with a group of business owners that can be my community, whereby I get business through referrals. And that's my only thoughts. Yeah. So that's why I say yes, and I sign without knowing what I'm signing at that time. Yeah. So it has been a very amazing journey. At the beginning, as a member, I was quite a rebel. I asked a lot why, because I'm very driven by passion. I'm very driven by purpose. So if I don't know the why, I can't get buy-in. I can't do what I need to do, right? I'm not driven by money. And that's where I started to understand more. And when I got my first referral, I was like, wow, this is how it works in BNI. And the first referral led to the second referral. And I realized that before I go to my client, I actually almost closed the case because my members helped me to sell for me. And that's where I become more active. I contributed more as a DC, as a national director, as a national trainer. And all I think of is how I can give back because I benefited as a member, as a DC, as a director consultant, helping other chapters.
Very blessed to have you as BNI's National Director.
It's my blessing to serve as well. Yeah, I'm very honored to be in this position.
So what went through your mind at that moment when you're being offered to be the national director?
It is not being offered because it is not a natural progression. It is actually as a director consultant, you are on contract, right? As a consultant. So being a national director means you're fully employed by BNI.
Yeah.
I have never thought of that route before. I have never. So I was just very happily doing my business, running my corporate training and helping, contributing to BNI in whatever way I can. And when this role was vacant, I have never thought of taking up this role. People, some members will say, hey, you should go for it. I said, no, I'm just very happy being who I am and what I do. There were a few global people that invited me to apply. I rejected many times. They will call me every other week to ask me, are you going to apply? Are you going to apply? I said, actually, no, because I have my business to run. It's a very small business because I do it myself, right? But I was very contented with who I am. And then one day, one of the global consultants said, so you are okay if BNI is being led by someone probably who don't know about BNI Singapore? You're okay if, the person that's going to take up the role might not be able to do a great job? Then I replied, well, it's okay. Maybe I'm okay. And I'm really very passionate because I have benefited a lot, not in terms of business done deal, but in terms of my personal growth. If you know me 7-8 years ago, it's really very different from who I am today, being in BNI. And I really contributed that back to BNI because there's nowhere else where you can learn about leadership better than in BNI. BNI is like a leadership factory. You come in for business, what you gain is more than business. Yeah, the personal growth that I have gotten out of BNI, and that is why I tell myself, maybe it's time for me to reconsider my own decision. And the first person that I asked was my husband. My husband. So I prepped myself. Okay, how am I going to tell him I'm going to apply for this role? And I was like, okay, I came up with a proposal, like what's the background, blah, 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 because he is, I always believe that family comes first, then your career. Because his family is not settled, you can't focus on your career. So he's the first person that must give me his blessing. And he looked at me, he said, why not? What are you waiting for? Then I'm like, you sure? Yeah, you spend 90% of your time doing BNI. It's just another 10%, why not? And with his blessing, I decided to apply, and I went through 7 rounds of interview. Yeah.
7 rounds.
That's
Gruesome.
wow, man. The toughest interview you ever gone through, I must be.
It was...
Because it was the other way around. Last time he was the one interviewing. Interviewed.
That's why she's very experienced.
Yeah, you know how to handle it.
I'm a career coach. I teach people how to handle interviews,
Yeah.
write resume.
Yes.
And now I'm sitting on a hot seat. So it was quite intriguing. To me, it was quite fascinating.
Okay. Did they have any other candidates at that time?
Of course. course. There was quite a few, some through BNI, some non-BNI.
So what do you think was the reason why they have chosen you?
Oh, that's a very good question. I never really asked anyone about this question. I felt that all candidates, I'm not sure who are the people that sign up as well. I believe all of us have our own strengths and, of course, how we can contribute. I believe I believe it's because how I can contribute is, well, nobody really asked me this question. Let me really think about this. It's probably the questions that they asked and the answer that I gave. One of the very interesting questions that they asked me was, what do you think is the biggest challenge you foresee if you were the national director, if you would be the national director?
So that will be my next question to
Yes,
you.
yes, yes,
Thank you for thinking out loud.
yes, yes, yes.
The question? Yeah, so that question came and my answer was, if BNI is not a normal, usual organization of its kind, if you talk about organization, corporates, they are all employed. They are all being salaried. BNI works on purpose, values. All BNI members are not being paid by BNI. So who are we as a national director to tell another business owner who probably are as successful as both of you here to do something? And regardless whether we are business owner or non-business owner, everyone have these three words that is always guiding us, helping us, or sabotaging us, which is ego. So we are working with the egos of, at that time, 1,500 members. Yeah. And that's the biggest challenge, is how do we communicate, how do we influence, how do we share the why behind everything that we do, how does this help the members? Because all members come in for one goal, which is to make more money. Through BNI, by leveraging on BNI system network. Yeah. So my answer is to how do we work with business owners by understanding and managing their ego. Managing might not be a right word, but managing their ego so that we can get the entire BNI Singapore united with one common goal, one common mission.
So have you fulfilled that mission?
I believe that it's ongoing. It's always ongoing. I do not have the answer for everything. I am not the best in everything. I could be good in communicating, but there will be moments whereby I might not done a good job. So to me, it's always constant learning. Every day, I meet different people. I meet different personality. You are also a communication trainer, right? So we all know that different people have different way of communicating, their own perception. So every time I meet someone new or someone different, I'll be like intrigued. I'll be like, wow, that's interesting. I'm going to archive this as a new case study, and it's a new learning experience for me. So I would say I'm still on the way, learning like everyone else.
Okay. I see your journey from corporate to being a business person and going back to corporate again. How was it like for you as a person going through that, like a circular kind of motion, going back to where you were last time again?
It was a tough transition for me, I must say. Being in a business for 10 years, I manage my own time. I don't have a boss to report to. I'm my own boss, right?
Yes.
In terms of timing, commitments, working with corporate again means you have to answer for every action that you take in the corporate world. Whereby running my own business, I only have myself to answer to. So it actually took me like 3 months to 6 months to get used to, emails. The simplest form of things, which is email. At that time, my boss was telling me, Candy, right, you need to have everything documented in emails. I said, yes. Because everything was via WhatsApp. With our clients also WhatsApp. Of course, contract, everything would be via email. That would probably be one of the things. And in terms of governance, compliance, and as a national director, I have my, of course, my global site to report to, and I have my 1,700 members that I must take care of as well. So like in every other organization, we call them the sandwich zone. So I have responsibilities on both sides, and I need to rebalance it and find the best outcome that will help in terms of the organization interest, and at the same time, how do I help my members in their own interest as well? Yeah, the alignment.
Okay, I'm also hearing what you mentioned earlier on, a 10-year goal. So, what is your 10-year goal now?
Wow. I have set my 10 years goal. When I retire, which is maybe in the next. In fact, the entire BNI Singapore, not a lot of people know my actual age. They were all speculating my age. So maybe by the end of today, they will probably know my actual age. I'm going to keep it at 25 still. Yeah. I am here to help. My core values, my values that resonate with me a lot, and why am I so involved in BNI at the start of time till now, is I want to be of help. I want to be of use to people. As a trainer, as a coach, I find joy in helping another professional to see the light, regardless whether is it their personal growth or the professional growth. And doing what I'm doing now in BNI, I see myself helping business owners to achieve their business goals at the same time and to impact more business community. So in the next 10 years, I want to still do what I'm doing right now. I see myself, when I retire from BNI, will be to continue to do what I love to do, which is training, coaching, in the space of communication still. Because communication is really about leadership. You can be a leader, but if you can't communicate well, you just can't motivate and inspire your team, whether is it to the vision or to influence them to do things for the organization. So I will still focus on communication as my core topic, and hopefully I have the time in the next few years to develop new content, and probably share with the BNI community first. Yeah. So you will still be in the area of training, coaching in the next 10 years. But when I retire at 65, I want to be in BNI as a member and just,
Happy member.
happy member, just, pitch on my communication program and help as many members as a member, take things slow, enjoy life.
So far, all your 10 years plans, starting from when you are in the 20s, okay, not that I want to know your age. So has it matched what you plan out to be?
Very close. Very close.
So you will attribute this to just stroke of luck, or is it because you intentionally set up to create the conditions, or you just meet the right people?
I think it's both. I set goals every 10 years, and when I reached, from 10 years, I break down to 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, and 1 year. And every 10 years, I will re-look into it. There was a period when my dad passed on. I didn't set a goal for that 10 years, and I was so lost. And I didn't know why I was lost until I realized that, I have not set goals for the next 10 years. And that's how powerful it is. Just to give you an example, when I was in my 20s, I tell myself, at the age of 40, I do not want to be a salesperson. If I were to be a salesperson, I want to be my own salesperson running my own business. Because I don't want to chase a number that it doesn't make sense to me. And at a point in time, one of the push factor that made me start my own business, other than my twins, was that I have to go and do my own sales. And that brings me back to my goal that I set. So that helps me to remind myself what is important to me, and the goals that I set helps me to make that decision better when I was at my 40s. So I was given a choice. I was actually hunted for a head of sales for another training organization, which was paid very well, versus coming out to start my own business. And that was that crossroad. I took that leap of faith to start my business rather than to be the head of sales for that organization.
Any regret?
No regrets. Of course, being a business owner, you actually work harder than being an employee.
Yes.
You work 24/7. It's not like the myth, like, wow, you make more money, and everything else. You actually work harder. You can't shut down. You can't say, 9 to 5, don't call me anymore. because every call is important. You know, it's your own business. But I really enjoy myself a lot as a business owner.
You mentioned earlier on when your dad passed on, and there were moments that you were lost. Maybe can you share with us what was going through your mind at that moment?
Like I say, I was very aggressive. I really want to move up that career path at a very, very fast speed. So I was working with key global companies. So I travel a lot. Every month I was traveling. At least 2 weeks of the month I'm out of town, either to China, US, or Malaysia. And when my dad was diagnosed with liver cancer, I remember that last trip, he told me, "Oh, I'm sorry, I can't fetch you to the airport because I'm having a fever." And I just say, $800. And I went to US. And when I came back from that trip, my mom told me, "Get ready, we are going to the hospital. Your dad might be diagnosed with liver cancer." And it was very fast, 6 months. And after he passed on, I realized that family comes first. Everything else can wait, you know. And I decided, and at that time I just got married, so that's where I decided to take a local role while my husband travel. Yeah, and if I could share a bit more, I went to take out a local role, which I tell myself, okay, just be a coordinator. It's okay. I don't need to go up that career path, and that was a time where I felt very lost because that's not me. So how do we compromise based on what is important to us, the priority? Once you know who you are, what you want, you will know what you can't compromise on, what is negotiable. Yeah, and that's where I tell myself, I want to be the head of corporate training. I don't want to be a coordinator. And that's where I identify that, career is still very important for me. And how can I work on my own terms?
So when did that shift comes in? What do you see and what do you hear that makes you go back and get clarity to go back to doing corporate training again?
As in the recent.
Yeah, what triggered you to go back to corporate training again at the moment when you were lost? You thought, yes, you needed time to really calm down, to have clarity. So what was that thing that had happened that period of time that give a spark in your mind that, I need to do this already?
Okay, so I went through a personal development program. It was a 4-day boot camp to, it's in the lights of Anthony Robbins, in the lights of that. So it was a 4 days boot camp. And there was this particular segment that have all the core values. So each person was carrying a core value and they're running all over the place. And we are supposed to get that core value that resonate the most with you. Literally, you got to snatch because why? They'll be just running away from you, you know. And to me, ever since my dad passed on, I thought that family was the most important core value for me. But subconsciously, I didn't know I was chasing after a guy that was holding on to career. And I didn't know that. And I was so aggressive, he fell down, I snatched that. Wow. And when he was like, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you so aggressive?" Wow. Then when I looked at the card, it was like career. Wow. And that was when I tell myself, I was feeling guilty because of my dad passing. I felt that I don't have enough time with him. And that was at the peak of my career. I was 30 years old then. I was at the peak of my career. I was so focused on my career, I sort of neglected my father. So when he passed on, I was living with guilt. Yeah, and I decided that, okay, I should focus on my family now. And it was family. But it was at the back of my mind, career is still a very important part of my life. I am someone who can't have routine. I am someone who can't work with, I can't go with complacency. So I will not be in an organization whereby there's no challenge. Challenge motivate me. Challenge inspire me. So I'll resign from organization whereby I don't feel uncomfortable. People say I'm crazy. My bosses call me Xiao Chiang because they say that I'm 打不死的小强. I'm very resilient because I tend to strive when I'm given a challenge. Sound a bit wrong, but that excites me. Yeah. So that's when I realized that, hey, you know what? Every decision that we make at that moment is the best decision. We cannot look back and say that it was the wrong decision because that circumstances, that time, it could be the best. So I tell myself, I'm going to move on from there and focus on my career. and yet always remember that family is still a priority. So I negotiate within my own terms. Yeah.
Okay, given that you have an opportunity to go back in time to the point whereby your father told you that I have fever, how
Wow.
would you answer him this time?
I'll still probably ask him get Panadol. But what I could do more really is to show more concern. I guess at the age of 30, most of us will not put family as a priority. I'm not the only one. But probably if someone would have talked to me and tell me more, I would spend more time with my family. I remember when on my birthday, I was in the hospital, my dad, I was holding him on one hand and the other hand, I was still working. And I tell you, I hate that. I hate myself then, that moment whereby I was still working on my laptop. You know, so when I have when I see someone, family member going through some tough time, I will tell them, focus on family. Nothing else is more important than that. Business can wait, BNI can wait, family can wait. Yeah. So my mom passed away 12 years later from my dad, and I did all I could for her. So I have no regrets.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you're saying one hand, computer, one hand. So the image give me that feeling that you are trying to balance very, very hard. Yeah. But at that moment, if both your hands are holding your father, how would that make you feel?
I guess I always believe that as long as we do our very best, we should not live in regrets. And if one thing that I could turn back, right, I probably say I love you to him, which I didn't. Yeah. And which I say a lot to my mom.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's about being very vocal, about appreciating, about sharing gratitude, which I'm a strong advocate for. Because you never know what's going to happen tomorrow. Nobody knows. And from my dad to my mom to people around me that has passed on and of suddenly or whatsoever, make me realize that life is so short, life is so fragile. We choose the battle we want to fight. Not every battle need to be fought. And it makes me now that if some people are, whatever things that's happening, I could have just smiled. I don't have to retaliate. I don't have to reply, because I ask myself, is this worth my time? Is this worth the battle? If it's not, there's many more things to focus on. And that through the experience that I've learned, I learned to appreciate people more. Because I know I will not know tomorrow if I will be awake. I will not know whether the person that I didn't say thank you to, would this person be around, right? I don't want to live in regrets. So I will always show appreciation. I will always show gratitude. I'll tell the person that, thank you so much. I'll tell the person that, I tell my children every day, I love you, And when I say that to my husband will tell me, are you okay? He's an introvert. So words of affirmation is not his love language. Yeah, so he will ask me if I'm okay. Yeah, but it's okay. That's my love language, right? I don't wait for people to reciprocate. I give first. If they feel like telling me, then they say. If they don't feel like telling me, then it's fine. Because when I do certain things, I'm not asking for a return. I do it because I believe in it and I want to do it for you. And if you ask for a return, life will be miserable. Because you're always constantly asking yourself, why is he not returning back to me? Why is he not appreciating me back? Yeah. So that's how.
So that part of it, right, came from which part of your life? Like giving without expecting.
Came from which part of my life? I was very naughty in my 20s. Naughty in a way that when I was working, I was really very demanding. I worked with China counterparts a lot. And I used my sales manager title to demand things from my production side. And when I moved into the corporate, I received that kind of treatment. And I asked myself, wow, that's how I would have felt. That's how the other party has felt when I treat the person. So that's where I realized that no one is as big as they are. There will always be someone that we can learn from. And I call back all my ex-colleagues. from that company. I apologized to them. I said, I'm sorry if I make you feel lousy before. I don't mean to. I don't know why I'm like that. My head was too big. I was very young in my 20s, and I was the first few among my peers to travel for business trip. I had my own car and everything, and I was just like, in my 20s, right? So, and that's where I call all my ex-colleagues back and apologize to them. And that's where I felt that I tell myself, treat others like how you like to be treated. Yeah, because if you don't like to be treated this way, then don't treat others the same way. Because what goes around comes around. Yeah.
Okay, so you were a female entrepreneur for a period of time, and at that time your girls were still young.
Yeah, very young.
Okay. How were you supported as a female entrepreneur then? Other than BNI, the community supporting you, but at the family front, how would you support it?
My mom has been my pillar. She's a very strong, resilient woman. And before she was sick, she will always come over to my place. So every day my mom come over. Yeah. My mom and mother-in-law. So two of them, one each. And I have a helper. So for the first 12 months, they will come, then each of them will take care of one, and the helper just do the housework. But I take that full responsibility of taking care of my twins. So I nursed them for 3 years. And
3 years.
Yeah,
Wow.
I nursed them for 3 years. I set that goal. I said I must, because I know the benefits of it all. I even attend classes, on it. And my mom has been my biggest inspiration. She is a very she's always there to support and help people. And there's this saying in Hokkien. She always said, if there is a 白事, I will be there. But if there is a 红事, that means if the auspicious or wedding or whatsoever celebration, you don't invite me, it's fine. But if it's a funeral or something bad has happened, you don't invite me, I will also be there. That is her. So she has been my inspiration. I also learned a lot from her and learned what not to be of her. She's very loud, very loud and very blunt, but she has a heart of gold. Yeah. And this is what I tell myself. I want to be like her, but I want to make sure that I'm not mistaken to be a very hostile person because of her tonality. She's very loud. People always mistaken her for being very rude or being very nasty. But in fact, that's not her. So that's why I do communication. I talk a lot about tonality. The smile on the face is very important, because you may have good intention, but the good intention is what you think you have. But the other party perception is different. What is the impact you're giving others? Yeah. So I'm very passionate about it, because I see how my mom being treated by so many people or misunderstood by so many people. And that was one of the things that I tell myself I want to share more. Because I don't have a very smiling, friendly face too, if I don't smile.
Is that what they call RBF?
Oh yeah, tell me about it. So when I was young, right, my mom always go temple and say, please, pray to the God and say that, please make sure Yan Yan, my Yan Yan to have more 缘分 or 人缘 人缘. Then I said, why 人缘? It's because of my face. Because when I don't smile, I look like a lot of people owe me lots of money. Yeah.
Oh, you're judging people. That's what sometimes last time what people say of me also.
Yeah.
Like they feel being judged.
Oh yes. I know, right? And they will be like, are you not happy? I said, no, I'm very happy now.
Very interesting stories. In fact, I'm more interested in your journey because I'm also a fellow female entrepreneur, and I don't have a lot of questions because as you are sharing, right, I kind of see myself, okay, but of course this is not about me, but I guess the difference is you have a supportive partner, family, and if you look around today, what do you think are some of the challenges and struggles of a female aspiring entrepreneurs? And how we could break through from this other than joining a business networking group. Okay, how else can we do? What else can we do?
You may say that I'm a very supportive partner. I'm not sure whether this podcast will go to him.
Okay.
Send it directly to him.
Okay.
But it has not been an easy journey for me as well for the past 20 years. 20 years into our marriage now. But I guess it helps because as a communication trainer or as a trainer as a whole, we have higher self-awareness.
True.
And we know that we have different personality, different character. I can't force him to do certain things. I can't change him. I can only change myself, right? So I can change myself and hopefully he see the change in me and he'll be influenced and probably shift his perspective of things. So as a business, as a women entrepreneur, I think I go through the same challenges as most of us go through. Being a mom, being a housewife, looking after the family, looking after the children, and yet put food on the table. Yeah. My husband would tell me things like initially, you need to pick the kids up, you need to be at home for them. If they after school 1 p.m., you need to be at home. But next minute, you say, are you going to contribute this? Are you going to contribute that? Sounds familiar. And I was struggling because why? I realized that I don't have my own time. I don't have my own me time. And I'm always like feeling guilty when I don't spend time with my children. And then the next moment, I'm feeling guilty because I'm not focusing on my business. And the next moment, my one-to-one not cover my traffic lights. And I was losing myself. I totally lost myself. And there's come a point in time when I was looking like 60 years old. If I later I'll show you my photo last time. And one of my very close friends came to me and said that, dear, you are in your 40s now. If you don't look after yourself and you look like you are just like 60 years old at the market wearing just don't look after yourself. When are you going to look after yourself? Because when you're 60, there's no point dressing up as well.
True.
And I was doing this training with a group of 60 years old. And when we take a group photo, I couldn't find myself. I blend in very well with them. And I was like, oh my God. I literally, oh my God, OMG. And I tell myself, first thing I need to change is myself. So I went to invest 10,000 onto an image consultancy course and get myself certified as an image consultant. At the time, it was huge. So I want to help women, married women who have just given birth with, the additional weight on them to tell them that they can be also beautiful in their own rights. Yeah. And they have to start with me. So I transformed myself first and it was amazing. When I start to love myself, I realized that people learn how to love me. When I respect myself, I realized people learn how to respect me.
Very powerful.
It was very powerful. And when my husband was like at that time, when I was still struggling as a entrepreneur, I feel that I don't have the voice at home. Women still need to be financially independent. That's where I need to say no when I need to say no. So when I have training, when I need to go out to do my sales pitch, I would say I can't be at home. And I'm not going to feel guilty about it. Because every other time I'm so guilt that the guilt trip is like, oh no, I can't be at home. But then I need to prioritize. I need to focus on what is important to me. I need to balance that time. And a lot of communication. A lot of communication with my husband and let him understand that, yes, family is my priority, the twins are still my priority, but I need to take care of myself first. And that shift that entire relationship forward. The last 5 years has been
Good.
Yeah. So the open communication, the how to say, have to be brave enough to have that tough conversation. A lot of us avoid tough conversation or difficult conversation because we will say that we just avoid it. If there's nothing wrong, we just leave it swept under the carpet. But then it will just build up, and you yourself feel frustrated. But having that tough conversation, although it's tough, but we get things across. And it set the stage for us to understand why we behave in a certain way. And that past 5 years was built on that. Yeah. Do we still have argument? Yeah, of course.
Of course. Yeah. I think also end of the day, you're doing this, right? It's very clear that you're doing this for the family. You're not doing this selfishly for yourself to build a career for yourself. We're all doing this for the love of our family. And you managed to communicate that to him. I think that was the biggest shift.
And because I have two girls,
Yes.
and I'm going to be their role model as well, right? How I do one thing is how they will feel that this is the right way of doing things. So it was very important for me to be a good role model for my children.
Okay. Oh, I didn't know time really flies. Gosh, it was such a, I don't know about the man entrepreneur, but as a woman
If you notice, I
entrepreneur,
kept quiet.
yeah,
for the last
I'm
10
very, very
minutes.
inspired. Yes. So,
Yeah.
you have any parting words to inspire or uplift the woman entrepreneur? Many women entrepreneurs that I meet, they're very, very scared to take that leap of faith. Many people are very envious of me that I dare to do what I do. But what kind of advice or just a parting words to encourage this woman entrepreneur who are still there on the edge, not ready, don't have the courage to take that step?
I always there's this saying, I don't know where did I get this from, but I have this saying: we are always so comfortable in the known hell because we are so used to the hell, right, that we are in,
Yeah.
and we have not we have not ventured into the unknown heaven. So by taking that leap of faith, you probably do not know what's going to happen, but you do know that regardless of what it is, it could be an unknown heaven. So I spoke to this lady before. She was so charismatic. When I see her, I feel so small. And when I have a one-to-one conversation with her, that was many years back, and she told me that her dream is to be a speaker, keynote speaker, blah, 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 blah. She speaks so well. And I asked her, so where are you now? Oh, I'm still working. I said, why are you not taking that leap of faith? And she told me this sentence: I'm so afraid my dream will become a nightmare. And I was down there admiring her for who she is, so charismatic, and I felt so small. And I realized at the moment I was bigger than her because I dared to take that leap of faith. So no one is here to judge you in any way. To all the entrepreneurs out there, especially women, no one is here to judge us. The only person that is judging us is ourselves. Just as long as you do your level best, and believe in what you can do. But most importantly, if you're married, talk to your spouse. That alignment must be there, because the least you want is to have argument because of financial problem or financial, your safety net, and always have that 1 year, 1 year safety net, meaning to say you must be prepared that this 1 year, first year, you're going to have zero income.
Or many years.
Or many years. At least 1 year. Come into BNI where you have a community to support you and to have the referrals that you want for your business. I think having a community is very important. Yeah, a like-minded community.
Absolutely.
Regardless whether it's BNI or other community. That support mechanism is what keep us going as business owners.
That's just a perfect closure to our podcast.
Fantastic.
And how should people reach out to us if they have someone like Candy whom we can talk to inspire more male and female entrepreneurs?
Yes.
What should they do?
They should just
they
leave a comment
Yeah.
at our our various social media. Then we will get contact with you. We will reach out to you and we have a short discussion. Yeah.
Yeah, you know where to find us, all our socials. And once again, this afternoon, thank you so much for
Thank
Miss
you.
Candy Lee
Thanks.
Thank you for having
showing
me.
up. Yes, with that, stay tuned for our next podcast.
Yes.
Bye.
See you.
Not difficult, right?
Okay. Did very
start.
Welcome to Ground Zero Stories podcast. I'm Amir.
I'm Adeline.
We are the hosts of the Ground Zero Stories. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't interview people about success after it happens.
So at Ground Zero Stories, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, before the wins. And we explore the moment of doubt, decision, pressure, and perseverance because real success is built before it looks obvious.
Ground Zero Stories is brought to you by Divergent Entrepreneur Academy, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework. Discover, dream, develop, and deliver, helping individuals and organizations unlock potential and move ideas into action. Today, here in our studio, we are privileged to be joined by Ronald, also part of Divergent Entrepreneur Academy, someone whose journey reflects exactly what Ground Zero Stories is about.
So Mr. Ronald So, he's a veteran Singapore tech entrepreneur and the founder of Pro Consultancy. From selling PCs in Chinatown to surviving the Asian financial crisis, he rebuilt through integrity, resilience, and lean operations, growing Pro into a regional IT firm known for preparedness, people-centric leadership, and long-term adaptability. Welcome, Ronald,
Yeah, thank you for having me here.
to Ground Zero Stories. And because you're such a veteran, can you just bring us straight into what is Ground Zero for you?
Thank you for emphasizing the word veteran. So Ground Zero Stories is all about the entrepreneurship story, the time whereby he crashed and burned, and how he managed to pull himself up, stand up, and really tell the story, the success story that comes after the fall.
So what was that fall for you?
Or the fall.
Or many falls.
Okay, there are
Straight
many,
away
many
into
falls.
it,
Yeah.
Many
Many
falls.
falls. In fact, over entrepreneurship, be prepared. If you're going to be entrepreneurship, better be ready to fall. And when you fall, always be quick to be back on your feet and move on again. Yeah, so over the time, I have encountered many problems. But one of the biggest problem I faced will be in 97, 98. That was when the Asian financial crisis happened. That was when no help by the government like what we have today. They give you before you fall, they actually have the knee pad ready for you to fall already. Yeah. In those days, you fall because sorry, you're not good enough. That's why you fall. Yeah, it's because too bad. You never prepare yourself enough. You never have enough money. Good luck to you. The next better player comes along. Yeah, but today we are just very blessed because even when you fall, government give you something to cushion. Then when you fall, give you energy, give you more resources to climb up and stand up and go again. Yeah, so it's really blessed. I feel very fortunate in today's. It's like there's so much support given to entrepreneur today, and something whereby it resonates well in the government today is like they are so pro business. They are pro business, and they are giving business to even grow out of, to expand out of Singapore, to do their business. Yeah. So it's really sometimes quite sad to say whereby the normal people sometimes say, oh, not enough. There are a lot of complaints. Yeah. So sometimes if I were to bring you back to 98 and you see how you're going to do everything you have to do by yourself. Yeah.
So why you didn't give up in 1998? Because it was your first venture, right? And you never worked for a single day.
Yes, I never worked.
Why you didn't go back to just be a
Okay,
salary?
because I did not plan for any plan B. So I did not take any loan. So there's limit how I can fall. Yeah. So the most I go back to zero and just keep on going. I remember those days whereby I have a team of about, I think, 12 people. Yeah, so when the crisis came, the customer vanishes, magic trick. So next,
Magic.
magic trick happens all the time. Then you have the staff start to leave. Then next, your partners will start to tell you, say, I need to bring money back. I cannot continue this journey. Ronald, you have to do this on your own. Yeah, so hearing that, of course, when that happens, you will feel sad. We always go to our mind, hey, this is something that we thought we are going to do this forever, even we prepared for this day to happen. But unfortunately, everybody have their own challenges and they have to feed their family then. Because those days, we work because we need to feed families. We need to bring money back to the home. So, but again, today for the younger entrepreneur, it's a bit different. Because they are more sheltered, more better supported in government, by their parents, by their friends, and today they got internet by the world. You got funded by the world. You even have things like crowdfunding. You can have like all those interesting funding in the whole ecosystem. In those days, even when you do internet, a lot of things are not there. You cannot get funding everywhere. So it's very different.
You mentioned something interesting just now. Like if you don't take loans, maximum you'll be at zero.
Yep.
So you literally know how it feels like to go at the top and then go back to ground zero and then build it again.
Yes, right.
But
Zero.
what is your advice if someone from the get-go take business loans? Like nowadays, a lot of tech companies are doing that, right?
Yep.
What is your advice for people who not only is from ground zero but ground negative 1 million, for example?
Okay. So that is the risk appetite. Each of you will have to understand your own personal appetite. For me, I'm a bit different in the sense my risk appetite is not so heavy, not so risky, not so risk averse. But I do take risks, but I make sure I take risks. I take my own risks. I don't take everybody's risk. I don't take my family risk along with me. So normally I play it safe that way. But again, on the flip side, if you don't take loan, there's limited things that you can do. That means you cannot scale fast enough. You cannot get opportunity when it's ready because you don't take loan. Someone else take loan and he scale faster than you. So in today's world, it's a bit different. The olden time whereby things are a bit slower, so you don't need speed. But now there's speed. Now, if I were to do this today, now I will take a loan to get things faster. Because if you don't take loan, you take 5 years, you die. You fail because it's not because your idea no good. It's because you scale so slow. People started 3 years later, but it scale within 1 year and win. So speed don't matter in today's context.
So if today Ronald So is 23 years old, fresh from NUS IT degree, would you still start WinPro?
Yes, of course. Even 20 lifetime, I'll still do the same thing.
But may not be the same name lah.
Still the same name.
Still the same name.
Still
Okay.
with the same name. Still the same name. If I can remember, if I can do this 20 times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So is it still the same Ronald 32 years ago and today?
Definitely different.
Yes, tell us how has Ronald
very
grown?
different. When I
Yes.
started entrepreneur as a business, I didn't even call myself an entrepreneur. I just wanted to do just to have fun. I started the business working from home, really practically from home. Because we cannot afford to have an office. So we work from home and we just get small projects to come in. Then when we see enough projects coming in, that's when we establish our company. That's when we get our own office. But I started as a software programmer. Believe it or not, I started as a software programmer. But knowing then, because I could the trajectory of the business is moving forward. That software, what I was doing then, I cannot see the light. I cannot see the light beyond 10 years. So that's when I quickly pivoted. So after the 98 crisis, I actually stopped doing software development. I just focused on IT infrastructure. The reason why I do that is because IT infrastructure requires you to be here. If you are doing software development, it can be anywhere in the world. So means the whole world is competing with you. So guess what? Singapore, you don't have a big market. You don't have a lot of people, and Singapore cost is very high because everybody is quite affluent. Everybody really want to do high value jobs. So programmer is not an easy work. You got to slog 18 hours a day, non-stop doing. So again, the strength, I was looking then, I'm quite clear then this is not a business I want to pursue further. So I pivoted from a software development house to IT infrastructure.
So you have been through at least four economic crises throughout your 32 years running this business. Share with us that very first experience. Like, yes, I understand earlier you mentioned nowadays we have knee pads and everything, government really help, but share with us your personal experience in terms of going through that market crisis.
Okay. When that happened, right, really back to zero again. Okay. Zero as in really nothing. Maybe the bank has maybe less than 10K inside the bank there. Yeah. And then you have customer to still fulfill. So everything you'll be doing. So in the early day when I started, I also do everything. Then when I start hiring people, that's when I delegate. Then when things happen back to zero, you take back all the jobs again. You take back all the jobs. You de-delegate back. You delegate back to yourself. Yeah. So that's when you start doing everything over again. Yeah. But when you do that over again, you start to really see it differently again. Yeah. So what I've learned from that crisis was recurring income. I need to have recurring income when a crisis comes in. Yeah. With no recurring income, when your sales goes to zero, it's really going to be zero. But when you have recurring income, that means it's able to cover your operational costs. So when having that, then at least there's a certain level of buffer, so that when crisis come, you're not so really very jumpy and really think crazy. Sometimes when you're not in the state of clarity, that's when you start to make a lot of mistakes. Yeah.
Recurring income, right? That's interesting. But if the market as a whole is in crisis, recurring income also may not come in, right?
Yes, correct. So after a crisis, I managed to pull out. That's when I told myself I need to increase my recurring income at least 10% every year. Yeah. So for the last 20 years, we've been at least increasing 10% every year.
Okay.
Yeah. The power of compounding really matters a lot.
Okay. Wow. Adeline, do you think so far you have actually learned a lot?
Yes,
I mean,
we are
it's-
just like 10 minutes
Yeah.
into the podcast.
Yeah.
Now it make me think very hard, what is my recurring income?
Right, that's right.
But I'm very curious because I realized that in all your podcast interview and all that, you talk a lot about this 1998 financial crisis. In fact, you talk very little about COVID. A lot of people that we talk to, right, they always bring in how COVID, how their businesses collapse. So I want to bring you back to 1998, that very young, dashing Ronald walked into the bank.
Okay.
What did you tell the bank officer?
I still did not need any loan still. So I did not go into the bank yet. Yeah. So because I still got $10,000, I still, with that $10,000, I stay very, very lean. Believe it or not, for 1998 to year 2000, I practically sleep, eat, sleep. Yeah. 7 days a week for 2 years. Work 18 hours a day. Yeah.
No pay.
Yeah, no. Of course got pay lah, minimum pay lah. Because I'm still fortunate at that time, I went back to my parents' home to stay. Yeah, and that's when also, for your information, that's when I have actually separated from my wife then also. So just imagine, business fail, family fail, people leave, you're all alone, you don't want to face people, you just don't want to talk about it, and just want to focus on business.
Yeah, I realized that you are just a very resilient person, and also you are very structured. And it appears to me that you have this clarity right from you were very young. Where does that come from?
Okay. Clarity. I think when I'm young, I was very clear that I just want to have fun. Okay. That is something clear about I'm going to just have fun. And all that while has brought to me what I am today. Even today, whatever I do, I make sure it must be fun. Like what we're doing today.
Okay.
Having podcasts with Amil and Adeline is fun. It really brings a lot of, makes the blood race. Yeah, the pulse jumps every time when I talk. Yeah.
But it seems like all these failure are nothing to you. Have you ever failed in your life?
Fail. I don't see failure. I just see fail. I don't know how to really see failure. I don't know how to interpret even failure. I find that it's just setbacks and just something whereby just like you go on a road or when you travel, sometimes got stairs, you just climb up the stairs. When the stairs go down, you go down the staircase. Just follow, just move. You just adapt and just move. Yeah. And not to take things so seriously when setback come.
Is it because of your childhood, your upbringing that gives you such a positive mindset or resilient values?
I don't think I have a I have a great childhood because I was one of the earliest people to have computers already.
Wow.
Yeah, at the early age, I had computer at I think age of 10 when my people are doing other things. I'm playing computer already at age of 10. At that time, I was lucky because my dad gotten for me that, and I really so engrossed and start playing it very early days. In fact, what I have today, I think my dad played important part by buying the first computer for me.
Why did he buy the computer for you?
Buy?
Yeah, why?
Of course, I wanted one.
Wow,
I wanted one.
You are
Yeah.
the spoiled kid.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Yeah.
Wow.
So I think I know where the way you actually think comes from. Is actually because you are a programmer, you see life as when there's an obstacle, you just need to debug.
Yeah,
Right?
correct,
It's just
you
that,
are
right?
Yeah, that's right. Only, ma.
yes, you need to learn more to eventually know how to debug this particular problem,
Yes.
rather than really seeing it as a failure. As well.
Yeah, it's just debugging, just an error only. Yeah, sometimes syntax error happen, just
Fix
solve
that,
it or
then
fix
run
it.
again.
Yeah.
But if it's a people problem,
People problem, then
How?
fix it also. I
Then
think
fix
any
lah.
problem come in, just fix it. Cannot fix it, get some help. Yeah. So it's very straightforward. There's nothing to fret about, nothing to worry about. And one thing I have in life is like a worry that you cannot control, don't bother.
so even when COVID hit, how? This one cannot debug because
You
you don't
can't
know
do anything.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's fair.
Yeah.
You're not the only one because you're not the only one having COVID. And the whole way is COVID means everyone is affected. If everyone is affected, then don't bother because somehow or another we just pass through.
Yeah, but how did your business pull through during
Okay,
that time?
unfortunately, right, my business did very, very well. Okay, I don't mean to
Why
say
you
that
must
with a
whisper?
very soft voice, but I
Yes.
don't want to sound so too hao-lian, okay? Yeah, but we did pretty well then because it's like, I think I did share with a lot of my friends and I actually anticipated it to come actually. I planned for that to come.
Okay.
But I not to say I planned for it to be I'm not the one planning for that. I actually plan when it comes what I'm gonna do. So I actually have a playbook that I have seen. It was inspired by Bill Gates, a video that I saw in 2015 when he mentioned about, I think you can check out, you have put a 2015 pandemic, Bill Gates. He actually had a YouTube video telling you what is going to happen. And it happened. And I took 5 years from 2015 to 2020 to orchestrate the entire plan and execute it flawlessly within 5 years. It was painful, but I did it completed. So when it happened, when I was ready, then in 2020, I am ready. Yeah. So there are a lot of things that I've done, but you want to know more, then
Can you give us an outline?
Okay.
Like, for example, you bring in more inventory of the hardware.
Okay, so what I did was I need to move everything on the cloud. So at those days, at early 2015, a lot of things are still on-prem.
Yes.
So I start moving everything to the cloud, moving my mail server, my web server, everything to the cloud. Then also I start move my accounting system to the cloud. So that's when I moved to Xero. So because I have I actually have like a mini retail shop lah. So I actually moved the retail shop to e-commerce, going to Shopify. Yeah. So initially it started as a project, but the project become like something quite successful after that. And actually during COVID, that was the one that helps the most. Yeah, when everything cannot be sold, right? That's the place whereby that's the area whereby businesses or people can get their IT gadget or their IT equipment there easily. Then there are also other things that I also have done that will be things in terms of like having people using notebooks instead of desktop. Yeah, we switched to that already. Yeah, so in the way we are ready to work from home, and even then we are also advocating things like people can work from home via VPN, all this already. So when it happens, in fact, most of my clients are already COVID ready. Yeah, so while everybody is scrambling, the customers who are with me then, they say, okay, all ready already ma. Yeah, so they just continue their business like they don't feel anything also. Yeah, so everything they have already gotten, they are ready when it comes. Yeah.
Okay, I guess that brings us to the next question, although we didn't plan for that question. But it sounds like you are always ahead. And in fact, 5 years ahead in terms of business planning,
Yes.
that's actually quite a long time. So what are you preparing next? Must use the soft.
Wow, you are very soft. But I will try to go it louder and louder and reverse your voice.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
You're free.
Okay, so the thing that I have actually have a playbook lah. Okay, a recession playbook. Okay, so the recession that I've been planning is like a recession coming up early. I think maybe second half of this year, or maybe if unfortunate it will happen on the second quarter.
Yep.
Yeah, because a lot of crises are happening. Yeah, because I see a lot of red flags everywhere. Price of commodity is going up. Gold price, silver price, all going up. I see a lot of conflicts in many countries because these are all scenarios whereby pending war coming. Pending war that really could bring us. Yeah, maybe unfortunately maybe a World War III. Yeah, but again I don't have the dates of World War III, but the crisis will be definitely this year. But hopefully it's not going to be like a perfect storm whereby all comes together. Yeah, because the next crisis I have the feeling it will be something like Asian financial crisis in 98 plus a dot-com in 2000,
Yeah.
plus COVID. Yeah, so it will be a triple whammy, but hopefully not a fourth whammy together, World War III in. Yeah, if that happens, then frankly, we are screwed. And frankly, I don't have that playbook. I only have the playbook for the three, but not the fourth one. Yeah, if all comes together, I think we are screwed for
All
big time
screwed.
already. Yeah, screwed for big time. And whatever you plan doesn't work anymore.
Even government funding also
Yeah,
cannot
not
help
enough.
Yeah,
already.
Confirm
cannot
not
help
enough
already.
already,
Yeah,
yeah.
cannot help
Trillions
already.
also not
Yes,
enough.
correct. Yeah. So again, just to share insight of my playbook that I have developed. I have about a 20 strategy inside there, but maybe I just share a few from there. It's like most company would have to look into things like building their own training school. Okay, that's one thing, and have to be a consultant. It means you have to be a consultant that can work out grants. Yeah, if you're in HR, they are job redesign. Let's say in HR, they have job redesign kind of consultant. If you're in tech, then you can become a PSG service provider. Yeah, so everybody should start looking into this area as well. Then to also think about how you can harmonize the entire thing. Yeah, meaning harmonize your own business with the training school and maybe your own recruitment agency, your own digital marketing agency, all roll into one. Yeah. Then when you have that, is to build your own ecosystem. If the ecosystem can be you can build your own, or you can be a collaboration of your business partner together. Yeah. So we have that. When it happens, you'll be much stronger because when crisis comes, what will the government do most of the time? Government will give
Pump in money.
pumping money to the businesses.
The Queen Bee.
Yes, you will actually give out money to the people, to the businesses, but they will throw money more to the businesses.
Yes.
Okay, but
because-
looking at past numbers, 90% of the time they will throw to the businesses, 10% to the people. Yeah. So once they support the businesses, because they know when they support the business can survive, then they can provide for the people.
Correct.
Yeah, because if they give people the money and one time, it's not sustainable. Yeah, how many voucher can you give out? Yeah. Yeah. So even now when I hear about voucher, I feel that we are getting a bit addicted already.
Yes.
1 year, I tell you, if 1 year,
They don't
Don't
give.
have,
if you don't give only, then you say, how come don't have?
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is scary.
Yes.
Yeah, because we are addicted. Every year we're expecting already. Our expectation goes up. Yeah. Even you go down $100 less also, you say, how come? How
Yeah.
come, right?
So last year SG60 have. Then how?
Yeah,
this
now
year don't have?
now 61 don't have,
Yeah.
man. Yeah, so it's a bit
So-
different.
For small businesses like some of us who don't have the resources to build an ecosystem, right? We have no means to build our own recruitment consulting firm, a training school. How can we prepare
Yeah,
ourselves
you
to
can
survive?
collaborate with someone because again you need to find like-minded people here. Like even in BNI, there's a lot of like-minded people over there that could collaborate together because you cannot do it alone. Do it with a group of people. Yeah, but again, you have to structure it in the right way. Select the right people to come together. Yeah.
Okay, stepping out to find this business community is very, very
Yes, in
important.
most of the networking group in Singapore, you can find that.
Is that the reason why you joined BNI?
Yeah, I joined BNI. I joined BNI in 2018.
Was that part of your playbook?
Yeah, that's a playbook also. That's a playbook also. Yeah.
Oh, that's one of the 20
Yes.
strategies,
Yes.
okay?
Yeah.
Correct. That's
Yes.
one of our strategy. Oh no, I
Yes.
think you'll begin to read me
Yeah,
so well.
yeah,
like a
yeah,
book.
yeah.
So my
Yes,
playbook
yes.
is like a book for you to read.
Yes, yes, yes. I'm trying to write my own book now.
Yeah,
If you
yeah.
hang out with Ronald more, you
Yes,
will
alright,
you will
but
be able to understand the 20 steps really.
Wow.
So you know already.
Um,
I'm a bit
No lah.
behind.
have a sense, but no lah, not.
Yeah.
not lah.
So there are a lot of things, yeah. So in today's world, we have like AI, we have in businesses actually, we must actually do two things, and most businesses might have a training school or this, but on top of that, they must embrace AI in their business workflow,
Yes.
and they must start outsourcing their business either to locally or overseas to our neighboring countries. Yeah, don't try not to do this all alone in Singapore. You have to really leverage on our neighbors, grow beyond our shores, and to expand out. Because again, if you just going to stick in Singapore and not going to grow out, guess what? You're going to die. Yeah, it's unfortunately because even the government now these days is giving you a lot of money. Yeah, in those good days, there's no money for you. I set up my company in Malaysia without any funding. Yeah, no funding. I start so scratch. So that's when we have to do it very slowly. Yeah, but now when government giving grant, but still people are not going out
Yeah.
fast enough. Yeah. So my question is, what else do you need to really step up?
Just now you mentioned a lot about 2026, second part of the year, maybe there will be some crisis, right? But my analysis has been since COVID, technical recession has been happening. It's just that it's not announced, and hence the reason why inflation is happening. Inflation is because we print money more because we need to what is it called, like feed people who actually do not have jobs and everything, like by throwing into business so business can employ people, that entire ecosystem, right? So my question to you is, like, if you mentioned that second part of 2026 it will be 98 Asian economic crisis plus dot-com bubble plus COVID, like, isn't all these things like have been happening in the past 5 years, 6 years already?
Yeah, but they don't come all together. Yeah, when they come all together, it's a different.
So you are
animal.
saying that it's gonna be coming all together at once.
Yeah.
It has been accumulating, but later part of
Yeah.
this year, most probably it's gonna happen
Yeah,
all.
going to be happening. I hope it not to happen, but yeah, the numbers and also the signals, flags, the red flags are already pointing that way. Yeah, correct. So,
So-
you must be prepared in that sense.
So now back to ground zero, right? How does a fresh entrepreneur, let's say today, I decided, okay, I want to quit my job, I want to start my own business. What is your
okay,
advice for
step
them?
1, join a networking group. Get support. Get information from the ground. Get information what you need to do. Definitely you will find some great people in the networking group that could advise you in your industry. Frankly, I don't have all the answers because I'm primarily in the tech business. Yeah. And the training business, but not in all business like F&B, all those businesses are some business I refrain myself to actually entertain the thought of even going to such tough businesses. Yeah.
So for the last few years, how has networking or all these partnerships helped you to grow your businesses?
Okay, so my purpose of joining a networking group like BNI or EGN or even things like some smaller business group, right, is to really have insights from different people, from different perspective, to actually have a one-to-one session with them to understand how is it affecting their business in their industry, to really have the know-how of what they have done and what they have succeeded trying. Yeah. So collectively, when I see myself like a sponge, like going through people, understanding the, trying to absorb as much, a lot of their thoughts, a lot of their lessons that I can learn from them. Yeah.
So how does that translate to
Okay.
financial gains?
So financial gains in terms of number, okay, when I first joined BNI at 2018, right, in terms of numbers, at that time I was doing maybe about 1.5 million. Yeah, but now 2026, that's about 7 years. So I have almost 6 to 7 times the amount already. Yeah. So so it looks like every year I 1x it lah. So I think I will stay longer lah. If I can do 20, I will stay 20. Hopefully I can 20x lah.
Yeah. Okay. So step 1, networking.
Yes.
Any other steps that you can
Okay.
advise?
So second step is read a lot of books.
Yes, I agree.
A lot of books. Yeah. Overwhelmed with a lot of books. Yeah. And also, the third one will be trying to find within yourself the 6 people that can elevate you, challenge you, and can also really make you think harder about decision that you're going to make. Yeah. If you don't have that 6 people around you, then you need to find them and make sure they are better than you. Yeah. Then at least you can always ask them for advice. You can always talk to them what you're going to do next. Yeah. Then they don't have to be richer than you. They don't have to be smarter than you, because everybody has a different way of looking at things. Yeah, it's nothing to do with success of the business or how rich he is. It's the way the person perceive and the way he advise.
And how the person trigger or provoke your thinking.
Yeah.
So these 6 people, of course, keep evolving, right?
Yes, you are right. Yeah.
Every season
Yeah.
or
It's
every
just
quarter.
Correct. It's like an ETF fund, right? So a better one comes in, the not so good one will have to be moved out. Yeah. Yeah. So naturally, that's why people say must buy ETF.
Yeah.
So ETF is the one that rotates the things in and out. Yeah.
He gave out a lot of investing tips. First got metal, now got ETF, got playbook.
Yeah. Okay, that's you see, like what you shared earlier, you actually mentioned about how businesses should integrate AI into their business, right? But if, let's say, if we go into World War III, maybe nuclear war happen.
Yes.
Will this incorporation of AI thing will still be something beneficial?
I think no matter how AI is still here to stay, AI will still help the way how you think. Yeah. So in a way, it can just help you to brainstorm. Even let's say you will see a lot of people using AI say, "Hey, now war, do how, do what lah?" Yeah. So there will be a lot of things. Yeah. So a lot of things will keep going on. Yeah. So I think that is when the embracing of AI and to really, I would say, to be an orchestrator, to be a conductor, you are orchestrating different LLM together. Just like when you conduct orchestra, you will have different music instruments with different LLM. You have to know when certain LLM is right at what time, at which kind of period of time you should deploy them. Then you have to make it very like a nice symphony whereby you can play using your orchestra. You can orchestrate everything nicely so that everything can be seamless. Yeah. Then of course AI with that orchestration in mind is also, you also need to do 2 more steps. The other step will be to verify and validate. Okay, verify will means to check inside. Validate means check outside with the market. Yeah, so when it's completed that way, then your AI will be completing the entire workflow.
So even if, let's say, nuclear war happen and
Yes.
everything, first thing that they will target data centers and everything,
Yes.
because they want to restrict
power plant will be easier.
power plant, data center, so that connectivity won't be there anymore, right?
Yeah, correct.
Like, where does AI stand then? If that's the
So,
case.
Okay, so AI, there's always this thing called Edge AI, right? So it's good once in a while to actually download the whole LM and put on your desktop, and at least you have AI on your desktop even when all data center crash, right? Yeah, not knowing that even when you have a copy of the AILM on your desktop, maybe that your computer is the most powerful computer.
That's true. That's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is one of the 20 steps.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, we're learning.
Yeah. So that is, I think, will set you apart. Lah. Just imagine all the, because it will happen. Because as I think you are right. I think when people attack our country, now these days, frankly, I don't even need to attack anything. I attack the power plant. Because when a power plant is out, your whole data center is down already.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And our data center mostly is overseas also.
Yeah.
Technically, Singapore is safe.
Yeah. We actually have moved a lot of data center by rejecting data center and moved to our neighboring country already.
Okay, that's an interesting thing to look at. But what you shared so far, I think a lot of people can actually learn how to get started, because networking is one of the most underrated things. A lot of people nowadays think like, oh, go social media, post something, and then expect like 10,000 likes. But then 10,000 likes also does not mean you get any revenue from it. But networking is what I think is one of the most crucial step that you actually need to take as a brand new entrepreneur starting from zero.
Yeah.
If, let's say, this entire quote unquote difficult, troubled times passes, how do you think that future will look like? If, let's say, there's no nuclear war, and then that all these three financial crises, market crises, all happen together at once, what's after that? What do you think will happen after that?
Okay, I don't have the crystal ball. Yeah, I only can foresee crisis, but I think that is quite a world that I think it would be nice to have without any conflict. Yeah, without war, but can be a bit boring. Yeah, because if it's so peaceful and nothing happens, yeah, I think in human we always like to somehow or another always crazy people like to inject some crazy thing that excite the world. Yeah, unnecessarily, of course. Yeah, then so the world, of course, will be a safer place then. Yeah, because when you have lesser things, lesser conflict. Yeah, I think that's the world I want also. Yeah.
What do you do during your free time? Like,
He got free time, eh? I was
won't-
going to ask a question. I doubt he got free time.
No, because like all the while Ronald already planned for crisis, ma.
Yeah.
A huge crisis going to happen already, ma. So once the huge crisis over, what is Ronald gonna do? You know, I'm curious about that.
Oh, there's always new things to do. I started initially also. There's always new things to do.
Okay.
Yeah, there's new things. In fact, I just recollect a story that I had earlier on. I remember at the time my dad bought a computer, right? You guess what was the first thing I typed on the computer? The first instruction that I key on the computer was, what is the highest mountain in the world? Then guess what? The computer said, syntax error. But today, if I keyed it, it has an answer. Yeah.
So you were already dreaming of AI back then.
Maybe I anticipating things will be that fast, but sad to know that at that moment it wasn't ready then. Yeah. So really sometimes when you reflect back what happened last time, today you have it already. Yeah.
So what was the first gift you buy for your boy? Is it a computer?
Okay, I think nothing fancy. I think these days having when you buy a computer, it's no longer a gift like I had. Or gift like computer is like
Yeah.
it's like a toy and a tool that you can have. Yeah, but today computer like that even iPad, handphone, all is like expected already. Yeah, nothing fancy. Yeah.
Different.
Yeah,
So are your
different world
children like you, entrepreneurs?
Did
Did you influence them?
In part of them growing up, yes. Yeah, they are all independent. Okay. Entrepreneur, I'm not too sure at this moment because it takes some time. Even for me, when I started, also it takes me some time. Is the setbacks I face, actually mold me as a person, and also given the opportunity to see and try and move on. Yeah, but I would say most importantly, they are 100% independent. Yeah, and they can think for themselves. They can do things by themselves. Yeah,
That's enough for you as a father.
correct.
Yes.
Yes.
And today, you know, the graduates or the fresh grads, right? They all have their own fair share of struggles. People are saying that before even they graduate, 6 months before, they send out 600 resumes and there's no response. What are some of your advice for them?
Okay. Try not to follow your dream. Okay, that may sound a bit weird.
Yes.
It's because you think too much of having your dream. That's why you can never have your dream. You have to learn how to help someone's dream first. In doing that, then you have the skill set, the know-how, the experience to have your own dream. Yeah.
So try to break it down for me a bit too cheap. Are you saying go and build my boss's dream first? Go and
Yes,
work.
You are right.
Oh.
You are perfectly right. Don't start with having your own dream. Help someone with their dream first.
That is to work first.
Yeah, to
So,
work first. But
not
make
to
sure.
be-
But I would say working has two ways. You can work for a big company, but you're just a tool and limited learning. Go and learn from small business owners. They are the people who have done everything from A to Z. They know everything from accounting all the way to payroll, to set up the machine, to do everything, meeting, networking. They, as I was sharing with a friend was telling me, as an entrepreneur, you have about 55 to 58 skill set that you have to pick up as an entrepreneur.
Wow.
55 to 58.
So specific.
Yeah. So a lot, like networking is one of them. Communication is also one of them. Yeah. So even that resiliency is also one of them. Yeah. So a lot of like finance, how to invest, all these are little things that you need to pick up. Yeah. So when you have not picked up all these skill set and not enough experience, then what to talk about your own dream? If you do that too early in life, it's just going to be very fluff. Yeah.
Their dream could be content creator, influencer.
But
Nothing
even then,
wrong.
when you're doing that, you're still building someone's dream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. What do you think? Because like when you want to talk about building someone else's dream, sometimes we get or we lost ourselves in building that person's dream to a point where we don't even know how to dream anymore.
Yes,
What?
that will always happen as well. That's why we have BYD.
Okay.
Yeah.
Build your dreams.
Yeah, build your dream. Yeah. So when you build your dream, right? Sometimes you can get lost. That's why I say at the end of the day, you need a group of friends. You need to choose your 6 friends. And that's when they will knock some sense to get clarity. Because they will say, hey, what the hell are you doing? You're doing this for 10 years already. It's time to have your own dream already. Yeah, still knocking there. Yeah.
So you know what's my next question?
Carry on.
What's your dream?
My dream. Okay, my dream is, of course, to build a IT ecosystem. Yeah, that covers all the way from infra, software development, marketing, the works from training all the way. It means to be like what Accenture is right now. Accenture can provide the entire suite of services from business consulting, managed consulting, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So WinPro will be the next Accenture. That's
I
your dream.
hope that we can achieve that.
That's your main dream.
Yep.
Because you've got many, many side businesses.
Yes, precisely.
What about nothing to do with businesses?
Nothing to do businesses.
What's your other dream?
Other
Like
dream.
creating a legacy.
Maybe go
Legacy.
for-
I just let it happen. Yeah, I think no point building that right now. I think
Too young.
yeah.
Still young.
Thank you for answering the
Or
question
maybe,
for me.
maybe retire and then go around the world on a trip or something.
And actually, that one don't fancy me. Actually, that one don't fancy me at all. Yeah.
Retirement is not in his dictionary.
Yeah,
Not in the
I
playbook.
never not my playbook. Retirement is never a playbook. Okay, the word is play only. Okay, play, just play.
That's why everything you do must be fun also.
Must
for
be
you,
fun,
you know.
so that you don't need to retire. Where got people go to the playground and retire one?
That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the most fun thing that you're doing now, Ronald, other
No,
than podcast?
no. Yeah. So whatever we are doing, find the right group of people, doing that together with them. That is happiness. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
happiness. You choose the right people that has aligned goals with you. Like that's happiness. Like what we have at Adeline, Liang, and Amil. Yeah.
Yes, yes,
This is like all what we are doing every day. It's like having fun while making money and making great real impact. Yeah.
Yeah, when
helping
we
people.
conceive this idea, no one say, "Hey, you siao ah, you crazy." We just say when.
Yeah. Just say when sign, where go, when do, put a date, let's go.
Yeah. That's the 6 people, the like-minded people.
Yes.
Yeah. You are one of them.
Oh, thank you. You haven't retired me, oh. Haven't retired me.
I will inform you.
You will give me a notice. Okay.
You will serve one notice.
Why the voice so soft?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I see we are having fun, right?
Yes.
Time just flies.
Yes.
That's why.
Yes. So guys, that's Ronald. So we have learned so much, and I learned that he got multiple playbooks. One day I must open his computer. He got all kinds of
shit.
playbook. But I think
I have to lock up my.
but I think the interview still too short. I still want to ask him about playbook for family harmony, for so many things. But okay, we'll keep that conversation for another day.
Yes.
So guys, if you know of someone whom we should interview, or you have a story to share with us, because you got many playbooks as well, so do write in to us. We'll be interested to feature you as well. With that will conclude our podcast, and stay tuned for our final and last interview.
Yeah.
See you.
Where's the camera, by the way?
Welcome to Ground Zero Stories podcast, and I am Liang.
I am Ronald.
We are the hosts for Ground Zero Stories. At Ground Zero Stories, we don't interview people that are already successful.
At Ground Zero Story, we talk about the uncomfortable part, the season before the wins, before the applause, before the wins, before the applause, before the story sounds cool. We explore the moments of doubt, decision, pressure, perseverance, the people, the circumstances, because real success is built long before it looks obvious.
This is Ground Zero Stories, brought to you by Divergent Entrepreneur Academy, where we empower growth through our 4D success framework. Discover, dream, develop, and deliver. Helping individuals and organizations to unlock potential and move ideas into action. Today, here in our studio, we are privileged to have with us Dr. Patrick Liew, someone whose journey reflects exactly what Ground Zero Stories is about. Not just where he is today, but the decision, experience, and turning points that shape who he became.
Dr. Patrick Liew is a very famous person. Yeah, I have met him on a few networking events. Yeah, he have founded a Success Resource. I think people who have seen him, people who know him, I think he is a person where actually smarts a lot in networking session. He may be someone whereby he is a person who is really passionate about what he do, and he is now doing training. He's helping older people to really gain experience, gain a lot of skills so that they can actually earn a living for himself. He is also on the board of he's also executive chairman and CEO with HRS previously, and also the major shareholders in AXS listed company. And he's also a regional director in that Gartner Group, and he's also regional head of sales and marketing. Yeah, so you can see a long list of portfolio he has. Yeah, and he's also gotten his doctorate. That's why you call him doctor now, Dr. Patrick Liew. Yeah. So welcome, Patrick, to
Thank you very
our
much.
podcast. Yes.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes. Yeah. So I would like to maybe share with us a bit about your childhood, how you were brought up as a child. I just not remember. You said you were born in Malaysia.
I was born when Singapore was still part of Malaysia.
Yes,
I'm just
correct.
I'm just revealing my age at this point in time.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, tricky. Yeah. So again, he's a person where I really respect him a lot. Yeah, because not things he have done or what he have achieved, by the way he conduct himself as a gentleman, the way he does things, and he is very welcome in many places wherever he goes. Yeah. So maybe like share a bit of your childhood.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. After the introduction, I am dying to hear myself too. I'm very proud to tell everybody that I was born in a very, 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 very poor family. I grew up among the poorest. Can you imagine when I was growing up, I had no new books, no new toys, no new clothing. I don't even have a bed until I was 21 years old. So for the first 21 years of my life, I get to sleep underneath my grandmother's bed. That's why if you look at my face, you'll find it's a bit flat like pancake because of oversleeping underneath my grandmother's bed. And so at a very young age, even in primary school, I had to be an entrepreneur and earn enough money for my pocket money. I actually started my life as an entrepreneur at Sungai Road. I think most of you are too young to remember.
Market, right?
That's right. It was a thief market. Yeah. But of course, there were honest entrepreneurs.
Yes.
I had little floor mats and selling jeans and T-shirts. And of course, those days, there were a few hundred young boys and girls selling exactly the same thing. But I like to believe that I'm one of the most successful. I did a few very interesting things. For example, everybody, can you imagine, everybody was screaming, jeans and T-shirt, jeans and T-shirt. And for some reason, I decided I need to have a brand, even though branding was not a big thing those days. So I came out with a brand called Côte Dior. So when they were shouting jeans and t-shirt, can you imagine I was selling Côte Dior, and everybody came to see what's the difference, right? And an interesting thing I did many interesting things. I try to come up with new ideas every day. Is that in a street market there's no changing room, so it's very uncomfortable even for men, let alone women, to change. So I always have a temporary changing room, and then the woman can change comfortably and conveniently. And then when they come out, I have this $6 million clothing line. I would say, ma'am, you make my jeans really look beautiful. And I say it with total honesty, because even until today, I've never met a single person that I don't love. So I say this because in life, it's not about EQ. It's not just about EQ it's not about EQ or IQ. It's about what I call DQ. And DQ stands for desperation quotient. If you're desperate enough to be successful, you will be forced, you'll be compelled, you'll be motivated to find a way to success.
Yeah, wow, a lot of story. Actually, what resonates me is our desperation or even hunger. I think that's something very important in every entrepreneur. Yeah. So besides being hungry, what would also make a very good entrepreneur?
I tell you what I think is really important that you don't seldom hear about this from any entrepreneurs or read it from any book is trust. Trust currency is far, far more important than financial currency. And you think about it, why do people buy your products and services? Before they buy your products and services, they buy you. They have to trust you. If they don't trust you, they will never do business with you. But if they trust you, and better still, if they respect you, they will be more than willing to buy your product and services, finance you, and support you. And trust is something that you need to learn, you need to earn, and you need to practice, and you need to demonstrate, and you need to live it. For example, the first thing you need to develop is your character. People buy your character. And character is not something that you inherit just because you inherited it. Character is something you develop. It's about your values. It's not just about what you believe in. It's not about what you post on your social media. It's how you live your value. Because people will see you for what you do and not just what you say. And you live by your values, you overcome one of the biggest hurdles in entrepreneurship. Earn your trust. Don't betray somebody's trust on you. Always do the right thing, never do the wrong thing. And so in my company, all of us memorize 4 questions before we do anything. First question, is it legal? Second question, is it ethical? Third question, is it honorable? Fourth question is immoral. In other words, anything that's not legal, ethical, honorable, or moral, we will not do it. And we say it all the time. We say it to ourselves. We say it every day. We say it to all our customers. So they know that's the yardstick we hold ourselves. That's the yardstick we want them to hold us to. So they know they can trust us.
Very interesting. He mentioned about 4 things. But I have noticed when he started saying that, but he did not mention about profitability at all. Yeah, very interesting point. Yeah, so
I think we heard desperation of
By the way, I
hunger.
have my own, in case you need to know, I have my own theory on profitability, in case you want to talk about it. Yeah.
So we heard about the hunger, about being unique, and of course we heard about values and of course trust out of which these values. So how did you turn these key driving pillars or force that you have into a business or even a profitable one, and by what yardstick, like you said, do you think is profitable?
Very good question. So, in line with your question, what you said earlier on, I believe you don't make money by focusing on money. I repeat again, you don't make money by focusing on money. And we've seen many people like that, right? They come to you, you look at their face, you can see a money face, you look in their eyes, you can see the dollar sign. Let me ask you a very commonsensical question. Of course, commonsensical questions are not very common these days. When you meet somebody like that, would you like to be their friend? Would you like to do business with them? No. So I believe this. Making money is a byproduct of something that you do. It's called the law of precession or the sower's principle. What you sow is what you get. If you sow money, all you care about is money, what are you going to reap? I tell you what you're going to reap. You're going to reap unhappiness and greed. And that will repel people from you. So if you want to have money, then think of what you need to do so that people will be happy to give you the money. And not only happy to give you money, but give it to you on a sustainable basis. So I always tell people it's about value. What value are you adding to the people around you? Not just your customer. I hate people who just take care of the customer, never take care of anybody else. So the value must be, how do you value add to the people around you, to the environment around you, not just your customer. And to me, the highest value is an important value that nobody talk about these days. It's my tan jiak, what they call it, my signature dish. So if you need to know, you need to ask me.
Okay, so I'm asking you now.
Oh, there is a seminar for you coming up. And I've just appointed Ground Zero to promote my latest seminar. Basically, I tell people the highest value is love. You think about it, love is the most powerful force in work and in life. But we are barely scratching the surface of using love in the workplace, let alone in our life. If your customer know that you genuinely love them, how will they respond to you? You know, I tell you a real story. Some years ago, I brought my team to Bangkok, lock up the room, and we decided to spend one whole evening talking about life and their workplace. Everybody complains about their boss, their former bosses, their colleagues, and the latest report shows that 8 out of 10 Singaporean workers are not happy. Why? Because there's no more love in the workplace. It's all about money. It's about greed, right? And that's why when we came back, just to let you know, if I may just promote, if you look at my company, GEX, if you can see the E, if somebody can zoom in E, actually our E is the Chinese character for love. Sing. Liang
very interesting.
So today we have seen a hidden code inside inside
And
the name.
then if you connect all my business card, if you see my business card, if you can zoom in, can you see the part of a heart in Chinese is connected to the card? And if you have another card, and then it connects back to heart again. That means we believe that we want to build a company with love, with a heart, and we connect all our hearts together, and we want to serve our customer with our hearts. We want to serve the people and the environment around us with a heart, and that's called love.
Wow, beautiful. Now I saw something that's decoded in the name card.
It's a secret code.
Wow, okay, today that's why I was looking. Yeah, what is that design by the side? Does it mean something? So now you see it here.
Next time when we receive name cards, we'll go and draw.
That's why you see here moving card. So whenever it gets a name card, can I have 2 name cards?
You can join them together. That's right. Yeah. So it's a way to remind ourselves that we are building a company centered around love, connected with love, and sharing love.
I think ultimately, whatever we do in life, especially business, it's about the people that we work with, and of course the people that we are selling the service or the product to. And like you say, it's not really centered about making their money, but really providing them with the service and the product with heart. And if you do it well, then it will come naturally.
And you said it beautifully, because I think we have forgotten to put people into the hearts of the business. And my company, was the one and only corporate winner of the corporate HR award from Singapore Human Resources Institute. And I tell you a funny story, right? I mean, Uncle Patrick had a lot of story. When the judges came and they said, we want to interview a HR department, I said, there's no more HR department. He said, how can you win an HR award when you don't have HR department? I said, what if the Human Resources Department, first of all, there's something wrong with the name. We are all digits, numbers, denominator. We are just resources. I said, what if and that's why a lot of people are not happy in the workplace, right? What if the Human Resources Manager, the Human Resources Department is called Human Wellness or Human Happiness Department? Think about it. Yesterday, the HR manager, Human Resources Manager, was called Human Resources Manager. This morning, she wake up, she say, I'm called Human Happiness Department. Human Happiness Manager, Human Wellness Manager. Then will that change his or her whole attitude about going to work?
Yes.
That at the end of the day, they are all human, and your job is to make them happy, to make them well. And if you do that, I think they will be more willing to work hard, buy into your company, participate actively, and get you the results that you want.
I think it's a classic way of job title and scope, and scoping how one would react to what they need to do.
That's right.
Very interesting. So just to also maybe can you share a point in your life when you first started your business, when you faced one of your largest problem that you face, or biggest challenge that
Or setbacks.
setback, a major setback in your business, whereby it come to a point that hurts you so badly, really come to a point whereby you almost want to give up, and at what point how you find yourself back up again?
Okay, maybe I tell you one story during the Asian crisis. During the Asian crisis, the economy collapsed. The whole property market really crashed. And every day when we opened the door, we were losing money to the tune of thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And not only were we losing money, people were literally running away because the rumor going around is that our company is going to close shop. So can you imagine the first guy telling the second guy, you better leave the company because at the end of the month, the company may not have money to pay for your salary, for all your claims. And of course, by the time the second person tells the third person, the fourth person to the last person is like, Patrick is the son of Mr. S.A. Tan, S.A. Tan, S-A-T-A-N, right? Satan, right? And he's going to take everything away, roll his sampan, and then disappear in the real island. But the worst thing is that I realized we were losing money to the tune of millions and millions and millions and millions and millions. Can I borrow your finger also? Would you like to know? Would you like to know how many millions of dollars I lost? At one point in time, I was carrying personal liability to the tune of $40 million. $40,000,000. I don't know whether you have problem before. I felt like, I'm pushed to a corner. I've fallen into pits of hell to come and tell you this story. I was going through a half-death situation. When the Chinese want to hate you, they don't curse you to death. They curse you to half-death. Half-death means choose and putra, choose puru. And one day I came to the end of the road, and I thought that my life is not worth living, and I went on my knees and I screamed from the bottom of my heart, to somebody up there. I said, "Please help me, please help me." And that's when I connected all the dots, and that's when I felt somebody was telling me, treat human as human, bring out the best from them, help them to live a meaningful, exciting, and fulfilling life. And then I was told, go and love your people. And it's very funny, right? I have financial problem, but I didn't have a financial solution. I have another solution, and that's to love my people, as to treat them as human, to bring out the best from them. So long story short, I went and activated love. So I created a love-based management system. I turned my office into like a living room, like literally a lifestyle office. I had many interesting things and started to love our people. And I don't know how to explain to you, but I felt like a miracle happened because the molecules and the atoms in my whole office literally was transforming throughout, right in front of my eyes. And a long story short, I've got people who come and say, I love your culture. I love the way you work together. I want to do business with you. And then the people who left thought that we would die. We didn't die. We were doing very well. And they all came back. Every guy that left to join my competitor came back with other people from my competitor's office. And you probably know that on record, on the Singapore Board of Record, I own Singapore's largest real estate agency. At one point, we were hitting like almost 16 to 20,000 people in my office alone. We're so shy to tell people how many people that we have, and so we managed to clear all our debt. And then shortly after that, we became the first real estate company to be listed on Singapore Stock Exchange. So that experience reinforced within me that we all have to invest in our people's life. Great organization depends on great leaders and great teamwork. If we understand this, then we are on our way to success.
You mentioned that you did something in the room, that molecule and atom collided. So what are the things that you have done in the room?
Basically, when I was told to love my people, to bring out the best from them, then my whole business model changed. So basically, it was going to work, showing love to our people, caring for them, turning our office into a lifestyle office. You know, we bought billiard table, we had games, we had good food, you know, and then we started to have training. We started to help our people to develop themselves to a point where we say we want to develop you until you can even run your own company, and then you can even start my office to compete with me. That's how serious we were. And we make sure that we all, do things to help each other. Let me give you an example. One of the things that we used to do in my current office is we used to have what is called a happiness team. So every department will send a representative to form a happiness team. And then for the next 3 months, their job is to do anything and everything to make all of us happy. And everybody love it, right? Who doesn't want to be happy, right? And then they will think every day they must think of new ways to make us happy. Then the following 3 months, another set of people, set of representative will come and try to make us happier than what the previous team has done for the last 3 months. So can you imagine, in other company, the boss have to make them happy. In my company, they better make me happy, because in the survey, if I say I'm 1 upon 10 unhappy, then I pull the average down, right? Now, a lot of people will say, but Patrick, if you do that, then they will spend your money, right? You'll be very surprised that because I want them to be happy, they will try to make all of us happy without having to spend a lot of money. And I can go on telling you many, many stories of how this was achieved, because they know we care for them and they care for the company. And when we love them, they don't only love the company, they love our customers at the same time. And that's why we won the Customer Service Excellence Award.
So I mean that it seems like the kind of energy, the molecules was brought out of the room, and their energy and molecules collided with your clients, and that sparked off to better relationship between you and your team, and then your team with your clients.
Yeah. So when we start to love the people, the whole atmosphere change. I cannot even explain to you. When people come to office, they say, I feel something interesting in this office, something strange. It's like your whole ambience is different. The molecules and the atoms are different. And that's why I said just now that love is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful force. If you inject love into your company, the whole atmosphere will change. And then they will also in turn love your company, and then they will love your customer at the same time. That's why if you Google, for example, one of my companies called Gags Academy, right? And you read, we consistently have 5-star review. We never pay a single cent for it. And then they write love stories. When people pay for it, they only press a 5-star. But when you see they write long love letter, they put a photograph of their experience, their time in our company, and then they write about how their life was different, how we've touched their life and changed their life. These are genuine testimony. All the money in the world will not be able to get somebody to tell you their past, their present, and their future, basically. Why? It's all because of love. Why? Because the ambience in my office is very different from the normal ambience of an office.
I mean, that is also a period about financial crisis, and when market was bad, and that caused you to be going to 40 million in liability. So like you mentioned, when trust is very important. So in these periods, when trust is lower, and that there were speculations about, potentially you not being able to pay for the stuff and stuff like that. So how did then you give, or how did then your team give or gave your clients the trust, or in addition to trust and the love, what else do you think was your secret formula to keep them coming back to you and trust you?
We implement 4 key strategy. If you may allow me, I will use the computer as a metaphor. The first key strategy is called hardware. Where your heart is, that's where your treasure would be. Where your treasure leads you, that's where the direction and pursuit of your life. So I always ask people, why do you do what you do? Because if you don't know the why, you never find out the how. It is your purpose that will always drive your performance and your pursuits. Second strategy is called hardware. Every computer is hardware, right? Hardware is about the model, the structure, the system, the procedures of the company. And don't tell me you love your people when your whole company is crumbling in terms of your systems. Don't tell me you love your family when your whole family is badly managed. So I give two examples, right? So we basically send our people for all kinds of courses, and then we try to benchmark with the best of the best in the world. So we were the first company to get the ISO 9000 and PC standard award, and then we also send our people for competition, not for vainglory. We don't pay for the award. We compete in prestigious, credible awards. When we first started, we lost, but eventually every department started to win awards because we learn from competitors, learn from the other candidates, learn from judges. So we say if we're going to love our people, we must run the best run company. That's the best way to love our people. The third strategy is called software. The software is the people aspects of a company. So the question I always ask people is this: do you love people use things, or do you love things use people? Do you love people use things, or love things use people? Because a lot of us have got our value system wrong, isn't it? So in our company, I give an example. We were the first company that I know of, according to the Straits Times, that actually provide a valet service to look after our staff's car. And then we started a kindergarten and a childcare, so that when they go to work, they can drop the kids in the childcare and the kindergarten. They can stop work anytime and look after their children. And then we turn a part of our office into like a mini clubhouse. We have karaoke, we have gymnasium, we even started a massage service, we have a small little spa, we hire a hairdresser to do manicure, pedicure, coloring of their hairs and all that, because we want them to be very, very happy, because they, are the greatest assets of the company. And the last strategy is soul wear or spiritual wear. What are you trying to achieve? Is it purely just for financial bottom line? Or is it for what I call the four bottom line? Your social bottom line, how do you impact people's life? Your environmental bottom line, how do you impact the environment around you? Your spiritual bottom line, how do you ensure that people find a sense of purpose, a sense of meaning, a sense of excitement, a sense of fulfillment in their work as well as working with you? So the hardware, the software, and the soulware defines how we want to put love into action.
Well said.
One clarification. Can you tell me that the services, the massage, the hair, and childcare are not free?
Okay, basically, this people always say, "Oh, you sound like reverse psychology." Everybody in my company is given a free haircut. Okay, free haircut, right? So every once a month we all go for a free haircut, right? But the interesting thing is because my hairstylist had a small little studio in our own office. My people will go there, and they're allowed to go there. We don't measure them by the time, by the clock, and that to me is very stupid. You are human. I believe in you. I'll bring out the best from you. If you want to take time during office hour to go and color your hair, bond your hair, feel free to do it as long as you get your work done. And here's a funny trick that we realized later on. When they bond their hair or color their hair, after a while, the hair will grow, right? Then you have one color, you have black hair, right? Then they have to go back and redo it again, right? And that's when we charge them a small little fee, right? And the funniest thing, later we discovered at the end of the month, we actually made a lot of money just providing this service free. So we were, I think, the original pioneers of freebies. So we do pedicure, manicure. Then they will stick all kinds of bling bling on their nails, right? And then this bling bling will drop. So when they drop, they must come back and let us go stick it nicely for them. That's another $2, $3, $4, $5, right? And by adding all these small little spending, we actually make money from that service. So it's very interesting that we were giving them the best of life, helping them be happy. But in turn, we actually make money from there. So let's come back to, what I was telling you, the precessionary effect, right? By loving them, we actually make money from there. Not that we want to make money. We still do better than most companies. But in the end, they also bring their family members, they bring their customers to enjoy the services that we have.
Yeah, because I was about to say, where's the sign-up link for your recruitment?
And the other thing is that we don't have a job interview, by the way.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't believe.
So it's by through referral or?
Yeah, that's right. We don't recruit cold. We don't employ cold. We want to make sure that we know who we're employing. So most of the people they will employ were either our customers, or people who got involved with our projects, or were invited to join us in our happiness activities, or part of our residential boot camp. So if we identify somebody we think this is the kind we're looking for, we invite them to our happiness event, our boot camps, our tours, our travel, and then we became friends, we get to know them, and then they're comfortable with our value, we're comfortable with the person we're meeting, and then we bring them on board to our company. So by doing this, we know who are the people we want, and we get the right people. We don't depend on job interview and CV. And you and I know with great consultant like Ronald, after a few meetings with him, they will all write beautiful CV and then give a perfect answer to all the questions. He produced all the best leaders in the world. Whereas we want to make sure that we get the right people that have the right fit to organization.
Thanks for rejecting me subtly. I think that was,
I can't afford you. I can't afford you. I can give you a lot of love.
but I think that's a very wise strategy in recruitment. Yeah, and yeah.
So I'd like to hear your views. Like, been hearing a lot from a lot of so-called gurus in the market, whereby they are saying maybe like market is like this year will be very bad. Yeah, and also yeah, we both can celebrate because we are looking at the same pie, and we know that usually downturn are the best time to make money sometimes. Yeah. So it's knowing how and knowing what to do then. Yeah. So like this kind of like crisis going to happen. So what is up Patrick Liew's sleeve right now?
I always tell people, do you, when you live your life, do you focus on the donut or you focus on the whole? Do you focus on the opportunities or you focus on the challenges? And experts have said this many, many times. The best time, like you say, to make money is during a crisis. Because there's always a silver lining in every cloud, even in the dark nights. So if you look at the market, I always say the downturn is the best time to prepare for upturn, and during an upturn, prepare for a downturn. And during a downturn, why is there great opportunities? You think about it, people are scared. Your competitors are worried. They are downsizing. They're tightening the rope, and then they leave behind gaps. They leave behind part of the market that is either unserved, underserved, or can be better served. So I always tell people this, it's not about market share. It's not about market size. Yes, in a downturn, the market size may have shrunk. By the end of the day, the market can be very big, but you don't have enough market share, it doesn't make any sense. So it's not about market size, it's about market share. When your competitors are worried and there's still demand for your product and services, that's where you can grow your market share. And when people are worried and want to bid for tenders and proposal, that's when your customer may be willing to even pay more money than you. When they're not willing to invest, develop better product, more innovative services, and when you do that, you not only win the bid, you can actually charge a higher fee. So I give an example. I'm a property investment man. I teach people about property investment training. I say, when is the best time to buy property? Is it when the market is very, very hot, prices are going very, very high, and it's still climbing very, very high? Or during a crisis when, when the market is very, very low? And in times like this, a lot of people have businesses that have suffered, they have lost their job, and they are desperate, right? So they have to sell their house, right? So in a crisis, would they sell you a high price, normal price, or low price? Low price, right? In a crisis, would they sell you a low price or lower price? Definitely lower price, right? And if you buy the right property during a crisis at a much lower price, you think about it, over time, especially in Singapore, over time, inflation will go up. Cost of goods will go up. Labor costs will go up. Building work will go up. Construction costs will go up. And if you are not somebody who gamble in the property investment market, and you're somebody who plan 5 to 10 years ahead, which is what we all do as a good property investor, right? Your price will return back, and you make even more money. And if it's the same with business. Some of you will probably have heard, if you Google Dr. Patrick at $1, I think you'll be pleasantly surprised that not too long ago, I bought assets of a public listed company for $1. And unfortunately, tragically, Business Type put me on my name and my photograph on the first page. And then Straits Times put my name and photograph on the first page of money section, because nobody has done it before. And then the rumor around the market, especially among stockbrokers, this guy must be the smartest guy, because nobody have ever bought the assets of a public listed company with $1. Why did I do it? If there was no crisis, if the company was not going to challenges, and if the owner of the company don't want to go to court and face, different challenges, they say, if I go to court, win or lose, it affects my branding. And I told them, it's okay, I will bear it for you. My face is only worth $1. Give me everything for $1. I'll go to court case, I'll solve it for you. In case you need to know, there was a $1 billion court case, and the biggest shareholder, didn't want to go to court because it affects his branding, right? And the funny story goes like this, right? I go to my lawyer and say, what if I lose the case? What if I win the case? Say you pay me $400,000 for legal fees. I said, what if I lose the case? Oh, it can add up to millions. I went to their party and said, what if I plead guilty? And they told me, well, pay us $74,000, we'll close the file. What do you think I'll do?
Yeah.
I went on my knees, kissed their face, said, I'm guilty.
Yeah, and that's it. End the game already.
Yeah, end the game. And of course, the next day, the journalists call me out and say they want a statement. I say, what if I don't give you a statement? They say, we'll manufacture our own statement. So I say, quote me correctly, yeah. According to Dr. Patrick Liew, a shareholder of XYZ company, we have pleaded guilty, but we will definitely do everything possible to improve the company, improve our results, right? But please mention the word shareholder, because I was a shareholder. And until today, people say, were you the one who caused $1 billion company? I say, anything that happened before I take over a company, I cannot be guilty, right? If I take over a company, anything happened, I'm responsible, right? And as a shareholder company, just like you buy a share of OCBC, you're a shareholder, but you're not a chairman of OCBC. You're not a CEO, you're not an executive, you're not an employee. You can't do anything. I'm just a shareholder. I happen to be, tasked to be the spokesman for the company, basically. But whichever way it is, I literally became famous, and it was bad news in some way, but it turned out to be very, very good in the long term. Yeah. So I tell you story because to let you know that it will never happen during a good time. Yeah. And this happened because it was a bad time, because the company was going through multiple challenges. That's why there's this opportunity.
Correct. So even in cases whereby when the public or anybody see it negatively, but when you see it, you saw opportunity. You saw there is still opportunity to really seize it and really make full use of it, rather than to run away from it.
That's right.
Yeah. So again, in entrepreneurship, it's always like this. Always looking at gaps, opportunity, then to really take advantage of it. We land for you nicely, land on a table. You still don't take it. Then you always keep complaining, say you got no opportunity, no chance, nothing. But things are given there. You never seize it. Yeah. So in your entire entrepreneurship, right? Are there a lot of opportunity presenting to you most of the time?
Definitely.
A lot, right?
I always tell people this. Every day when I leave my house, I can see money pouring down from heaven. Everywhere I go, I can see money all over the street. And I joke with them. I say, you either see it or you don't see it.
Yes.
Why do I say this? Because I want to share with them something very, very crucially important. Most people don't know. There is a part of your brain called the reticular activating system, the RAS. The RAS is like your controller in your CPU in your computer. We are bombarded with information every moment of the day, through our eyes, through our ears, through our senses, through our smell, through our taste. But you cannot focus on all the information. So the RAS will then funnel all the information and then let you focus on what's important. And so I tell people this, one of the first thing you need to do if you want to be financially successful, be an entrepreneur, is develop the RAS. Go and learn. Go and learn from gurus, experts. They are not necessarily people who just want to make your money. They are people who genuinely have been successful and willing to share their expertise with you and use them, leverage on them to help you develop the RAS. Once your RAS is being developed, you can see there's so many entrepreneur opportunity, so many investment opportunity, and then you're ready to chomp for it.
So what are things whereby our viewers can do to really improve this RES?
Okay, basically it starts with yourself. So all learning starts and ends with self-learning. If you're not motivated to learn, then all the best trainer, the best technology, the best training system will not be able to change you. You must decide that you want to learn. And what's important thing to learn is 21st century skills. 21st century skills are skills that you and I should learn, but we never learn in the classroom. One of the, and I started a charity that trained more than 20,000 young people every year on this 21st century skills, creativity skills, innovative skills, leadership skills, and financial literacy skills. You know, our parents never teach us how to become rich and wealthy. Our teachers couldn't teach us. You know, our bosses will never want to teach us. So this is one skill that's never been taught throughout our life. You need to learn. You need to learn. And don't tell me you can read books about it. You can go to YouTube, internet, and learn from it. You know, if it can be done, somebody would have done it and written a book and say, I spent all my time on YouTube, on internet, and then became rich and wealthy. None, nobody. You need to go and find somebody who genuinely has got the knowledge, has got the insight, has got the skills to be able to teach you and willing to mentor you. Not because of your money, but because somebody has helped them and they want to help you. So you need somebody to coach, guide, and mentor you, like Ronald. If I've got somebody like Ronald to help me when I was younger day, I think today I'm a lot more successful. And Ronald is not paying me money to say this. You know, because I genuinely believe I'm a product of all the gurus, the experts, and specialists who have spent time with me. And I want to strongly suggest that everybody who's listening to this podcast, go and find people who are willing to share their insight, knowledge, experience with you, and that will really propel, you know, your journey to success.
Okay, we are coming close to the podcast. Maybe you would like to share a tip with our viewer, how for some aspiring entrepreneurs, how to take that leap of faith to join the entrepreneurs in the market right now.
You know, I always tell people this, entrepreneurship is not an external part or additional part of your life. Entrepreneurship is entire part of your being. Everything that you do is entrepreneurial. So I don't define entrepreneurship as somebody who starts a business, plan for a business, lead the business, organize the business, or control the business. To me, entrepreneurship is a way of life. You are essentially a problem solver and a solution provider. And if you think of how to solve problem every day and come with better solution, you're an entrepreneur. You don't have to start a business. You can be a teacher. You can work in a company as an employee. You're an entrepreneur. So I have a saying that I want to share with everybody as we close this podcast. And that's something that I believe when I was very young, at a very young age. I don't know when I developed this saying, but I know it's original because I swear by this saying since young. It goes like this: anything worth doing is worth doing with passion and excellence. Anything worth doing is worth doing with passion and excellence. That means if you want to be an entrepreneur, whatever you do, even those things you don't love to do, you go to the army, you hate the army, okay, that's worth doing. You know, if your boss asks you to do something and you hate to do it, it's worth doing. Even those things that you have no choice. Then do it with passion and excellence. Passion means love what you do. Excellence means do it to the best of your ability. And there's two sides of a coin. If you don't love what you do, you'll never do it with excellence. If you don't put your heart and soul to achieve the best possible result, you will never love what you do. So if you understand this very simple saying, then I think you're on track to become a successful entrepreneur. So let me repeat again. Anything worth doing is worth doing with passion and excellence.
Wow, thank you. Very good tip and also good kind of way to really end today's podcast. Yeah, and I like to also share if you want to contact Patrick. What are the means to contact you?
If you type Dr. Patrick Liew, there are 20 over ways to contact me. I've got 100 over Facebook, directly and directly. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm on Quora. I'm on Instagram. I'm on TikTok. Oh, by the way, I'm on TikTok, and if you are interested, I got few hundred TikTok videos that I've posted and going to post, and it's all about how to make money. And then I write a free of charge lesson every day, and I write by series. Like right now, I'm writing a series on how to make money with very, very little or no money down. So today I posted chapter 68. Tomorrow I'm posting chapter 69. Then before that, I wrote a whole series of how to build a world-class company. Before that, a whole series of how not to fail. I've got 7,000 over free of charge lesson in almost every major areas of life. And I do a free talk every Wednesday night. And I give all the attendees a 4 ebook on how to be financially successful, how to be rich and wealthy, how to be successful, how to be a great leader, how to live a great life. These are all compilation of all the experiences I've gone through, all the books I've read, and I hope that people read that, they'll become a lot more successful, and they'll become better entrepreneurs, and they'll make this world a better place to live in.
Yes. Well, thank you very much. And we end this podcast. Again, we like to share about what Ground Zero is all about. Ground Zero Stories is a stories whereby we bring to you through our entrepreneurs' experiences where they crash and reach the bottom and they climb up to the top, stand up firm and continue moving and reach success. And you want to hear more of these stories? Join us in our more podcasts and listen to the real story. You don't have to feel the pain because they have gone through that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Backtree.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What is that record again, Amir?
So the record is held by We Are Hantu. They did about 5 hours and almost 6 hours of podcast. And today we actually crossed 7 hours.
Ooh,
Nice.
Yay!
Cheers, cheers.
Celebrate, cheers.
Cheers.
Yes.
And thanks to everyone who's still tuning in and watching. Thank you for staying tuned with us. Wow, what a long day.
Yes, long day.
So-
So feeling I've never done any record breaking in my entire life.
You mean anything crazy and mad like this?
Yeah, I think we're gonna do more mad things.
Oh wow. Actually, how did all this started? Now I think back. I think we were drinking kopi one day, right?
Yeah.
Then you mentioned about this podcast marathon. The funny thing is, I never say, hey, this crazy xiao man.
Yeah.
And my question was, when?
Yeah.
I just busy to at my
to do
calendar.
it?
When?
Yeah.
Yeah, who? Who should we
Yeah.
invite?
Yeah.
But I think there's this thing that resonated with all of us, which is, the road to entrepreneurship, or the road on entrepreneurship wasn't easy. All of us, those that shared, we faced some difficulties or hurdles at a point in our journey, and that we are glad to have each other. And I think we really wanted to start something so that we can help fellow entrepreneurs, so that it can be easier for them, and we want to urge them on. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So how's the experience running a very long podcast marathon?
Yeah, tired.
Hey, you're all younger than me,
Yeah,
okay?
but I love it.
Yes,
Because it's
Every
fun.
second of it.
It's fun.
It's
Yeah.
not just fun, but I think is the really the reason why we want to do this, because we really want to share with the entrepreneurs out there that they are not alone. It's not always so pretty and sexy, but there are so many things that is underneath all these things. That's why we say that it's ground zero stories. We want to encourage them. Don't give up. Yeah.
And I'm so happy with the lineup that we have today. We have Candy, our National Director of BNI. We have Mr. Chiang, the founder of Butterfly Park. I get to sit here, all his amazing stories, and and also Uncle Ringo. And lastly, Dr. Patrick, who shared with us so many inspiring stories. Like, I learned so much from everybody. So I think our episode 1, the lineup was really, really fantastic. I think everything just worked out well from the day we conceived this idea, right? We conceptualized it, and we executed it today. And one of the reasons that this thing happened, right, is I realized since I become an entrepreneur is the just do it, just whack. In the past, we were all in plan, analyze until paralyzed, right?
Yeah.
But entrepreneurs is like, okay, come, just do, just execute, just at most fail. What can happen, right? Just fail, lor. Just get up, lor.
Like we share, I think entrepreneurs, we all share a certain few traits. One, of course, I always say is the itchy backside.
Itchy backside.
Yeah, we can't sit still. We want to do something. Then the other one is, we are the divergent in our classroom or in our small group of circles of friends. We always are the more risk-taking, jumping into action and stuff like that. I think these are the common traits that the speakers or the guests that we have today all share in common. And I'm not surprised that the people that share today, there are a few things that resonated. One is business is not just about money; it's also about people. We hear that quite a bit. There's love, right? And there's so many things that is in common. That is like we are alone. The family support is so important, and just feels that oh, so it's not like just me. We are the same, and we get together in this room or this community. That's like, I don't know the rest of you. Do you feel this way?
Yep. I think I resonate well with Liang, because it's like finally you feel like you get so connected with each other today, and most importantly, got to learn. Because sometimes when you go for classes, you go for training, you go for those kind of training courses, they are just saying it from the book or the thing, the old material they have. But here is very spontaneous. And spontaneous is like we don't know where this thing is heading, but it's moving. It's moving somewhere, and it's getting better and better every time we do it. I love it. How about you?
When we were interviewing Candy, then someone said, "Why do I stay so quiet and look a bit disconnected?" And I said, on the contrary, I was so connected that I feel like I was holding the space for Candy. I gave her the body language that I'm really tuning in, leaning in, and also because I see myself in it, in whatever that she shared, her struggles, the support from the family that she yearned. She's doing it because of her daughter, why she chose the entrepreneurship path, and eventually why she still go back to become the national director, because she want to serve. At any point in time, you never hear her saying that I do this because of fame, because I get paid more, but everything coming from the angle that I just want to serve because I get a lot and I want to contribute back. And this is precisely the reason why I founded the company and doing what I do today. So I felt so connected with her. And her journey also gave me a lot of courage to continue the path, knowing that all will be well, everything will be fine. And while she was speaking, I felt like, wow, it still feels so surreal that I'm sitting in this room. Just 2 years ago, if you said that, Adeline, one day you'll be sitting across a national director, you'll be interviewing her, I would say, you are mad. Because I'm very happy with the known hell. She said today, the known hell and the unknown heaven, right? And that really hit me so hard because today a lot of people, they are very puzzled with my decision. I could have happily just take CPF, right? And just happily retire, right? Why I go and choose this uncharted path? And the thing is, entrepreneur, you cannot share too much with your friends and families about your struggles. Because the moment you open your mouth and say something, they say, 你自找的, you ask for it. Correct? You ask for it. So you can't say much. And you also cannot talk too much about your wins. Because really in this world, not many people celebrate your wins. Yes, yeah. I mean, there's a story for another day, but that's a reality that I learned when I become a entrepreneur. That is a very lonely journey. Cannot tell people your hardship. Cannot share your achievements too much. And yeah, everything is on your own. So yeah. So today, guest, I'm just really think that today everything the lineup was perfect. Everything was well thanks to the amazing production team from the Golden Nugget. So yeah, that's my takeaway today. What about you, Amel?
First of all, I think we actually may not realize this. Just today, we actually managed to gain 350 years worth of entrepreneurial experience.
Wow.
Of course, I'm saying like some of them are,
Okay, yes. Wow.
But ultimately, 350 years of entrepreneurial experience. Usually, when we go for an event, maybe we have one keynote speaker. Maybe they have like 30, 40 years of experience. But today, we condense 350 years into this one day. Yeah. So, yeah, I really learned a lot also. And I think like every single guest really share very valuable tips for anyone who really want to start from zero.
I just like to thunder what Adeline just shared. We go back to the home and family, but sometimes on the journey of entrepreneurship, not every family member can understand or resonate, and because especially in Asian culture, we keep problems to ourselves. We only share joy, but we don't share problems. We always want to be that happy person in front of others, especially family. We don't want them to worry. Then this is on one hand. And on the other hand, you want to share joy, then you ask yourself, or I look back, if you share joy with them, are they really happy for you? Especially not your immediate family, right? So there's this thing that say, your family or your relatives wants you to be good, but not better than them.
I get it.
Yeah, true. It's always like when you mention your wins, it's not always something they like to hear also. because maybe they could be jealous. Yeah, because sometimes, what you mentioned, we cannot over celebrate.
Yeah.
We have to celebrate just enough to share, but not enough to really be like
Don't look like you're boasting.
yeah, boasting. Yeah, so that is a very narrow line. You just need to do enough, but not too much.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. It's true. In the first place, right? I want to know, like, perhaps I think our listeners also want to know, what is the main vision for Divergent Entrepreneur Academy and why Ground Zero Stories?
This is so interesting. I still remember one night, I don't know whether Ronald remember or not. One night, as always, I was about to go to bed, but my mind is always churning and churning, right? And then I was trying to think of ways to reach out to more trainings. So I decided to text my business mentor, Mr. Ronald. And I was planning that after I type, I'm going to go to bed. It was 11:30. Go and check your message. I didn't lie, all right? I said, Ronald, do you think it's a good idea to incorporate speaking skills, communication into entrepreneur training? This idea just came out of the blue because I realized that people will not sign up for public speaking training. But if I brand it a level higher, entrepreneurship, and this is just part of the training, and at that time, I have in mind to get in different trainers to train networking, to train podcasts, train different aspects of financial literacy. And I texted him. He immediately replied. He said, wow, that was what he has been thinking to do. And he said that dream, do you remember what you said? I can't remember. Sound like you were humoring me, is it?
But you act on it.
Yeah, he said
just do it.
He said he had this dream for many, many years. It has lie dormant because he hasn't found the right partner. So do you know that night we texted until 1 over a.m. just on the idea. And on that very night, everything came out, what we have to train, what are the core classes, everything. And it got me so excited. And the next day, Divergent was born. Logo was born, company was incorporated a week later. Things just moved super fast. And guess what? We also decided on our youthpreneur training workshops. And back then was like just a couple of months before that. And we said that we want to do it during school holiday on early December. And the next thing is I went to book the venue. Can you imagine? This is how we do things, I booked the venue and paid. At that time, we have nothing. We don't know where to find the children. No social marketing, no socials. Everything is on the fly.
Shoot and aim.
Yes. To be honest, I come from public servant background. This will never happen. You know the way we plan things, right?
Yep. Coming from the Navy, it's like we plan 200%. Yeah. You have plan A, then we have the plan B, then we have the wet weather program, then we have the B -1, -2, -3. Yeah, so that kind of contingency and stuff like that. Yeah, so totally.
You understand,
can
right?
relate, yes.
And never in my mind that I thought that this is not going to happen or Ronald will walk away. This is just that kind of trust that we have. Like he know I will execute these. So when we divide and conquer, we don't follow up. We just trust each other completely. And ta-da! 2 amazing workshops happened back in December. And that also give us a lot of courage and also affirmation that this is exactly what the market need. And therefore, after that, when we sit down together, we say, hey, we need to do something to reach out to more audiences, right? And that's where the idea of podcast marathon was conceived, right? So this is the backdrop story. Maybe we will have to tell this story again and again. Yes.
But I think, like you shared that, and this happened, but in day to day, whereby business owners out there, that are not connected, they see each other as competitors. They don't share resources, they don't share their trade secrets, and they don't share their resources. So while we say that this happened, but out there it is this kind of a big fish eat small fish, and we keep our trade secrets close to ourselves. But it's only when you network and you know each other for a while, you understand their values and what is their calling. And I think it really brings us together. And Adeline and Ronald first started it, and they had they invited me subsequently, right? But Ronald and I, we are neighbors, and we had these small talks in our travel or commune to our event. Yeah, then we have all these small talks, and I remember all these talks whereby we spoke about entrepreneurship, because he's a seasoned businessman, 32 years, turning 33 years of experience, and we shared entrepreneurship. What is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship isn't really just about doing business, like what Dr. Patrick Liew shared. It's not just about doing business. It is in his ways. He said that it's a way of life. I would say that it is a mindset or a mentality. How do we use our resources, limited resources, to overcome life situations in life? Not the confining the boundaries to only doing business, because like I say, the family is the first business, and if you don't, everyone has a family. If not, you don't want like family. Then you say your own life is your primary business. Yeah, and everyone has a life. So how do you take charge and lead a good life? Yeah.
I'm actually curious because like for me, I'm a new business owner, and I realized that especially when I mingle with more seasoned business owners, I realized that okay, this is how we are going to do it. Set a date and then let's do it. Is this a norm, or is this something that only the doers will do and the planners will be the ones left behind? Because while I have seen other business owners who plan, but I also see quite a number of seasoned business owners who will just say, okay, this is the date, let's do it. Like, what are the take that you guys have on this?
So I like what we shared, just now. There are business owners that are not entrepreneurs.
Okay.
Entrepreneurs is a very distinct group of people. They see a opportunity, or there's a certain event in life. They gather the resources to make sure that we get through it. So entrepreneurs are like people who start business, who take charge of situations that they are in. But even for business owners, you could have inherited a business. You didn't start it. You could have started at a different stage in the business, right? Then I would just say that those are business owners or business inheritors, right? They might not really have the kind of experience or that kind of skill set to be in that position. Yeah, I mean that's my take. How about?
Okay, maybe let me just share a bit more on entrepreneurship, how I define it. Yeah, so for me, entrepreneurship is a person that has the ability to observe day-to-day life, looking at simple things and looking at opportunity and looking at gaps. Means gaps whereby there's a small little thing there whereby I can add in and the value is enhanced. Yeah, looking at gaps. Then is able to do problem solving. Meaning when you have the gap, so how do I solve that gap? Yeah, then after that, you will also have that part whereby when you have a problem, you definitely need to have resources. So the person will always do a lot of networking as well. So he will gather and incubate a lot of resources over time in terms of funds, in terms of abilities, competencies, skills because everybody has a skill set. So when the opportunity arises, the entrepreneur is able to garner all the right people at the right place at the right time, because through the relation building over time, he knows who is suitable for which role and gather them together and solve the problem together. And in doing that, so to really get them on a journey whereby they can go together. Yeah, that's how I will term entrepreneurship that way.
Okay. What about Adeline? It's your second entrepreneurial entrepreneurial stint, like, do you think that this is the way that we should go forward? Decide and let's just do it. As how you actually
To be
started Divergent.
honest, if I didn't join this BNI, this networking group, I don't think this is the way that I will operate. I will still plan, right? Because we tend to be conservative with our resources, right? So we think that if we keep the reserve, we'll be able to last longer. And of course, I was already burnt once before, right? You all heard that I burned $250,000 in my last business venture. So when it comes this time, of course, I'm a little bit more cautious. However, I feel like I have the courage to do it because I trust the people there. So when they say do, I never doubt. But today, if someone else reach out to me and say want to collaborate with me, I don't think I will have the same kind of response or attitude. I will need to know the person first. But if it's anyone from my own chapter, I'm very assured. Yes. Yeah. That's the kind of confidence that I have with our chapter.
Okay. I mean, ultimately, I also think I made a good choice joining BNI Synergy. I must mention Synergy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, but yeah, I think learning from so many business owners every single week, so many bosses every week, I think that really will always give us a wider perspective on how to do things rather than what we were taught in the corporate life where this is how it's supposed to be structured and this is how it's supposed to be executed. Whereas, like, from my journey, I realized that this is how we're going to execute. This is the problem, let's solve it, and then let's continue executing.
Last time in my line of work, I deal with a lot of SMEs. I have to tell you that the SMEs that I met then and the SMEs that I met in the business community is so different. The first thing that struck me is the humility. Everyone that I met is so humble. Like when I first met Ronald, I didn't do any background check. I know Liang also don't do any background check. Because all of them, they are just so nice, so humble. And when I realized their background, I was like, wow, I have met SMEs who are probably not as successful as they are, but yeah, the word is arrogant, right? So I'm super in awe with all the amazing people in our chapter. Yes. Another fun fact is 2 days ago when we were preparing all this podcast stuff, a lot of admin work to do, right? I was back home and then still trying to doing up the work. And my staff said, Adeline, why are you so stressed? Then she said, if you drop the ball, nobody will scold you. Then I was like, I suddenly woke up my idea, Yeah, why do I still behave like I'm a public servant? Tomorrow my director is going to come after me and say that you didn't do task 1 to 0. Right? Because all this while, you realize that the way we do things is like complete trust. Nobody follow up with me and say, Adeline, have you done task 1 to 3? But, my mind is conditioned to accountability, right? And I was so stressed. Then when my staff said that, right, I tell you, there was a major shift. And I immediately felt the weight gone. Not because I don't have to do the task anymore, that I no longer feel the judgment, the anxiety, because when you are working, if you don't deliver, you will get hit very hard, like what Dr. Patrick was saying about the appraiser, then you don't get the promotion. So you're always walking on the thin thread. You are always very, very anxious. So yes, join us and become entrepreneurs, but join the right chapter.
Okay, so share. I think the listeners also want to know, like, what are the future plans for Divergent Entrepreneur Academy? Like, who should sign up? How do they sign up and everything?
Okay, so for entrepreneurs, you may want to just be connected to us first. Let's have a friendly chat first. Yeah, then let's hear about your dream. Yeah, then we see how we can fit in and see how we can help you. Yeah, but upcoming events we're going to have more podcasts. We have a lot more podcasts coming, and we want to hear from you. We want to hear from you where you're going to be. And who should we bring on? Post the challenge to us. Who you want to bring on? And let's try to get him in on our podcast. Yeah.
I think the first time we were discussing about this, we were talking about doing one podcast in Dubai
Yes.
in a private jet.
Yeah, wow.
Yes.
Some say what simulator.
Yeah. So yeah, I think it's best that all you guys actually just comment down and tell us where we should actually do our next podcast marathon, and also who we should actually bring. Yeah.
Actually, the last time we also talked about going on a yacht, right?
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
going on a yacht as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
So even any place that you want, even hopefully not the graveyard,
Why not?
then it'll be a
Choa Chu Kang?
very scary place to be in. Then it'll be really dark. Then okay, be
Uninvited
prepared.
guest.
We got a lot of extra guests, and maybe we lost track who the real guest is.
Yeah, but like the name suggests, Divergent, we think out of the box. In fact, we said there is no box, right? It's limitless. So anything can happen. Let's just be creative. Yes.
Correct.
Yeah. So I think you guys have shared for listeners who really want to be entrepreneurs, first thing is to contact us or you guys. Maybe can you guys share more? Like, is there gonna be the youth entrepreneur series? Like, is it gonna be monthly? Is it gonna be weekly? Is it gonna be like every quarter? How is the frequency and everything?
I think for the Youthpreneur, for now, we will still strategically run it during the school holidays. The next up and coming should be the March school holidays. We also have plans for aspiring entrepreneurs who are ready to become entrepreneurs. They probably have some ideas on product and services, but not sure where to start. They just need probably a business coach or to run the idea with some of us. We welcome that as well. We are still in talks on how can we put all this together. In fact, if you ask us about the plan, right, we are not just thinking about the plan. We are already planning the whole ecosystem. Is it okay to tell them about the playbook? Okay, no, next time. Yes,
Teaser.
we do have some very, very big plans that will take longer time to materialize. But in the meantime, the Youthpreneur workshops, they are important because we believe in nurturing the mindset from young. Today, we heard that entrepreneurship is actually a way of life. It does not necessarily mean that you must run a business. It means your mindset, how you are being open-minded to trying, not afraid of risk-taking, not afraid of failing. So this is the kind of mindset that we want to inculcate in the youth today, hopefully that there will be lesser mental well-being issues in the world today. So these are the small things that we hope to achieve through the Youthpreneur workshop and aspiring workshops and all that. Yes, we do have plans, right?
Yes, right. I think we have also developed a lot of framework, to cater for different age group, for the youth and also for the matured adults, and all the way to retirees. Yeah, so we have a very well covered for there is everything for everyone. Yeah, so you're going to try to help as much people as possible so that everybody can have their jump start. Sometimes even then, having a chat with us, all you need is just a nudge, and a nudge can actually let you have to take the leap of faith to start your entrepreneurship.
And for Ground Zero Stories, like, is there any big names that the listeners can actually expect in the next round? Is it something that can be shared?
I mean, leave it to your imagination. Like, who do you want us to have on our show? We will reach out to invite. Or do you think that you are someone that wants to appear on our show? Nominate yourself.
Okay, and before we end off today's chit chat session, maybe each of us can go and perhaps pick one of the guests that we actually spoke to today and what we actually learned from them. What is that one key thing that you learned from them? For Adeline, I don't want you to mention Dr. Patrick about the entrepreneurship is the way of life.
Yeah. Why? We're going to keep that for yourself, is it?
Because you mentioned a few times already.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. There's so many nuggets of wisdom. It's really, really hard. But one thing that really hit me really hard across all the guests is how they say about don't go into business thinking of making money. I think that's the number one mistake or the mindset that most people have, that I do business because I want to make more money. In fact, I remember one of the youth at the youth entrepreneurship workshop, the little boy said this with me. I want to do business because I can make a lot of money. I was like, okay, why? Because I want to be able to buy things, right? Buy nice things. So as I chat with the boy more, it worries me that the mindset is do business means make money. And today, our wise guest has already shared that you don't go into business to make money. And passion is not going to sustain your business. And this is so true. So do something, of course, that you are passionate about, but think of how your business can help people, transform people's lives, rather than how you can make money from them. Because when you can prove yourself and the business model work, the money will just come. You don't have to worry. So yes, in short, that's something that affirm what I always believe, and I'm so happy to hear it from all the experienced guests.
For me, I think one word, love. Okay, it's love. Even like love on the inside, right, is passion. But when you love your customer, you want to create value. When you create real value for the client, and that's when they will also appreciate, and that's when they will reward you back as well. Yeah, they will really be more willing, because they will be more eager. It's like they're scared to lose you more, because so much value you have created for them. They're scared they'll lose you. So when they're scared to lose you, they'll be more generous in paying you. Yeah, so that creating value is very, very important, because you only can create value only when you have love for yourself that exude out to love your client or love people, so that you want to create value to them. Yeah, so not thinking about making money, but focusing about internal love to outer love to the client, and creating value for them. And when you create value, the money will come.
Okay, what about Liang?
Yeah, I think I thunder that. It's the truth is, people don't care about you. People don't care about you. They care about how you make them feel. So it is in the same thing is, they don't care about what you sell, but what value does your service or your product provide for them. So like, Uncle Ringo says about fun, he sells fun. But does he really sells fun, or he genuinely is bringing fun to, he wants to bring fun to his daughter, and therefore to the daughters and sons of the many people out there. You can feel, you look at him, you look at his face.
Yeah, always smiley.
He's always so smiley.
Yeah.
You can feel it from deep inside him, right? People can feel that. And if you eat, live, and carry yourself with that kind of value and conviction, you say, of course, business need to make money, or at least don't lose money, so that you can continue to be of relevance tomorrow, right? But if the whole purpose of your business is to make money, people can also feel that.
Yes.
And people don't like that. At least I don't like that. You like? Yeah.
No one's like.
So if we come from that point, I don't think we could go far. But if we provide value genuinely, then people would be attracted. People can feel it, and people don't mind paying you for your service or your product, and that's how we can go further and go together. Yeah.
I mean, Liang actually stole what I already had in mind. But because when I see Uncle Ringo, like he keep on saying that he really enjoy when he see people happy. Like people had an happy experience going through his fun fairs and everything. And to me, like, because of that happiness, it kind of like radiate to him and then through him.
Yeah.
So I think that was amazing. And like while he understands his purpose clearly, which is to make people happy, he also know that there are good times, there are bad times. So when there are bad times, just bring down the price. People still happy. He's also happy. So that's the part where really got to me.
Agree.
Yeah. So Adeline, do you have any last words?
Yeah, really, when I look at Uncle Ringo, like you say, he really radiates genuinely that kind of happiness. And I rarely see it from someone of his age and seniority. And I'm just amazed how sharp-minded these people are. And you know what? After today, right, I'm not worried about being dementia already. I think if you continue to be entrepreneur, right, you will always stay young, you always stay sharp. I mean, if I just talk to them, don't look at their face, right, I would probably imagine that they are someone very young. They still talk very fast, their mind is still churning, yet the advice that they gave, right, is so relevant. So yeah, so what's my last word? Be an entrepreneur, you will stay young, sharp forever.
So, what Adeline is saying is like, entrepreneurship is the cure for dementia. So you found your magic pill.
Anti-aging.
Yeah, anti-aging. Yeah, so you keep your mind sharp all the time. Yeah. So like I think like even like all the people I know today, even like Liang, their mind never stops on. Yeah. We always have a thought and it's always behind, it's always processing the back end, always thinking of new ideas, always there. Yeah. Although we may not be looking at that, but the back is really like a sub-process is delegating a process to actually work in the background mode and is thinking that way. Yeah. So in engineer, as entrepreneur, we are having a lot of brains, but it's like once it comes in, we assign it back to our agent behind. The agent is doing backward a lot of work. It's like when it's time, you will just come out, present out, and we just do it. Yeah.
I think Ronald play with too much AI.
I think so. Become subconscious already.
No, and I think with the current technology advances and AI, you know, it just make the IBS, itchy backside syndrome, even more
even more.
uncontrollable.
Well, yeah, you got IBS already.
Because things move so fast, you know. Last time we need to think twice before we jump into things to generate idea and stuff like that. But now there is like AI aiding us, you know. Whatever we think, we just input the prompt and then you get many ideas and you know, not helpful for the IBS, you know.
Yeah, sometimes to remind myself to stop and focus.
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah. Even in our start, I remember with Adeline, like we are using so much AI to jumpstart a lot of things on the start there. So much AI is used. I think if AI wasn't there as a tool, I think maybe frankly we would have started. Yeah, but because AI is here and the tool is ready and it's matured, that's why we make it like wow, so many ideas and we know what we're gonna do next already.
Yes.
So a lot of thinking, a lot of things is quite effortless now. Yeah, so knowing how to use your tool, the entrepreneurship journey is so much easier now. Yeah,
At lower cost.
At lower cost, correct.
Yes.
And you can tap on multiple brains. You can use multiple LLMs. Some more. You can cross check each other. You can let them check each other. Some more.
He's
So
possessed by AI.
Yeah.
It's a great assistant, catalyst, and enabler. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think me and Ronald also have a number of chats about AI. So I understand what you mean by his when you say
Obsessed.
he's obsessed, because I'm also obsessed. And if you really have itchy backside syndrome, really difficult. Because with AI you can start anything just like that very fast.
Correct. I agree with you. Even now these days, even sometimes when you send AI do the thinking, right? So even that time you don't waste, you use another normal device to start chatting again. So at one point I remember I was using actually 4 different devices, chatting with different LLM and multitasking all different projects in my mind. Not on one project, it's multiple projects at the same time. Yeah, so the technology today is tremendous. Yeah, you can multitask, you can multi-processing, multiple AI all at the same time. Yeah, it's fantastic. If this were to be done 30 years ago, not possible. I think I still at the drawing board thinking, and thinking.
Should we start? How to start? How to do?
Yeah.
Because AI has given us that courage, because he given you some roadmap, how to do it, how to achieve it, and these days a lot of things can be done a lot. So I really urge everyone who want to be an entrepreneur, make sure
Talk to AI.
talk to AI more, learn how to use your AI,
Yes.
maximize things like logo, even logo like this, it's all created using AI, using multiple iteration. But if you're going to do this by human, by myself, I think the logo up to now, I think I'm still drawing.
And very expensive.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, some of my friends, when I tell them that I will sometimes ask my AI how to make $1 million in 90 days, they all will be shocked. And I was like thinking like, why aren't you using AI to give you this kind of answer, right? Yeah. So sometimes I'm actually quite surprised why people are shocked with some of the prompts that I actually put with my AI. Lah.
So, all thinking actually having the entrepreneur mindset when using AI, that makes the difference.
Yeah,
Yeah, the mindset.
that's true.
Yeah, you cannot be thinking like a normal person. You have to put on the entrepreneur mindset while talking to AI. So the question asked will be a bit different and more divergent.
Yeah, they always say garbage in, garbage out. It depends on what kind of prompt
Yes.
you are using the AI from. The AI for. Like you shouldn't be using it like, Google. Yeah, like where to eat, where to visit and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But for content generation and stuff like that, generate ideas, I think it's a pretty good platform, giving them the correct context, giving them the correct audience, and giving them the kind of expected results that you wish to get. Yeah.
Okay, so while we wrap this off, can perhaps any of you share how do the listeners actually contact Divergent? Is there any email that we can actually email to?
Yeah, you can either reach out on our social media, or you can go to our website, divergent.training. That's where you can leave up a web form inside there and just leave up some message there.
Okay. All right. So thank you guys for listening and tuning in. I think not only that we have benefited from all the 7 guests that we have today, but I think even this small conversation that we have, even at the end about AI, I think a lot of people can actually learn from it. Yeah. So that being said, thank you guys for tuning in for the past almost 8 hours, and we will see you in the next podcast marathon. Bye bye.
Yes. Bye bye.